Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of Deja Dead by Kathy Reichs, narrated by Barbara Rosenblatt.
Chapter 1. I wasn't thinking about the man who'd blown himself up. Earlier I had. Now I was putting him together. 2 sections of skull lay in front of me, and a third jutted from a sand-filled stainless steel bowl, the glue still drying on its reassembled fragments. Enough bone to confirm identity. The coroner would be pleased. It was late afternoon, Thursday, June 2nd, 1994. While the glue set, my mind had gone truant. The knock that would break my reverie, tip my life off course, and alter my comprehension of the bounds of human depravity wouldn't come for another 10 minutes. I was enjoying my view of the St. Lawrence, the sole advantage of my cramped corner office. Somehow, the sight of water has always rejuvenated me, especially when it flows rhythmically. Forget Golden Pond. I'm sure Freud could have run with that. My thoughts meandered to the upcoming weekend. I had a trip to Quebec City in mind, but my plans were vague. I thought of visiting the Plains of Abraham, eating mussels and crepes, and buying trinkets from the street vendors. Escape in tourism. I'd been in Montreal a full year, working as forensic anthropologist for the province, but I hadn't been up there yet, so it seemed like a good program. I needed a couple of days without skeletons, decomposed bodies, or corpses freshly dragged from the river. Ideas come easily to me. Enacting them comes harder. I usually let things go. Perhaps it's an escape hatch, my way of allowing myself to double back and ease out the side door on a lot of my schemes. Irresolute about my social life, obsessive in my work. I knew he was standing there before the knock. Though he moved quietly for a man of his bulk, the smell of old pipe tobacco gave him away. Pierre Lamanche had been director of the Laboratoire de Médecine Légale for almost 2 decades. His visits to my office were never social, and I suspected that his news wouldn't be good. Lamanche tapped the door softly with his knuckles. Temperance? It rhymed with France. He would not use the shortened version. Perhaps to his ear it just didn't translate. Perhaps he'd had a bad experience in Arizona. He alone did not call me Tempe. Oui? After months, it was automatic. I had arrived in Montreal thinking myself fluent in French, but I hadn't counted on le français québécois. I was learning, but slowly. I have just had a call. He glanced at a pink telephone slip he was holding. Everything about his face was vertical, the lines and folds moving from high to low, paralleling the long, straight nose and ears. The plan was pure basset hound. It was a face that had probably looked old in youth, its arrangement only deepening with time. I couldn't have guessed his age. 2 Hydro-Quebec workers found some bones today. He studied my face, which was not happy. His eyes returned to the pink paper. They are close to the site where the historic burials were found last summer, he said, in his proper formal French. I'd never heard him use a contraction. No slang or police jargon. You were there. It is probably more of the same. I need someone to go out there to confirm that this is not a coroner case. When he glanced up from the paper, the change in angle caused the furrows and creases to deepen, sucking in the afternoon light as a black hole draws in matter. He made an attempt at a gaunt smile, and 4 crevices veered north. You think it's archaeological? I was stalling. A scene search had not been in my pre-weekend plans. To leave the next day, I still had to pick up the dry cleaning, do the laundry, stop at the pharmacy, pack, put oil in the car, and explain cat care to Winston, the caretaker at my building. He nodded. Okay. It was not okay. He handed me the slip. Do you want a squad car to take you there? I looked at him, trying hard for baleful. No, I drove in today. I read the address. It was close to home. I'll find it. He left as silently as he'd come. Pierre Lamanche favored crepe-soled shoes, kept his pockets empty so nothing jangled or swished. Like a croc in a river, he arrived and departed unannounced by auditory cues. Some of the staff found it unnerving. I packed a set of coveralls in a backpack with my rubber boots, hoping I wouldn't need either, and grabbed my laptop, briefcase, and the embroidered canteen cover that was serving as that season's purse. I was still promising myself that I wouldn't be back until Monday, but another voice in my head was intruding, insisting otherwise. When summer arrives in Montreal, it flounces in like a rumba dancer, all ruffles and bright cotton, with flashing thighs and sweat-slicked skin. It is a ribald celebration that begins in June and continues until September. The season is embraced and relished. Life moves into the open. After the long, bleak winter, outdoor cafes reappear. Cyclists and rollerbladers compete for the bike paths. Festivals follow quickly, one after another, on the streets, and crowds turn the sidewalks into swirling patterns. How different summer on the St. Lawrence is from summer in my home state of North Carolina, where languid lounging on beach chairs, mountain porches, or suburban decks marks the season, and the lines between spring, summer, and fall are difficult to determine without a calendar. This brash, vernal rebirth, more than the bitterness of winter, had surprised me my first year in the North, banishing the homesickness I'd felt during the long, dark cold. These thoughts were drifting through my mind as I drove under the Jacques Cartier Bridge and turned west onto Viger. I passed the Molson Brewery, which sprawled along the river to my left, then the round tower of the Radio Canada building, and thought of the people trapped inside, occupants of industrial apiaries who undoubtedly craved release as much as I did. I imagined them studying the sunshine from behind glass rectangles, longing for boats and bikes and sneakers, checking their watches, bitten by June. I rolled down the window and reached for the radio. Jerry Boulet sang Les Yeux du Cœur. I translated automatically in my mind. I could picture him, an intense man with dark eyes and a tangle of curls flying around his head, passionate about his music, dead at 44. Historic burials. Every forensic anthropologist handles these cases. Old bones unearthed by dogs, construction workers, spring floods, gravediggers. The coroner's office is the overseer of death in Quebec province. If you die inappropriately, not under the care of a physician, not in bed, the coroners want to know why. If your death threatens to take others along, the coroner wants to know that. The coroner demands an explanation of violent, unexpected, or untimely death, but persons long gone are of little interest. While their passings may once have cried out for justice, or heralded warning of an impending epidemic, the voices have been still for too long. Their antiquity established, these finds are turned over to the archaeologists. This promised to be such a case. Please. I zigzagged through the logjam of downtown traffic, arriving within 15 minutes at the address La Manche had given me. Le Grand Séminaire. A remnant of the vast holdings of the Catholic Church, Le Grand Séminaire occupies a large tract of land in the heart of Montreal. Centreville. Downtown. My neighborhood. The small urban citadel endures as an island of green in a sea of high-rise cement, and stands as mute testimony to a once powerful institution. Stone walls, complete with watchtowers, surround somber gray castles, carefully tended lawns, and open spaces gone wild. In the glory days of the church, families sent their sons here by the thousands to train for the priesthood. Some still come, but their numbers are few. The larger buildings are now rented out and house schools and institutions more secular in mission, where the internet and fax machine replace scripture and theological discourse as the working paradigm. Perhaps it's a good metaphor for modern society. We're too absorbed in communicating among ourselves to worry about an almighty architect. I stopped on a small street opposite the seminary grounds and looked east along Sherbrooke toward the portion of the property now leased by Le Collège de Montréal. Nothing unusual. I dropped an elbow out the window and peered in the opposite direction. The hot, dusty metal seared the skin on my inner arm, and I retracted it quickly, like a crab poked with a stick. There they were. Juxtaposed incongruously against a medieval stone tower, I could see a blue and white patrol unit with Police Communauté Urbaine de Montréal written on its side. It blocked the western entrance to the compound. A gray Hydro-Quebec truck was parked just ahead of it, ladders and equipment protruding like appendages to a space station. Near the truck, a uniformed officer stood, talking with two men in work clothes. I turned left and slid into the westbound traffic on Sherbrooke, relieved to see no reporters. In Montreal, an encounter with the press can be a double ordeal, since the media turn out in both French and English. I am not particularly gracious when badgered in one language. Under dual assault, I can become downright surly. Lamanche was right. I'd come to these grounds the previous summer. I recalled the case. Bones unearthed during the repair of a water main. Church property, old cemetery, coffin burials. Call the archaeologist. Case closed. Hopefully this report would read the same. As I maneuvered my Mazda ahead of the truck and parked, the three men stopped talking and looked in my direction. When I got out of the car, the officer paused, as if thinking it over, then moved toward me. He wasn't smiling. At 4:15 p.m., it was probably past the end of his shift, and he didn't want to be there. Well, neither did I. "You'll have to move on, madame. You may not park here." As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, shooing me in the direction in which I was to depart. I could picture him clearing flies from potato salad with the same movement. "I'm Dr. Brennan," I said, slamming the Mazda door. "Laboratoire de Médecine Légale." "You're the one from the coroner?" His tone would have made a KGB interrogator sound trusting. "Yes, I'm the anthropologiste judiciaire." Slowly, like a second-grade teacher. "I do the disinterments and the skeletal cases. I understand this may qualify for both?" I handed him my ID. A small brass rectangle above his shirt pocket identified him as Constable Grew. He looked at the photo, then at me. My appearance was not convincing. I'd planned to work on the skull reconstruction all day, and was dressed for glue. I was wearing faded brown jeans, a denim shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows, topsiders, no socks. Most of my hair was bound up in a barrette. The rest, having fought gravity and lost, spiraled limply around my face and down my neck. I was speckled with patches of dried Elmers. I must have looked more like a middle-aged mother forced to abandon a wallpaper project than a forensic anthropologist. He studied the ID for a long time, then returned it without comment. I was obviously not what he wanted. "Have you seen the remains?" I asked. "No, I am securing the site." He used a modified version of the hand flip to indicate the two men who stood watching us. Conversation suspended. "They found it. I called it in. They will lead you." I wondered if Constable Grew was capable of a compound sentence. With another hand gesture, he indicated the workers once again. "I will watch your car." I nodded, but he was already turning away. The hydro workers watched in silence as I approached. Both wore aviator shades, and the late afternoon sun shot orange beams off alternating lenses as one or the other moved his head. Their mustaches looped in identical upside-down U's around their mouths. The one on the left was the older of the two, a thin, dark man with the look of a rat terrier. He was glancing around nervously, his gaze bouncing from object to object, person to person, like a bee making sorties in and out of a peony blossom. His eyes kept darting to me, then quickly away, as if he feared contact with other eyes would commit him to something he'd later come to regret. He shifted his weight from foot to foot and hunched and unhunched his shoulders. His partner was a much larger man, with a long, lank ponytail and a weathered face. He smiled as I drew near, displaying gaps that once held teeth. I suspected he'd be the more loquacious of the two. "Bonjour, comment ça va?" The French equivalent of "Hi, how are you?" "Bien, bien." Simultaneous head nods. "Fine, fine." I identified myself, asked if they'd reported finding the bones. More nods. "Tell me about it." As I spoke, I withdrew a small spiral notebook from my backpack, flipped back the cover, and clicked a ballpoint into readiness. I smiled encouragingly. Ponytail spoke eagerly, the words racing out like children released for recess. He was enjoying the adventure. His French was heavily accented, the words running together and the endings swallowed in the fashion of the upriver Quebecois. I had to listen carefully. "We were clearing brush. It's part of our job." He pointed at overhead power lines, then did a sweep of the ground. "We must keep the lines clear." I nodded. "When I got down into that trench over there," he turned and pointed in the direction of a wooded area running the length of the property, "I smelled something funny." He stopped, his eyes locked in the direction of the trees, arm extended, index finger piercing the air. "Funny?" He turned back. "Well, not exactly funny." He paused, sucking in his lower lip as he searched his personal lexicon for the right word. "Dead," he said. "You know, dead." I waited for him to go on. "You know, like an animal that crawls in somewhere and dies?" He gave a slight shrug of the shoulders as he said it, then looked at me for confirmation. I did know. I'm on a first-name basis with the odor of death. I nodded again. "That's what I thought, that a dog or maybe a raccoon died. So I started poking around in the brush with my rake, right where the smell was real strong. Sure enough, I found a bunch of bones." Another shrug. "Uh-huh." I was beginning to get an uneasy feeling. Ancient burials don't smell. "So I called Gilles over." He looked to the older man for affirmation. Gilles was staring at the ground. "And we both started digging around in the leaves and stuff. What we found don't look like no dog or raccoon to me." As he said it, he folded his arms across his chest, lowered his chin, and rocked back on his heels. "Why is that?" "Too big." He rolled his tongue and used it to probe one of the gaps in his dental work. The tip appeared and disappeared between the teeth like a worm testing for daylight. "Anything else?" "What do you mean?" The worm withdrew. "Did you find anything besides bones?" "Yeah, that's what don't seem right." He spread his arms wide, indicating a dimension with his hands. "There's a big plastic sack around all this stuff, and—" He shrugged, turning his palms up and leaving the sentence unfinished. "And?" My uneasiness was escalating. "Une ventouse." He said it quickly, embarrassed and excited at the same time. Gilles was traveling with me, his apprehension matching mine. His eyes had left the ground and were roving in double time. "A what?" I asked, thinking perhaps I'd misunderstood the word. "Une ventouse. A plunger for the bathroom." He imitated its use, his body thrust forward, hands wrapped around an invisible handle, arms driving upward and downward. The macabre little pantomime was so out of context it was jarring. Gilles let out a sacre and locked his eyes back onto the earth. I just stared at him. This wasn't right. I finished my notes and closed the spiral. "Is it wet down there?" I didn't really want to wear the boots and coveralls unless it was necessary. "Nah," he said, again looking to Gilles for confirmation. Gilles shook his head, eyes never leaving the dirt at his feet. "Okay," I said. "Let's go." I hoped that I appeared calmer than I felt. Ponytail led the way across the grass and into the woods. We descended gradually into a small ravine, the trees and brush growing thicker as we approached the bottom. I followed into the thicket, taking the larger branches in my right hand as he bent them back for me, then handing them off to Gilles. The place smelled of damp earth, grass, and rotting leaves. Sunlight penetrated the foliage unevenly, dappling the ground with puzzle piece splotches. Here and there a beam found an opening and sliced straight through to the ground. Dust particles danced in the slanted shafts. Flying insects swarmed around my face and whined in my ears, and creepers grabbed my ankles. At the bottom of the trench, the worker stopped to get his bearings, then turned to the right. I followed, slapping at mosquitoes, handing off vegetation, squinting through clouds of gnats around my eyes, and the occasional loner that went straight for the cornea. Sweat beaded my lip and dampened my hair, plastering the escapee strands to my forehead and neck. I needn't have worried about my dress or coiffure. 15 yards from the corpse, I no longer needed a guide. Blending with the loamy scent of woods and sunlight, I detected the unmistakable smell of death. The odor of decomposing flesh is like no other, and it hung there in the warm afternoon air, faint but undeniable. Step by step, the sweet, fetid stench grew stronger, building in intensity like the whine of a locust, until it ceased blending and overpowered all other smells. The aromas of moss and humus and pine and sky deferred to the rankness of rotting flesh. Gilles stopped and hung back at a discreet distance. The smell was enough. He didn't need another look. 10 feet farther, the younger man halted, turned, and wordlessly pointed to a small heap, partially covered by leaves and debris. Flies buzzed and circled around it like academics at a free buffet. At the sight, my stomach went into a tuck, and the voice in my head started in on, "I told you so." With growing dread, I placed my pack at the base of a tree, withdrew a pair of surgical gloves, and picked my way gingerly through the foliage. When I neared the mound, I could see where the men had raked away the vegetation. What I saw confirmed my fears. Protruding from the leaves and soil was an arcade of ribs, their ends curving upward like the framework of an embryonic boat. I bent down for a closer look. Flies whined in protest, the sun iridescent on their blue-green bodies. When I cleared more debris, I could see that the ribs were held in place by a segment of spinal column. Taking a deep breath, I eased on the latex gloves and began to remove handfuls of dead leaves and pine needles. As I exposed the backbone to the sunlight, a knot of startled beetles flew apart. The bugs disentangled themselves and scuttled outward, disappearing one by one over the vertebral edges. Ignoring the insects, I continued to remove sediment. Slowly, carefully, I cleared an area approximately 3 feet square. In less than 10 minutes, I could see what Gilles and his partner had discovered. Brushing hair from my face with a latexed hand, I leaned back on my heels and surveyed the emerging picture. I looked at a partially skeletonized torso, the ribcage, backbone, and pelvis still connected by dried muscle and ligament. While connective tissue is stubborn, refusing to yield its hold on the joints for months or years, the brain and internal organs are not so tenacious. With the aid of bacteria and insects, they decompose quickly, sometimes in a matter of weeks. I could see remnants of brown and desiccated tissue clinging to the thoracic and abdominal surfaces of the bones. As I squatted there, the flies buzzing and the sunlight dappling the woods around me, I knew 2 things with certainty. The torso was human, and it hadn't been there long. I knew also that its arrival in that place wasn't by chance. The victim had been killed and dumped. The remains lay on a plastic bag, the common kitchen variety used for garbage. It was ripped open now, but I guessed the bag had been used to transport the torso. The head and limbs were missing, and I could see no personal effects or objects close by. Except one. The bones of the pelvis encircled a bathroom plunger, its long wooden handle projecting upward like an inverted popsicle stick, its red rubber cap pressed hard against the pelvic outlet. Its position suggested deliberate placement. Gruesome as the idea was, I didn't believe the association was spurious. I stood and looked around, my knees protesting the change to upright posture. I knew from experience that scavenging animals can drag body parts impressive distances. Dogs often hide them in areas of low brush, and burrowing animals drag small bones and teeth into underground holes. I brushed dirt from my hands and scanned the immediate vicinity, looking for likely roots. Flies buzzed, and a horn blared a million miles away on Sherbrooke. Memories of other woods, other graves, other bones skittered through my mind like disconnected images from old movies. I stood absolutely still, searching, wholly alert. Finally, I sensed, more than saw, an irregularity in my surroundings. Like a sunbeam glinting off a mirror, it was gone before my neurons could form an image. An almost imperceptible flicker caused me to turn my head. Nothing. I held myself rigid, unsure if I'd really seen anything. I brushed the insects from my eyes and noticed that it was growing cooler. Shit. I continued looking. A slight breeze lifted the damp curls around my face and stirred the leaves. Then I sensed it again. A suggestion of sunlight skipping off something. I took a few steps, unsure of the source, and stopped, every cell of my being intent on sunlight and shadows. Nothing. Of course not, stupid. There can't be anything over there. No flies. Then I spotted it. The wind puffed gently, flicking over a shiny surface and causing a momentary ripple in the afternoon light. Not much, but it caught my eye. Hardly breathing, I went closer and looked down. I wasn't surprised at what I saw. Here we go, I thought. Peeking from a hollow in the roots of a yellow poplar was the corner of another plastic bag. A spray of buttercups ringed both the poplar and the bag, tiptoeing off in slender tendrils to disappear into the surrounding weeds. The bright yellow flowers looked like escapees from a Beatrix Potter illustration, the freshness of the blooms in stark contrast to what I knew lay hidden in the bag. I approached the tree, twigs and leaves snapping beneath my feet. Bracing myself with one hand, I had cleared enough plastic to get a grip, took firm hold, and pulled gently. No give. Rewrapping the plastic around my hand, I pulled harder and felt the bag move. I could tell that its contents had substance. Insects whined in my face. Sweat trickled down my back. My heart drummed like the bass in a heavy metal band. One more tug and the bag came free. I dragged it forward far enough to allow a view inside. Or maybe I just wanted it away from Ms. Potter's flowers. Whatever it held was heavy, and I had little doubt what that would be. And I was right. As I disentangled the ends of the plastic, the smell of putrefaction was overwhelming. I unwound the edges and looked inside. A human face stared out at me. Sealed off from the insects that hastened decomposition, the flesh had not fully rotted, but heat and moisture had altered the features, converted them into a death mask bearing scant resemblance to the person it had been. Two eyes, shriveled and constricted, peered out from under half-closed lids. The nose lay bent to one side, the nostrils compressed and flattened against a sunken cheek. The lips curled back, a grin for eternity, with a set of perfect teeth. The flesh was pasty white, a blanched and soggy wrapper molding itself closely to the underlying bone. Framing the whole was a mass of dull red hair, the lusterless corkscrew curls plastered to the head by an ooze of liquefied brain tissue. Shaken, I closed the bag. Remembering the hydro workers, I glanced over to where I'd left them. The younger was watching me closely. His companion remained some distance behind, shoulders hunched, hands thrust deep into the pockets of his work pants. Stripping off my gloves, I walked past them, out of the woods, and back toward the CUM squad car. They said nothing, but I could hear them following, scraping and rustling in my wake. Constable Grew was leaning against his hood. He watched me approach, but didn't change position. I'd worked with more amiable individuals. "May I use your radio?" I could be cool, too. He pushed himself upright with both hands and circled the car to the driver's side. Leaning in through the open window, he disengaged the mic and looked at me questioningly. "Homicide," I said. He looked surprised, regretted it, and put through the call. "Section des homicides," he said to the dispatcher. After the usual delays, transfers, and static, the voice of a detective came over the air. "Claudel," it said, sounding irritated. Constable Grew handed me the mic. I identified myself and gave my location. "I've got a homicide here," I said. "Probable body dump, probable female, probable decapitation. You'd better get recovery out here right away." There was a long pause. No one was finding this good news. "Pardon?" I repeated what I'd said, asking Claudel to pass the word along to Pierre Lamanche when he called the morgue. There would be nothing for the archaeologists this time. I returned the mic to Grou, who'd been listening to every word. I reminded him to get a full report from the two workers. He looked like a man who'd just been sentenced to 10 to 20. He knew he wouldn't be going anywhere for some time. I wasn't terribly sympathetic. I wouldn't be sleeping in Quebec City this weekend. In fact, as I drove the few short blocks to my condo, I suspected that no one would be sleeping much for a long time. As things turned out, I was right. What I couldn't know then was the full extent of the horror we were about to face. Chapter 2. The next day began as warm and sunny as its predecessor, a fact that would normally draw me into high spirits. I'm a woman whose moods are influenced by the weather, my outlook rising and falling with the barometer. But that day, the weather would be irrelevant. By 9 a.m., I was already in Autopsy Room 4, the smallest of the suites at the Laboratoire de Médecine Légale, and one that is specially outfitted for extra ventilation. I often work here since most of my cases are less than perfectly preserved. But it's never fully effective. Nothing is. The fans and disinfectants never quite win over the smell of ripened death. The antiseptic gleam of the stainless steel never really eradicates the images of human carnage. The remains recovered at Le Grand Séminaire definitely qualified for Room 4. After a quick dinner the previous evening, I'd gone back to the grounds and we'd processed the site. The bones were at the morgue by 9:30 p.m. Now they lay in a body bag on a gurney to my right. Case number 26704 had been discussed at the morning staff meeting. Following standard procedure, the body had been assigned to one of the 5 pathologists working at the lab. Since the corpse was largely skeletonized, the little soft tissue that remained far too decomposed for standard autopsy, my expertise was requested. One of the autopsy technicians had called in sick this morning, leaving us short-handed. Bad timing. It had been a busy night. A teenage suicide, an elderly couple found dead in their home, and a car fire victim charred beyond recognition. 4 autopsies. I'd offered to work alone. I was dressed in green surgical scrubs, plastic goggles, and latex gloves. Fetching. I'd already cleaned and photographed the head. It would be x-rayed this morning, then boiled to remove the putrefied flesh and brain tissue so that I could do a detailed examination of the cranial features. I'd painstakingly examined the hair, searching for fibers or other trace evidence. As I separated the damp strands, I couldn't help imagining the last time the victim had combed it, wondering if she'd been pleased, frustrated, indifferent. Good hair day? Bad hair day? Dead hair day? Suppressing these thoughts, I bagged the sample and sent it up to biology for microscopic analysis. The plunger and plastic bags had also been turned over to the Laboratoire des Sciences Judiciaires, where they'd be checked for prints, traces of bodily fluids, or other minuscule indicators of killer or victim. 3 hours on our hands and knees the previous night, feeling through mud, combing through grass and leaves, and turning over rocks and logs, had yielded nothing else. We'd searched until darkness closed us down, but came away empty. No clothing, no shoes, no jewelry, no personal effects. The crime scene recovery team would return to dig and sift today, but I doubted they'd find anything. I would have no manufacturer's tags or labels, no zippers or buckles, no jewelry, no weapons or bindings, no slashes or entrance holes in clothing to corroborate my findings. The body had been dumped, naked and mutilated, stripped of everything that linked it to a life. I returned to the body bag for the rest of its grisly contents, ready to start my preliminary examination. Later, the limbs and torso would be cleaned, and I would do a complete analysis of all the bones. We'd recovered almost the whole skeleton. The killer had made that task easier. As with the head and torso, he or she had placed the arms and legs in separate plastic bags. There were 4 in all, very tidy, packaged and discarded like last week's garbage. I filed the outrage in another place and forced myself to concentrate. I removed the dismembered segments and arranged them in anatomical order on the stainless steel autopsy table in the middle of the room. First, I transferred the torso and centered it, breast side up. It held together reasonably well. Unlike the bag holding the head, those containing the body parts had not stayed tightly sealed. The torso was in the worst shape, the bones held together only by leatherized bands of dried muscle and ligament. I noted that the uppermost vertebrae were missing, and hoped I'd find them attached to the head. Except for traces, the internal organs were long gone. Next, I placed the arms to the sides and the legs below. The limbs hadn't been exposed to sunlight and weren't as desiccated as the chest and abdomen. They retained large portions of putrefied soft tissue. I tried to ignore the seething blanket of pale yellow that made a languid, wave-like retreat from the surface of each limb as I withdrew it from the body bag. Maggots will abandon a corpse when exposed to light. They were dropping from the body to the table, from the table to the floor, in a slow but steady drizzle. Pale yellow grains of rice lay writhing by my feet. I avoided stepping on them. I'd never really gotten used to them. I reached for my clipboard and began to fill in the form. Name: Inconnu, unknown. Date of autopsy: June 3rd, 1994. Investigators: Luc Claudel, Michel Charbonneau, Section des Homicides, CUM. Homicide Division, Montreal Urban Community Police. I added the police report number, the morgue number, and the Laboratoire de Médecine Légale, or LML number, and experienced my usual wave of anger at the arrogant indifference of the system. Violent death allows no privacy. It plunders one's dignity as surely as it has taken one's life. The body is handled, scrutinized, and photographed, with a new series of digits allocated at each step. The victim becomes part of the evidence, an exhibit on display for police, pathologists, forensic specialists, lawyers, and eventually jurors. Number it, photograph it, take samples, tag the toe. While I am an active participant, I can never accept the impersonality of the system. It is like looting on the most personal level. At least I would give this victim a name. Death in anonymity would not be added to the list of violations he or she would suffer. I selected a form from those on the clipboard. I'd alter my normal routine and leave the full skeletal inventory for later. For now, the detectives wanted only the ID profile: sex, age, and race. Race was pretty straightforward. The hair was red. What skin remained appeared fair. Decomposition, however, could do strange things. I'd check the skeletal details after cleaning. For now, Caucasoid seemed a safe bet. I already suspected the victim was female. The facial features were delicate, the overall body build slight. The long hair meant nothing. I looked at the pelvis. Turning it to the side, I noted that the notch below the hip blade was broad and shallow. I repositioned it so that I could see the pubic bones, the region in front where the right and left halves of the pelvis meet. The curve formed by their lower borders was a wide arch. Delicate raised ridges cut across the front of each pubic bone, creating distinct triangles in the lower corners. Typical female features. Later, I'd take measurements and run discriminant function analyses on the computer, but I had no doubt these were the remains of a woman. I was wrapping the pubic area in a wet rag when the sound of the phone startled me. I hadn't realized how quiet it was, or how tense I was. I walked to the desk, zigzagging through maggots like a child playing jacks. "Dr. Brennan," I answered, pushing the goggles to the top of my head and dropping into the chair. Using my pen, I flicked a maggot from the desktop. "Claudel," a voice said. One of the 2 CUM detectives assigned to the case. I looked at the wall clock. 10:40. Later than I realized. He didn't go on. Obviously, he assumed his name was message enough. "I'm working on her right now," I said. I could hear a metallic, grating sound. "I should—" "Elle?" he interrupted. "Female?" "Yes." I watched another maggot contract into a crescent, then double back on itself and repeat the maneuver in the opposite direction. Not bad. "White?" "Yes." "Age?" "I should be able to give you a range within an hour." I could picture him looking at his watch. "Okay, I'll be there after lunch." Click. It was a statement, not a request. Apparently it didn't matter if it was okay with me. I hung up and returned to the lady on the table. Picking up the clipboard, I flipped to the next page on the report form. Age. This was an adult. Earlier, I'd checked her mouth. The wisdom teeth were fully erupted. I examined the arms, where they'd been detached at the shoulders. The end of each humerus was fully formed. I could see no line demarcating a separate cap on either side. The other ends were useless. They had been cleanly severed just above the wrists. I'd have to find those fragments later. I looked at the legs. The head of the femur was also completely formed on both right and left. Something about those severed joints disturbed me. It was a feeling apart from the normal reaction to depravity, but it was vague, ill-formed. As I allowed the left leg to settle back onto the table, my guts felt like ice. The cloud of dread that first touched me in the woods returned. I shook it off and forced myself to focus on the question at hand. Age. Fix the age. A correct age estimate can lead to a name. Nothing else will matter until she has a name. I used a scalpel to peel back the flesh around the knee and elbow joints. It came away easily. Here, too, the long bones were fully mature. I'd verify this on X-ray, but knew it meant bone growth had been completed. I saw no lipping or arthritic change in the joints. Adult, but young. It was consistent with the lack of wear I'd observed on the teeth. But I wanted more precision. Claudel would expect it. I looked at each collarbone where it met the sternum at the base of the throat. Though the one on the right was detached, the joint surface was encased in a hard knot of dried cartilage and ligament. Using a scissors, I snipped away as much of the leathery tissue as I could, then wrapped the bone in another wet rag. I returned my attention to the pelvis. I removed that rag and, again using a scalpel, began gently sawing through the cartilage connecting the two halves in front. Wetting it down had made it more pliable, easier to cut, but still the process was slow and tedious. I didn't want to risk damaging the underlying surfaces. When the pubic bones were finally separate, I cut the few strips of dried muscle uniting the pelvis to the lower end of the spine and back, freed it, carried it to the sink, and submerged the pubic portion in water. Next, I returned to the body and unwrapped the collarbone. Again, I teased off as much tissue as possible. Then I filled a plastic specimen container with water, positioned it against the rib cage, and stuck the end of the clavicle in it. I glanced at the wall clock. 12:25 p.m. Stepping back from the table, I peeled off my gloves and straightened, slowly. My back felt like a Pop Warner League had been practicing on it. I placed my hands on my hips and stretched, arching backward and rotating my upper body. It didn't really relieve the pain, but it didn't hurt either. My spine seemed to hurt a lot lately, and bending over an autopsy table for 3 hours tended to aggravate it. I refused to believe or admit it was age-related. My newly discovered need for reading glasses and the seemingly permanent upgrade from 115 to 120 in my weight were likewise not the result of aging. Nothing was. I turned to see Daniel, one of the autopsy technicians, watching from the outer office. A tic pulled his upper lip, and his eyes pinched shut momentarily. With a jerk, he shifted, placing all his weight on one leg and cocking the other. He looked like a sandpiper waiting out a wave. "When would you like me to do the radiography?" he asked. His glasses rode low on his nose, and he seemed to peer over rather than through them. "I should finish up by 3, I said, tossing my gloves into the biological waste receptacle. I suddenly realized how hungry I was. My morning coffee sat on the counter, cold and untouched. I'd completely forgotten it. "Okay." He hopped backward, pivoted, and disappeared down the hall. I flipped the goggles onto the counter, withdrew a white paper sheet from a drawer below the side counter, unfolded it, and covered the body. After washing my hands, I returned to my office on the 5th floor, changed into street clothes, and went out for lunch. This was rare for me, but today I needed the sunshine. Claudel was true to his word. When I returned at 1:30, he was already in my office. He sat opposite my desk, his attention focused on the reconstructed skull on my work table. He turned his head when he heard me, but said nothing. I hung my coat on the back of the door and moved past him and into my chair. "Bonjour, Monsieur Claudel. Comment ça va?" I smiled at him across my desk. "Bonjour." Apparently, he was uninterested in how I was doing. Okay, I waited. I would not succumb to his charm. A folder lay on the desk in front of him. He placed his hand on it and looked at me. His face brought to mind a parrot, the features angled sharply from his ears to the midline, plunging forward into a beak-like nose. Along this apex, his chin, his mouth, and the tip of his nose pointed downward in a series of V's. When he smiled, which was rare, the V of his mouth sharpened, and the lips drew in rather than back. He sighed. He was being very patient with me. I hadn't worked with Claudel before, but knew his reputation. He thought himself an exceptionally intelligent man. "I have several names," he said. "Possibles. They all disappeared within the last 6 months." We'd already discussed the question of time since death. My morning's work hadn't changed my mind. I was certain she'd been dead less than 3 months. That would place the murder in March or later. Winters are cold in Quebec, hard on the living, but kind to the dead. Frozen bodies do not decay, nor do they attract bugs. Had she been dumped last fall, before the onset of winter, there would have been signs of insect infestation. The presence of casings or larvae would have indicated an aborted fall invasion. There were none. Given that it had been a warm spring, the abundance of maggots and the degree of deterioration were consistent with an interval of 3 months or less. The presence of connective tissue, along with the virtual absence of viscera and brain matter, also suggested a late winter, early spring death. I leaned back and looked at him expectantly. I could be cagey, too. He opened the folder and thumbed through its contents. I waited. Selecting one of the forms, he read, "Miriam Wider." There was a pause as he sifted through the information on the form. "Disappeared April 4th, 1994. Pause. Female, white. Long pause. Date of birth, 9/6/48. We both calculated mentally. 45 years old. "Possible," I said, gesturing with my hand for him to go on. He laid the form on the desk and read from the next. "Solange Léger, reported missing by the husband." He paused, straining to make out the date. "May 2nd, 1994, female, white, date of birth, 8/17/28. "No," I shook my head. "Too old." He placed the form at the back of the folder and selected another. "Isabelle Gagnon, last seen April 1st, 1994, female, white, date of birth, 1/15/71. 23. Yeah, I nodded slowly. "Possible." It went on the desk. "Suzanne Saint-Pierre, female, missing since March 9, 1994. His lips moved as he read. "Failed to return from school." He paused, calculating on his own. "Age 16. Jesus Christ." Again, I shook my head. "She's too young. This isn't a kid." He frowned, pulling out the last form. "Evelyn Fontaine, female, age 36. Last seen in Sept-Îles on March 28th. Oh, yeah, she's an Innu." "Doubtful," I said. I didn't think the remains were those of an Indian. "That's it," he said. There were 2 forms on the desk. Miriam Wider, age 45, and Isabelle Gagnon, age 23. Maybe one of them was lying downstairs in room 4. Claudel looked at me. His eyebrows rose in the middle, forming yet another V, this one inverted. "How old was she?" he asked, emphasizing the verb and his long-suffering patience. "Let's go downstairs and see. That'll bring a little sunshine into your day," I thought. It was petty, but I couldn't help it. I knew Claudel's reputation for avoiding the autopsy room, and I wanted to discomfort him. For a moment, he looked trapped. I enjoyed his unease. Grabbing a lab coat from the hook on the door, I hurried down the hall and inserted my key for the elevator. He was silent as we descended. He looked like a man on the way to a prostate exam. Claudel rarely rode this elevator. It stopped only at the morgue. The body lay undisturbed. I gloved and removed the white sheet. From the corner of my eye, I could see Claudel framed in the doorway. He'd entered the room just far enough to be able to say he'd been there. His eyes wandered over the steel countertops, the glass-fronted cabinets with their stock of clear plastic containers, the hanging scale, everything but the body. I'd seen it before. Photographs were no threat. The blood and gore were somewhere else, distant. The murder scene was a clinical exercise. No problem. Dissect it, study it, solve the puzzle. But place a body on an autopsy table, and it was a different matter. Claudel had put his face in neutral, hoping to look calm. I removed the pubic bones from the water and gently pried them apart. Using a probe, I teased around the edges of the gelatinous sheath that covered the right pubic face. Gradually, it loosened its hold and came away. The underlying bone was marked with deep furrows and ridges coursing horizontally across its surface. A sliver of solid bone partially framed the outer margin, forming a delicate and incomplete rim around the pubic face. I repeated the process on the left. It was identical. Claudel hadn't moved from the doorway. I carried the pelvis to the Luxolamp, pulled the extensor arm toward me, and pressed the switch. Fluorescent light illuminated the bone. Through the round magnifying glass, details appeared that hadn't been apparent to the naked eye. I looked at the uppermost curve of each hip bone and saw what I'd been expecting. "Monsieur Claudel," I said, without looking up, "look at this." He came up behind me, and I moved over to allow him an unobstructed view. I pointed to an irregularity on the upper border of the hip. The iliac crest was in the process of attaching itself when death had occurred. I set the pelvis down. He continued looking at it, but didn't touch it. I returned to the body to examine the clavicle, certain of what I'd find. I withdrew the sternal end from the water and began to tease away the tissue. When I could see the joint surface, I gestured for Claudel to join me. Wordlessly, I pointed to the end of the bone. Its surface was billowy, like the pubic face. A small disc of bone clung to the center, its edges distinct and unfused. "So?" Sweat beaded his forehead. He was hiding his nervousness with bravado. "She's young, probably early 20s. I could have explained how bone reveals age, but I didn't think he'd be a good listener, so I just waited. Particles of cartilage clung to my gloved hands, and I kept them away from my body, palms up, like a panhandler. Claudel kept the same distance he would with an Ebola patient. His eyes stayed on me, but their focus shifted to thoughts inside his head as he ran through the data, looking for a match. "Gagnon." It was a statement, not a question. I nodded. "Isabelle Gagnon, age 23. "I'll have the coroner request dental records," he said. I nodded again. He seemed to bring it out in me. "Cause of death?" he asked. "Nothing apparent," I said. "I may know more when I see the x-rays, or I may see something on the bones when they're cleaned." With that, he left. He didn't say goodbye. I didn't expect it. His departure was mutually appreciated. I stripped off my gloves and tossed them. On the way out, I poked my head into the large autopsy suite and told Daniel I was finished with this case for the day. I asked him to take full body and cranial x-rays, AP and lateral views. Upstairs, I stopped by the histology lab and told the head technician that the body was ready for boiling, warning him to take extra care since this was a dismemberment. It was unnecessary. No one could reduce a body like Denis. In 2 days, a skeleton would appear, clean and undamaged. I spent the rest of the afternoon with the glued-together skull. Though fragmentary, there was indeed enough detail to confirm the identity of its owner. He wouldn't drive any more propane tankers. Returning home, I began to feel the sense of foreboding I'd experienced in the ravine. All day I'd used work to keep it at bay. I'd banished the apprehension by centering my mind fully on identifying the victim and on piecing together the late trucker. At lunch, the park pigeons had been my distraction. Unraveling the pecking order could be all-consuming. Gray was alpha. Brown speckles seemed to be next. Blackfoot was clearly low on the list. Now I was free to relax. to think, to worry. It started as soon as I pulled into the garage and turned off the radio. Music off, anxiety on. No, I admonished myself. Later, after dinner. I entered the apartment and heard the reassuring beep of the security system. Leaving my briefcase in the entry hall, I closed the door and walked to the Lebanese restaurant on the corner, where I ordered a shish taouk and shawarma plate to go. It's what I love most about living downtown. Within a block of my condo are representative samples of all the cuisines of the world. Could the weight gain? Nah. While I waited for the takeout, I perused the buffet selections. Hummus, taboul, feuilles de vigne. Bless the global village, Lebanese gone French. A shelf to the left of the cash register held bottles of red wine. My weapon of choice. As I looked at them for the 1,000th time, I felt the craving. I remembered the taste, the smell, the dry, tangy feel of the wine on my tongue. I remembered the warmth that would start in my gut and spread upward and outward, navigating a path through my body, lighting the fires of well-being along its course. The bonfires of control, of vigor, of invincibility. I could use that right now, I thought. Right, who was I kidding? I wouldn't stop there. What were those stages? I'd move right on to bulletproof and then to invisible. Or was it the other way around? No matter. I'd carry it too far, and then the crash would come. The comfort would be short-term. The price heavy. It had been 6 years since I'd had a drink. I took my food home and ate it with Bertie and the Montreal Expos. He slept, curled in my lap, purring softly. They lost to the Cubs by 2 runs. Neither mentioned the murder. I appreciated that. I took a long hot bath and fell into bed at 10:30. Alone in the dark and quiet, I could no longer suppress the thought. Like cells gone mad, it grew and gathered strength, finally forcing itself into my consciousness, insisting on recognition. The other homicide. The other young woman who'd come to the morgue in pieces. I saw her in vivid detail, remembered my feelings as I'd worked on her bones. Chantal Trottier, age 16. Strangled, beaten, decapitated, dismembered. Less than a year ago, she'd arrived naked and packaged in plastic garbage bags. I was ready to end the day, but my mind refused to clock out. I lay there as mountains formed and the continental plates shifted. Finally, I fell asleep, the phrase ricocheting in my skull. It would haunt me all weekend. Serial murder. Chapter 3. Gabby was calling my flight. I had an enormous suitcase and couldn't maneuver it down the jetway. The other passengers were annoyed, but no one was helping me. I could see Katie leaning out to watch me from the front row of first class. She was wearing the dress we'd chosen for her high school graduation, moss green silk. But she'd told me later she didn't like it, regretted the choice. She would have preferred the floral print. Why was she wearing it? Why was Gabby at the airport when she should have been at the university? Her voice over the loudspeaker was becoming louder, more strident. I sat up. It was 7:20, Monday morning. Light illuminated the edges of the window shade, but little seeped into the room. Gabby's voice continued. But I knew I wouldn't be able to get you later. Guess you're an earlier riser than I thought. Anyway, about to... I picked up the phone. Hello? I tried to sound less groggy than I was. The voice stopped in mid-sentence. Temp, is that you? I nodded. Did I wake you? Yes. I was not yet up to a witty response. Sorry, should I call back later? No, I'm up. I resisted adding that I'd had to get up to answer the phone anyway. Butt out of bed, babe. Early worm time. Listen, about tonight, could we make it... A high-pitched screech interrupted her. Hang on. I must have left the answering machine on automatic. I set down the receiver and walked to the living room. The red light was flashing. I picked up the portable handset, returned to the bedroom, and replaced that receiver in its cradle. Okay. By now, I was fully awake and starting to crave coffee. I headed for the kitchen. I was calling about tonight. Her voice had an edge to it. I couldn't blame her. She'd been trying to finish one sentence for 5 minutes now. "I'm sorry, Gabby. I spent the whole weekend reading a student thesis, and I was up pretty late last night. I was really sound asleep. I didn't even hear the phone ring." That was odd, even for me. "What's up?" "About tonight? Could we make it 7:30 instead of 7? This project has me jumpier than a cricket in a lizard cage." "Sure, no problem. That's probably better for me, too." Cradling the phone on my shoulder, I reached into the cabinet for the jar of coffee beans and transferred 3 scoops to the grinder. "Want me to pick you up?" she asked. "Either way, I can drive if you want. Where should we go?" I considered grinding, decided against it. She already sounded a little touchy. Silence. I could picture her playing with her nose ring as she thought it over. Or today it might be a stud. At first it had bothered me, and I had difficulty concentrating in conversations with Gabby. I'd find myself focusing on the ring, wondering how much pain was involved in piercing one's nose. I no longer noticed. "It should be nice tonight," she said. "How about someplace we can eat outside? Prince Arthur or Saint Denis?" "Great," I said. "No reason for you to come down here, then." "I'll be by about 7:30. Think of someplace new. I feel like something exotic." Though it could be risky with Gabby, that was our usual routine. She knew the city much better than I, so the choice of restaurant usually fell to her. "Okay, à plus tard." "À plus tard," I responded. I was surprised and a bit relieved. Normally, she'd stay on the phone forever. I often had to manufacture excuses to escape. The telephone had always been a lifeline for Gabby and me. I associate her with the phone as I do no one else. This pattern was set early in our friendship. Our graduate student conversations were a strange relief from the melancholy that enveloped me in those years. My daughter, Katie, finally fed, bathed, and in her crib. Gabby and I would log hours on the line, sharing the excitement of a newly discovered book, discussing our classes, professors, fellow students, and nothing in particular. It was the only frivolity we allowed ourselves in a non-frivolous time in our lives. Though we talk less frequently now, the pattern has altered little in the decades since. Together or apart, we are there for each other's highs and lows. It was Gabby who talked me through the AA days, when need for a drink colored my waking hours and brought me to at night, trembling and sweating. It is me whom Gabby dials, exhilarated and hopeful when love enters her life, lonely and despairing when, once again, it leaves. When the coffee was ready, I took it to the glass table in the dining room. Memories of Gabby were replaying in my mind. I always smiled when I thought of her. Gabby in grad seminar, Gabby at the pit, Gabby at the dig, red kerchief askew, hennaed dreadlocks swinging as she scraped the dirt with her trowel. At 6'1", she understood early that she'd never be a conventional beauty. She didn't try to become thin or tan. She didn't shave her legs or armpits. Gabby was Gabby. Gabrielle Macaulay from Trois-Rivières, Quebec. French mother, English father. We'd been close in grad school. She'd hated physical anthropology, suffered through the courses I loved. I felt the same about her ethnology seminars. When we left Northwestern, I'd gone to North Carolina, and she'd returned to Quebec. We'd seen little of each other over the years, but the phone had kept us close. It was largely because of Gabby that I'd been offered a visiting professorship at McGill in 1990. During that year, I'd begun working at the lab part-time and had continued the arrangement after returning to North Carolina, commuting north every 6 weeks as the caseload dictated. This year, I had taken a leave of absence from UNC Charlotte and was in Montreal full-time. I'd missed being with Gabby and was enjoying the renewal of our friendship. The flashing light on the answering machine caught my eye. There must have been a call before Gabby. I had it set to answer after 4 rings, unless the tape had already been triggered. Then it would pick up after 1. Wondering how I could have slept through 4 rings and an entire message, I went over and pressed the button. The tape rewound, engaged, and played. Silence, then a click. A short beep followed, then Gabby's voice. It was only a hang-up. Good. I hit rewind and went to dress for work. The medico-legal lab is located in what is known as the QPP or SQ building, depending on your linguistic preference. To Anglophones, it is the Quebec Provincial Police. To Francophones, la Sûreté du Québec. The Laboratoire de Médecine Légale, similar to a medical examiner's office in the States, shares the 5th floor with the Laboratoire des Sciences Judiciaires, the central crime lab for the province. Together, the LML and the LSJ make up a unit known as La Direction de l'Expertise Judiciaire, DEJ. There is a jail on the 4th and top 3 floors of the building. The morgue and autopsy suites are in the basement. The provincial police occupy the remaining 8 floors. This arrangement has its advantages. We're all together. If I need an opinion on fibers or a report on a soil sample, a walk down the corridor takes me directly to the source. It also has its drawbacks in that we are easily accessible. For an SQ investigator or a city detective dropping off evidence or paperwork, it is a short elevator ride to our offices. Witness that morning. Claudel was waiting at my office door when I arrived. He was carrying a small brown envelope and repeatedly tapped its edge against the palm of his hand. To say he looked agitated would be like saying Gandhi looked hungry. "I have the dental records," he said, in way of greeting. He flourished the envelope like a presenter at the Academy Awards. "I picked them up myself." He read a name scrawled on the outside. "Dr. Nayen. He's got an office over in Rosemont. I would have been here earlier, but the guy's got a real cretin of a secretary." "Coffee?" I asked. Though I'd never met Dr. Nayen's secretary, I felt empathy for her. I knew she hadn't had a good morning. He opened his mouth to accept or decline, I don't know which. At that moment, Marc Bergeron rounded the corner. Seemingly unaware of our presence, he strode past the row of shiny black office doors, stopping one short of mine. Crooking a knee, he placed his briefcase on the upraised thigh. I thought of the crane maneuver in The Karate Kid. Thus poised, he clicked the case open, rummaged among its contents, and withdrew a set of keys. "Mark?" It startled him. He slammed the case shut and swung it down, all in one movement. "Bien fait," I said, suppressing a smile. "Merci." He looked at Claudel and me, the briefcase in his left hand, the keys in his right. Marc Bergeron was, by any standard, peculiar-looking. In his late 50s or early 60s, his long, bony frame was slightly stooped, bent forward at mid-chest, as if perpetually ready to absorb a blow to the stomach. His hair started midway back on his scalp and exploded in a corona of white frizz. It brought him to well over 6'3". His wire-rimmed glasses were always greasy and speckled with dust, and he often squinted as though reading the fine print on a rebate coupon. He looked more like a Tim Burton creation than a forensic dentist. "Monsieur Claudel has the dental records for Gagnon," I said, indicating the detective. Claudel raised the envelope, as if in proof. Nothing clicked behind the smudged lenses. Bergeron regarded me blankly. He looked like a tall, confused dandelion, with his long, thin stem and puff of white hair. I realized he knew nothing about the case. Bergeron was among the professionals employed part-time by the LML. Each a forensic specialist consulted for specific expertise. Neuropathology, radiology, microbiology, odontology. He normally came to the lab once a week. The rest of the time he saw patients in private practice. He hadn't been here last week. I summarized. Last Thursday, workers found some bones on the grounds of Le Grand Séminaire. Pierre Lamanche thought it was another historic cemetery situation and sent me over. It wasn't. He set down the briefcase and listened intently. "I found parts of a dismembered body that had been bagged and dumped, probably within the last couple of months. It's a female, white, probably in her early 20s. Claudel's envelope tapping had become more rapid. It stopped momentarily as he looked pointedly at his watch. He cleared his throat. Bergeron looked at him, then back at me. I continued. Monsieur Claudel and I narrowed the possibles to one we think is pretty good. The profile fits, and the timing is reasonable. He drove the records in himself. A Dr. Nayen over in Rosemont. Know him?" Bergeron shook his head and extended a long, skinny hand. "Bon," he said. "Give them to me. I'll have a look at them. Has Denis done x-rays yet?" "Daniel did them," I said. "They should be on your desk." He unlocked the door to his office. Claudel followed. Through the open door, I could see a small brown envelope lying on his desk. Bergeron picked it up and checked the case number. From where I stood, I could see Claudel charting the room like a monarch, deciding on a place to light. "You may call me in an hour, Monsieur Claudel," Bergeron said. The detective stopped in mid-chart. He started to speak, then pressed his lips into a thin, tight line, readjusted his cuffs, and left. For the second time in minutes, I suppressed a smile. Bergeron would never tolerate an investigator peering over his shoulder as he worked. Claudel had just learned that. Bergeron's gaunt face reappeared. "Coming in?" he asked. "Sure," I said. "Coffee?" I still hadn't had any since getting to work. We often got it for each other, taking turns making the trek to the kitchenette in the other wing. "Great." He dug out his mug and handed it to me. "I'll get set up here." I got my own mug and started down the corridor. I was pleased at his invitation. We often worked the same cases, the decomposed, burned, mummified, or skeletonized, the dead who could not be identified by normal means. I thought we worked well together. It seemed he agreed. When I returned, 2 sets of small black squares lay on the lightbox. Each X-ray showed a segment of jaw, the dentition bright against a stark black background. I remembered the teeth as I'd first seen them in the woods, their flawlessness in sharp contrast to the grisly context. They looked different now, sanitized, neatly lined up in rows, ready for inspection. The familiar shapes of crowns, roots, and pulp chambers were illuminated in differing intensities of gray and white. Bergeron began by arranging the ante-mortem radiographs to the right and the post-mortem to the left. His long, bony fingers located a small bump on each X-ray, and, one by one, he oriented them, placing the dot face up. When he'd finished, each ante-mortem radiograph lay in identical alignment to its post-mortem counterpart. He compared the 2 sets for discrepancies. Everything matched. Neither series showed missing teeth. All roots were complete to their tips. The outlines and curvatures on the left mirrored perfectly those on the right. But most noticeable were the stark white globs representing dental restorations. The constellation of shapes on the ante-mortem films was mimicked in detail on the films Daniel had taken. After studying the X-rays for what seemed an interminable time, Bergeron selected a square from the right, placed it over the corresponding post-mortem X-ray, and positioned it for my inspection. The irregular patterns on the molars superimposed exactly. He swiveled to face me. "C'est positif," he said, leaning back and placing an elbow on the table. "Unofficially, of course, until I finish with the written records." He reached for his coffee. He would do an exhaustive comparison of the written records in addition to a more detailed X-ray comparison. But he had no doubt. This was Isabelle Gagnon. I was glad I wouldn't be the one to face the parents. The husband, the lover, the son. I'd been present at such meetings. I knew the look. The eyes pleading, "Tell me this is a mistake, a bad dream, make it end, say it isn't so." Then, comprehension. In a millisecond, the world changed forever. "Thanks for looking at this right away, Mark," I said. "And thanks for the preliminary. I wish they could all be this easy." He took a sip of coffee, grimaced, and shook his head. "Do you want me to deal with Claudel?" I tried to keep the distaste out of my voice. Apparently I didn't succeed. He smiled knowingly. "I have no doubt you can handle Monsieur Claudel." "Right," I said. "That's what he needs, a handler." I could hear him laughing as I returned to my office. My grandmother always told me there is good in everyone. "Just look for it," she'd say, the brogue smooth as satin, "and you'll find it. Everyone has a virtue." Gran, you never met Claudel. Claudel's virtue was promptness. He was back in 50 minutes. He stopped in Bergeron's office, and I could hear their voices through the wall. My name was repeated several times, as Bergeron forwarded him to me. Claudel's cadence signaled irritation. He wanted a real opinion, but now he'd have to settle for me again. He appeared seconds later, his face hard. Neither of us offered greeting. He waited at the door. "It's positive," I said. "Gagnon." He frowned, but I could see excitement collecting in his eyes. He had a victim. Now he could begin the investigation. I wondered if he felt anything for the dead woman, or if it was all an exercise for him. Find the bad guy, outwit the perp. I'd heard the banter, the comments, the jokes made over a victim's battered body. For some, it was a way to deal with the obscenity of violence, a protective barrier against the daily reality of human slaughter. Morgue humor. Mask the horror in male bravado. For others, it went deeper. I suspected Claudel was among the others. I watched him for several seconds. Down the hall, a phone rang. Though I truly disliked the man, I forced myself to admit that his opinion of me mattered. I wanted his approval. I wanted him to like me. I wanted all of them to accept me, to admit me to the club. An image of Dr. Lentz flashed into my mind, a hologram psychologist lecturing from the past. "Tempe," she would say, "you are the child of an alcoholic father. You are searching for the attention he denied you. You want Daddy's approval, so you try to please everybody." She made me see it, but she couldn't correct it. I had to do that on my own. Occasionally, I overcompensated, and many found me a genuine pain in the ass. This had not been the case with Claudel. I realized I'd been avoiding a confrontation. I took a deep breath and began, choosing my words carefully. "Monsieur Claudel, have you considered the possibility that this murder is connected to others that have taken place during the past 2 years?" His features froze. The lips drawn in so tightly against his teeth as to be almost invisible. A cloud of red began at his collar and spread slowly up his neck and face. His voice was icy. "Such as?" He held himself absolutely still. "Such as Chantal Trottier," I continued. "She was killed in October of '93, dismembered, decapitated, disemboweled." I looked directly at him. What was left of her was found wrapped in plastic trash bags. He raised both hands to the level of his mouth, clasped them together, fingers intertwined, and tapped them against his lips. His perfectly chosen gold cufflinks, in his perfectly fitted designer shirt, clinked faintly. He looked straight at me. "Miss Brennan," he said, emphasizing the English label, "perhaps you should stick to your area of expertise. I think we would recognize any links which might exist between crimes under our jurisdiction. These murders share nothing in common." Ignoring the demotion, I forged on. They were both women. They were both murdered within the past year. Both bodies showed signs of mutilation or attempt. His carefully constructed dam of control ruptured, and his anger rushed at me in a torrent. "Tabarnak!" he exploded. "Do you whip—" His lips pursed to form the despised word, but he stopped himself just in time. With a visible effort, he regained his composure. "Do you always have to overreact?" "Think about it," I spat at him. I was trembling in rage as I got up to close the door. Chapter 4. It should have felt good just to sit in the steam room and sweat, like broccoli. That had been my intention. 3 miles on the Stairmaster, a round on the Nautilus, then vegetate. Like the rest of the day, the gym was not living up to my expectations. The workout had dissipated some of my anger, but I was still agitated. I knew Claudel was an asshole. It was one of the names I'd stomped on his chest with each pump of the Stairmaster. Asshole, dickhead, moron. 2 syllables worked best. I'd figured that out, but little else. It distracted me for a while, but now that my mind was idle, I couldn't drive the murders out. Isabelle Gagnon, Chantal Trottier. I kept rolling them around like peas on a dinner plate. I shifted my towel and allowed my brain to reprocess the events of the day. When Claudel left, I checked with Denis to see when Gagnon's skeleton would be ready. I wanted to go over every inch of it for signs of trauma, fractures, gashes, anything. Something about the way the body had been carved up bothered me. I wanted a close look at those cut marks. There was a problem with the boiling unit. The bones wouldn't be ready until tomorrow. Next, I'd gone to the central files and pulled the jacket for Trottier. I spent the rest of the afternoon poring over police accounts, autopsy findings, toxicology reports, photos. Something lingered in my memory cells, nagging at me, insisting the cases were linked. Some forgotten detail hovered just beyond recall, coupling the victims in a way I didn't understand. Some stored memory that I couldn't access told me it wasn't just the mutilation and bagging. I wanted to find the connection. I readjusted my towel and wiped sweat from my face. The skin on my fingertips had gathered into little puckers. Everywhere else I was slick as a perch. I was definitely a short timer. I couldn't take the heat for more than 20 minutes, no matter what the alleged benefits. 5 more. Chantal Trottier had been killed less than a year ago, in the fall of my first year full-time at the lab. She was 16. I'd spread the autopsy photos on my desk this afternoon, but I didn't need them. I remembered her vividly, remembered in crisp detail the day she'd arrived at the morgue. October 22nd, the afternoon of the oyster party. It was a Friday, and most of the staff had quit early to drink beer and shuck their way through the crates of Malpecs that are an autumn tradition. Through the crowd in the conference room, I noticed Lamanche talking on the phone. He held a hand over his free ear as a barricade against the party noise. I watched him. When he hung up, he did a visual sweep of the room. Spotting me, he signaled with one hand, indicating that I should meet him in the hall. When he located Bergeron and got his attention, he repeated the message. In the elevator, 5 minutes later, he explained. A young girl had just come in. The body was badly beaten and dismembered. A visual ID would be impossible. He wanted Bergeron to look at the teeth. He wanted me to look at the cuts on the bones. The mood in the autopsy room was in sharp contrast to the gaiety upstairs. 2 SQ detectives stood at a distance while a uniformed officer from the identity section took photos. The technician positioned the remains in silence. The detective said nothing. There were no jokes or wisecracks. The usual banter was completely stilled. The only sound was the click of the shutter as it recorded the atrocity that lay on the autopsy table. What was left of her had been arranged to form a body. The 6 bloody pieces had been placed in correct anatomical order, but the angles were slightly off, turning her into a life-size version of those plastic dolls designed to be twisted into distorted positions. The overall effect was macabre. Her head had been cut off high on the neck, and the truncated muscles looked bright poppy red. The pallid skin rolled back gently at the severed edges, as if recoiling from contact with the fresh, raw meat. Her eyes were half open, and a delicate trail of dried blood meandered from her right nostril. Her hair was wet and lay plastered against her head. It had been long and blonde. Her trunk was bisected at the waist. The upper torso lay with her arms bent at the elbow, the hands drawn in and resting on her stomach. Coffin position, except her fingers were not intertwined. Her right hand was partially detached, and the ends of the creamy white tendons jutted out like snapped electrical cords. Her attacker had been more successful with the left. The technician had placed it beside her head, where it lay alone, the fingers drawn in like the legs of a shriveled spider. Her chest had been opened lengthwise, from throat to belly, and the pendulous breasts drooped downward toward each side of the ribcage, their weight drawing apart the 2 halves of divided flesh. The lower section of the torso extended from her waist to her knees. Her lower legs rested side by side, positioned below their normal points of attachment. Unfettered by union at the knee joint, they lay with the feet rotated far to the sides, the toes pointed outward. With a stab of pain, I'd noticed that her toenails were painted a soft pink. The intimacy of that simple act had caused me such an ache that I wanted to cover her, to scream at all of them to leave her alone. Instead, I'd stood and watched, waiting for my turn to trespass. I could still close my eyes and see the jagged edges of the lacerations on her scalp, evidence of repeated blows with a blunt object. I could recall in minute detail the bruises on her neck. I could visualize the petechial hemorrhages in her eyes, tiny spots left by the bursting of small blood vessels. Caused by tremendous pressure on the jugular vessels, they are the classic sign of strangulation. My gut had recoiled as I'd wondered what else had happened to her, this woman-child so carefully composed and nurtured by peanut butter, scout leaders, summer camps, and Sunday schools. I'd grieved for the years she wouldn't be allowed to live, for the proms she'd never attend, and the beers she'd never sneak. We think we are a civilized tribe, we North Americans, in the last decade of the second millennium. We'd promised her 70 years and 10. We'd allowed her but 16. Shutting out the memories of that painful autopsy, I wiped perspiration from my face and shook my head, whipping my soggy hair back and forth. The mental images were liquefying so that I could no longer separate what I was recalling from the past from what I'd seen in the detail photos that afternoon. Like life. I've long suspected that many of my memories of childhood are actually drawn from old pictures, that they are a composite of snapshots, a mosaic of celluloid images reworked into a remembered reality. Kodak cast backward. Maybe it's better to recall the past that way. We rarely take pictures of sad occasions. The door opened and a woman entered the steam room. She smiled and nodded, then carefully spread her towel on the bench to my left. Her thighs were the consistency of a sea sponge. I gathered my towel and headed for the shower. Bertie was waiting when I got home. He watched me from across the entrance hall, his white form reflected softly in the black marble floor. He seemed annoyed. Do cats feel such emotions? Perhaps I was projecting. I checked his bowl and found it low, but not empty. Feeling guilty, I filled it anyway. Bertie had adjusted well to the move. His needs were simple: me, Frisky's ocean fish, and sleep. Such wants find no impediment in borders and relocate easily. I had an hour before I was to meet Gabby, so I stretched out on the sofa. The workout and steam had taken their toll, and I felt as if major muscle groups had gone off duty. But exhaustion has its rewards. I was physically, if not mentally, relaxed. As usual, at such times, I really wanted a drink. Late afternoon sunlight flooded the room, its effect muted by the bleached muslin sheared across each window. It's what I love most about the apartment. The sunlight melds with the pale pastels to create a bright airiness I find soothing. It is my island of tranquility in a world of tension. The apartment is on the ground floor of a U-shaped building, which wraps around an inner courtyard. The unit takes up most of one wing and is free of immediate neighbors. On one side of the living room, French doors open to the courtyard garden. A set opposite gives way to my own small yard. It is an urban rarity, grass and flowers in the heart of Centreville. I've even planted a small herb garden. At first, I'd wondered if I'd like living by myself. I'd never done it. I'd gone from home to college to marriage with Pete, raising Katie, never the mistress of my own estate. I needn't have worried. I love it. I was drifting on the boundary between sleep and wakefulness when the phone yanked me back. Headachy from a nap interrupted, I spoke into the receiver. I was rewarded by a robotic voice trying to sell me a cemetery plot. Merde, I said, swinging my legs outward and rising from the couch. It is the one drawback to living alone. I talk to myself. The other drawback is being apart from my daughter. I dialed, and she picked up on the first ring. Oh, Mom, I'm so glad you called. How are you? I can't talk now. I've got someone on the other line. But can I catch you a little later? I smiled. Katie, always breathless and spinning in 1,000 directions. Sure, hon. It's nothing important. Just wanted to say hi. I'm going to dinner with Gabby tonight. How about tomorrow? Great. Give her a big kiss for me. Oh, I think I got an A in French, if that's what's on your mind. Never doubted it, I said, laughing. Talk to you tomorrow. 20 minutes later, I parked in front of Gabby's building. By some miracle, there was a spot just opposite her door. I killed the engine and got out. Gabby lives on Carré Saint-Louis, a charming little square tucked between Rue Saint-Laurent and Rue Saint-Denis. The park is surrounded by row houses with unpredictable shapes and elaborate wood trim, relics of an age of architectural whimsy. Their owners have painted them with rainbow eccentricity and filled their yards with riotous bouquets of summer flowers, making them look like a scene in a Disney animation. There's an air of capriciousness to the park, from its central fountain rising from the pool like a giant tulip, to the small wrought iron fence decorating its perimeter. Little more than knee-high, its frivolous spikes and curlicues separate the public green of the plaza from the gingerbread houses encircling its perimeter. It seemed the Victorians, so prim in their sexual prudery, could be playful in their building design. Somehow I find this reassuring, a quiet confirmation that there is balance in life. I glanced at Gabby's building. It stands on the north side of the park, the third one in from Rue Henri Julien. Katie would have called it wretched excess, like the prom dresses we'd scorned in our annual spring quest. It seemed the architect couldn't stop until he'd incorporated every fanciful detail he knew. The building is a 3-story brownstone, its lower floors bulging into large bay windows, its roof rising to a truncated hexagonal turret. The roof tower is covered with small oval tiles, arranged like the scales on a mermaid's tail. It's topped by a widow's walk, bordered in wrought iron. The windows are Moorish, their lower edges square, their upper borders ballooning into domed arches. Every door and window is framed by intricately carved woodwork, painted a light shade of lavender. Downstairs, to the left of the bay, an iron staircase sweeps from ground level to a second-story porch, the swirls and loops of its banisters echoing those of the park fence. Early June flowers bloomed in the window boxes and in oversized pots lining the porch. She must have been waiting. Before I could cross the street, the lace curtain flicked momentarily, and the front door opened. She waved, then locked the door and double-checked, shaking the handle vigorously. She swooped down the steep iron staircase, her long skirt billowing behind her like a spinnaker on a downwind run. I could hear her as she drew near. Gabby likes things that sparkle or jangle. That night, a ring of small silver bells circled her ankle. It jingled with each step. She dressed in what I dubbed nouveau ashram in grad school. She always would. "How you doing?" "Good," I hedged. Even as I was saying it, I knew it wasn't true. But I didn't want to discuss the murders or Claudel, or my lost trip to Quebec City, or my broken marriage, or anything else that had been plaguing my peace of mind lately. "You? Yeah." She wagged her head from side to side, and the dreadlocks flopped. Bien, pas bien, just like old times. But not quite. I recognized my own behavior. She was hedging too, wanted to keep the conversation light. Feeling a little blue, but suspecting I'd set the mood, I let it go and joined in the conspiracy of mutual avoidance. "So, where should we eat?" I wasn't really changing the subject, since there hadn't actually been one. "What do you feel like?" I thought about it. I usually make such choices by imagining food on a plate in front of me. My mind definitely prefers a visual mode. I guess you could say, when it comes to food, it's graphics, not menu-driven. Tonight it wanted something red and heavy. "Italian?" "Okay," she considered. "Vivaldi's on Prince Arthur? We can sit outside." "Perfect, and I won't have to waste this parking place." We angled across the square, passing beneath the large broadleafs that arch above its lawn. Old men sat on benches, talking in groups, surveying their fellow citizens. A woman in a shower cap fed pigeons from a bag of bread, admonishing them like rowdy children. A pair of foot patrolmen strolled one of the paths that crisscrossed the park, their hands clasped behind them in identical V's. They'd stopped periodically to exchange pleasantries, ask questions, respond to quips. We passed the cement gazebo at the west end of the square. I noted the word Vespasian and wondered once again why the name of a Roman emperor was carved above its door. We left the square, crossed Rue Laval, and passed through a set of cement pillars marking the entrance to Rue Prince Arthur. All this time, no words were spoken. This was odd. Gabby wasn't this quiet or this passive. She was usually bursting with plans and ideas. Tonight, she'd simply yielded to my suggestion. I watched her discreetly from the corner of my eye. She was scanning the faces we passed while simultaneously chewing on a thumbnail. The scrutiny didn't appear to be absent-minded. She seemed edgy, searching the crowded sidewalks. The evening was warm and humid, and Prince Arthur was jammed. People swirled and eddied in all directions. The restaurants had thrown open their doors and windows, and the tables spilled out, helter-skelter, as though someone planned to arrange them later. Men in cotton shirts and women with bare shoulders talked and laughed under brightly colored umbrellas. Others stood in lines, waiting to be seated. I joined the line outside Vivaldi's while Gabby walked to the corner dépanneur to buy a bottle of wine. When we were finally settled, Gabby ordered the fettuccine Alfredo. I asked for veal piccata, spaghetti on the side. Though seduced by the lemon, I remained partially loyal to the vision of red. While we waited for our salads, I sipped a Perrier. We spoke some, moving our mouths, forming words, saying nothing. Mostly we sat. It wasn't the comfortable silence of old friends accustomed to each other, but a dialogue of uneasiness. I'm as familiar with the ebb and flow of Gabby's moods as I was with my own menstrual cycles. I sensed something tense in her demeanor. Her eyes didn't meet mine, but roved restlessly, continuously exploring as they had in the park. She was obviously distracted. She reached for her wine often. Each time she lifted her glass, the early evening light kindled the Chianti, making it blaze like a Carolina sunset. I knew the signs. She was drinking too much, trying to blunt the anxiety. Alcohol, the opiate of the troubled. I knew because I'd tried it. The ice in my Perrier was slowly melting, and I watched the lemon resuscitate itself. It dropped from one cube to another with a delicate fizzing sound. "Gabby, what's up?" The question startled her. "Up?" She gave a short, jittery laugh and brushed a dreadlock from her face. Her eyes were unreadable. Taking her cue, I moved once again to a neutral topic. She would tell me when she was ready. Or perhaps I was being a coward. The price of intimacy would be its loss. "Do you hear from anyone from Northwestern?" We'd met as graduate students in the 70s. I'd been married. Katie was a preschooler. I envied Gabby and the others their freedom back then. I'd missed the bonding experience of all-night parties and early morning philosophy sessions. I was their age, but lived in a different world. Gabby was the only one with whom I'd grown close. I've never really known why. We look as different as two women can. We did back then. Perhaps it was because Gabby liked Pete, or at least pretended to. Flashback. Pete, military crisp, surrounded by flower children, high on grass and cheap beer. He hated my grad school parties, masked his discomfort behind cocky disdain. Only Gabby had made the effort to break through. I'd lost contact with all but a few of our classmates. They were scattered across the states now, most at universities and museums. Over the years, Gabby had been better at maintaining ties, or perhaps they sought her out more. "I hear from Joe now and then. He's teaching at some podunk place in Iowa, I think, or Idaho." American geography had never been Gabby's strong suit. "Oh, yeah?" I encouraged. "And Vern's selling real estate in Las Vegas. He came through here for some sort of conference a few months ago. He's out of anthropology and happy as a clam." She sipped. "Same here, though." This time, the laugh sounded genuine. Either the wine or my personal charm was relaxing her. "Oh, and I got an email message from Jenny. She's thinking of getting back into research. You know, she married some yo-yo and gave up a tenured position at Rutgers to follow him to the Keys." Gabby didn't usually mince words. "Well, she's gotten some sort of adjunct affiliation and is busting her butt on a grant proposal." Another sip. "When he lets her. What gives with Pete?" The question hit me broadside. Up to this point, I'd been very cautious in talking about my failed marriage. It was as if the gears of my speech were jammed on the subject, and releasing them would somehow verify the truth. As if the act of arranging words in rows, of forming sentences, would validate a reality I wasn't quite ready to face. I avoided the topic. Gabby was one of the few I'd told. He's fine. We talk. People change. Yes. The salads arrived, and for a few minutes we concentrated on dressings and pepper grinding. When I looked up, she was sitting very still, a forkful of lettuce suspended over her plate. She'd withdrawn from me once again, though this time she seemed to be examining an inner world rather than the one around her. I tried another tack. Tell me how your project is going. I speared a black olive. Huh? Oh, the project. Good. It's going good. I've finally gotten their confidence, and some of them are really starting to open up to me. She took a bite of salad. Gabby, I know you've explained this, but tell me again. I'm just a physical sciences type. What exactly is the goal of the research? She laughed at the familiar demarcation between the physical and cultural anthropology students. Our class had been small but diverse, some studying ethnology, others taking linguistics, archaeology, and biological anthropology. I knew as little about deconstructionism as she did about mitochondrial DNA. Remember the ethnographies Ray made us read? The Yanomamo and the Simai and the Nur? Well, it's the same idea. We're trying to describe the world of the prostitute through close observation and interviews with informants. Field work. Up close and personal. She took another bite of salad. Who are they? Where do they come from? How do they get into hooking? What do they do on a daily basis? What support networks do they have? How do they fit into the legitimate economy? How do they view themselves? I get it. Perhaps the wine was having its effect. Or perhaps I'd tapped into the one passion in her life. She was becoming more animated. Though it had grown dark, I could see that her face was flushed. Her eyes glistened with the light of the street lamp. Or maybe the alcohol. Society has just written these women off. No one's really interested in them, except those who are somehow threatened by them and want them gone. I nodded as we each took a bite of salad. Most people think girls hook because they've been abused or because they're forced into it or whatever. Actually, a lot of them do it simply for the money. With limited skills for the legitimate job market, they're never going to make a decent living, and they know that. They make a decision to hook for a few years because it's the most profitable thing they can do. Peddling ass pays better than slinging burgers. More salad. And like any other group, they've got their own subculture. I'm interested in the networks they construct, the mental mapping they do, the support systems they rely on, that sort of thing. The waiter returned with our entrees. What about the men who hire them? What? The question seemed to unnerve her. What about the guys who go down there? They must be an important element in the whole thing. Are you talking to them? I rolled a forkful of spaghetti. Yeah, some, she stammered, clearly flustered. After a pause. Enough about me, Temp. Tell me what you're working on. Any interesting cases? Her eyes were focused on her plate. The shift was so abrupt it caught me off guard. I answered without thinking. These murders have me pretty uptight. I regretted saying it immediately. What murders? Her voice was becoming thick, the words rounded and soft on the edges. A pretty nasty one came in last Thursday. I didn't go on. Gabby has never wanted to hear about my work. Oh? She helped herself to more bread. She was being polite. She'd told me about her work. Now she'd listen to me talk about mine. Yeah, surprisingly, there hasn't been much press. Her body was found off Sherbrooke last week. Came in as an unknown. Turns out she was killed last April. That sounds like a lot of your cases. So what's rattling you? I sat back and looked at her, wondering if I'd really wanted to go into this. Maybe it would be better to talk about it. Better for home for me. There was no one else with whom I could do that. Did she really want to hear it? The victim was mutilated. Then the body was butchered and thrown into a ravine. She looked at me without commenting. I think the M.O. is similar to another one I worked on. Meaning? I see the same... I groped for the right word. Elements in both. Such as? She reached for her glass. Savage battering, disfiguring the body. But that's pretty common, isn't it? When women are the victims? Bash our heads in, choke us, then slash us up. Male Violence 101. Yes, I admitted. And I don't really know the cause of death in this last one, since she was so badly decomposed. Gabby looked ill at ease. Maybe this was a mistake. What else? She held her wine, but didn't drink. The mutilation, cutting up the body, or removing parts of it. Or... I trailed off, thinking of the plunger. I still wasn't sure what it meant. So you think the same bastard did them both? Yes, I do. But I can't convince the idiot who's working the case. He won't even look into the other one. The murders would be the work of one of these dirtbags who gets his rocks off butchering women? I answered without looking up. Yes. And you think you'll do it again? Her voice was sharp once more, the velvety edges gone. I put my fork down and looked at her. She was peering at me intently, her head thrust slightly forward, her fingers wrapped tightly around the stem of her wineglass. The glass was trembling, its contents rippling gently. Gabby, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have talked about this. Gabby, are you all right? She straightened in her seat and set the glass down deliberately, holding on to it a moment before letting go. She continued to stare at me. I signaled the waiter. You want coffee? She nodded her head. We finished dinner, indulging ourselves in cannoli and cappuccino. She seemed to recover her humor as we laughed and mocked the memory of our student selves in the age of Aquarius, our hair worn long and straight, our shirts tie-dyed, our jeans slung low on our hips and belled at the ankles. A generation following identical escape routes from conformity. It was past midnight when we left the restaurant. Walking along Prince Arthur, she brought up the murders again. What would this guy be like? The question took me by surprise. I mean, would he be a wacko? Would he be normal? Would you be able to spot him? My confusion was annoying her. Could you pick the fucker out at a church picnic? The killer? Yes. I don't know. She pursued it. Would he be functional? I think so. If one person did kill both these women, and I don't know that for sure, Gab, he's organized, he plans. Many serial killers fool the world for a long time before they're caught. But I'm not a psychologist. That's pure speculation. We arrived at the car, and I unlocked it. Suddenly she reached over and grabbed my arm. Let me show you the strip. I didn't follow. Again, the mental leap had left me out. My mind went into the bridge building. The red light district. My project. Let's just drive by and I'll show you the girls. I glanced over just as the headlights of an oncoming car caught her. Her face looked strange in the shifting illumination. The light moved across her like the beam of a flashlight, accentuating some features, throwing others into shadow. Her eagerness was persuasive. I looked at my watch. 12:18. Okay. It really wasn't. Tomorrow would be tough, but she seemed so anxious I didn't have the heart to disappoint her. She folded herself into the car and slid the seat back to its farthest position. It gave her some legroom, but not enough. We rode in silence for a couple of minutes. Following her instructions, I went west several blocks, then turned south onto Saint-Urbain. We skirted the easternmost edge of the McGill ghetto, a schizoid amalgam of low-rent student housing, high-rise condos, and gentrified brownstones. Within 6 blocks, I turned left onto Rue Sainte-Catherine. Behind me lay the heart of Montreal. In the rear-view mirror, I could see the looming shapes of the Complexe des Jardins and Place des Arts challenging each other from their opposite corners. Below them lay Complexe Guy Favreau and the Palais des Congrès. In Montreal, the grandeur of downtown gives way quickly to the squalor of the East End. Rue Sainte-Catherine sees it all. Born in the affluence of Westmount, it strides through Centreville, eastward to Boulevard Saint-Laurent, the Maine, the dividing line between East and West. Sainte-Catherine is home to the Forum, Eaton's, and the Spectrum. Downtown, it is lined with high-rises and hotels, with theaters and shopping centers. But at Saint-Laurent, it leaves behind the office complexes and condominiums, the convention centers and boutiques, the restaurants and singles bars. The hookers and the punks take over from there. Their turf stretches eastward, from the main to the gay village. They share it with the drug dealers and the skinheads. Tourists and suburbanites venture in as visitors to gawk and avoid eye contact. They see the other side and reaffirm their separateness. But they don't stay long. We were almost at Saint-Laurent when Gabby indicated that I should pull to the right. I found a spot in front of La Boutique du Sexe and turned off the engine. Across the street, a group of women clustered outside the Hotel Granada. Its sign offered chambre touristique, but I doubted any tourists frequented its rooms. "There," she said. "That's Monique." Monique was wearing red vinyl boots that reached to mid-thigh. Black spandex, pulled to its tensile limits, struggled to cover her rump. Through it I could see the line of her panties and a lumpy ridge formed by the hem of her white polyester blouse. Plastic earrings dangled to her shoulders, splashes of dazzling pink against her impossibly black hair. She seemed a caricature of a hooker. "That's Candy." She indicated a young woman in yellow shorts and cowboy boots. Her makeup made Bozo look drab. She was painfully young. Except for the cigarette and clown face, she could have been my daughter. "Do they use real names?" It was like witnessing a cliché. "I don't know. Would you?" She pointed to a girl in black sneakers and short shorts. "Poirette." "How old is she?" I was appalled. "Says she's 18. She's probably 15. I leaned back and rested my hands on the steering wheel. As she pointed them out one by one, I couldn't help thinking of gibbons. Just like the small apes, the women spaced themselves at equal intervals, dividing the field into a mosaic of precise territories. Each worked her patch, excluding others of her gender and trying to beguile a mate. The seductive poses, the taunts and jeers, were a courtship ritual. Sapiens style. With these dancers, however, reproduction was not the goal. I realized Gabby had stopped talking. She'd finished her roll call. I turned to look at her. She was facing in my direction, but her eyes went past me, locked on something outside my window, perhaps outside my world. "Let's go." She said it so quietly I could hardly hear her. "What?" "Go." Her ferocity stunned me. A volley flew to my lips, but the look in her eyes convinced me to say nothing. Again we rode in silence. Gabby seemed to be deep in thought, as though mentally she'd relocated to a different planet. But as I pulled up to her apartment, she blindsided me with another question. "Are they raped?" My mind rewound and played the tape of our conversation. No good. I'd missed another bridge. "Who?" I asked. "These women." "The hookers? The murder victims?" "Which women?" For several seconds she didn't answer. "I'm so sick of this shit." She was out of the car and up the stairs before I could react. Then her vehemence slapped me in the face. Chapter 5. For the next couple of weeks, I heard nothing from Gabby. I was also not on Claudel's dialing list. He'd cut me out of the loop. I learned about Isabelle Gagnon's life through Pierre Lamanche. She'd lived with her brother and his lover in Saint-Édouard, a working-class neighborhood northeast of Centreville. She worked in the lover's boutique, a small shop off Saint-Denis, specializing in unisex clothes and paraphernalia. Une tranche de vie, a slice of life. The brother, who was a baker, had thought of the name. The irony of it was depressing. Isabelle disappeared on Friday, April 1st. According to the brother, she was a regular at some of the bars on Saint-Denis and had been out late the night before. She thought he'd heard her come in around 2 a.m., but didn't check. The two men left for work early the next morning. A neighbor saw her at 1 p.m. Isabelle was expected at the boutique at 4 p.m. She never showed up. Her remains were discovered 9 weeks later at Le Grand Séminaire. She was 23. Lamanche came into my office late one afternoon to see if I'd finished my analysis. "There are multiple fractures of the skull," I said. "It took quite a bit of reconstructing." "Oui." I took the skull from its cork ring. She was hit at least 3 times. This is the first. I pointed to a small, saucer-like crater. A series of concentric circles expanded outward from its epicenter, like rings on a shooting target. The first blow wasn't hard enough to shatter her skull. It just caused a depression fracture of the outer table. Then he hit her here. I indicated the center of a starburst pattern of fracture lines. Looping through the stellate system was a series of curvilinear fractures. The rays and the circles interlaced to form a spiderweb of damage. This blow was much harder and caused a massive, comminuted fracture. Her skull shattered. It had taken long hours to reassemble the pieces. Traces of glue were visible along the fragment edges. He listened, absorbed, his eyes driving back and forth from the skull to my face so intently they seemed to burrow a channel through the air. Then he hit her here. I traced a runner from another starburst system toward an arm of the one I'd just shown him. The second linear break came up to the first and stopped, like a country road at a T intersection. This blow came later. New fractures will be arrested by pre-existing ones. New lines won't cross old lines, so this one had to have come last. Oui. The blows were probably delivered from the back and slightly to the right. Oui. He did this to me often. The absence of feedback was no indication of a lack of interest or understanding. Pierre Lamanche missed nothing. I doubt he ever needed second explanations. The monosyllabic response was his way of forcing you to organize your thoughts. A sort of dry-run jury presentation. I forged on. When a skull is hit, it acts like a balloon. For a fraction of a second, the bone pushes in at the point of impact and bulges out on the opposite side, so the damage isn't restricted to the place the head was struck. I looked to see if he was with me. He was. Because of the architecture of the skull, the forces caused by a sudden impact travel along certain pathways. The bone fails or breaks, somewhat predictably. I pointed to the forehead. For example, an impact here can result in damage to the orbits or face. I indicated the back of the skull. A blow here often causes side-to-side fractures of the base of the skull. He nodded. In this case, there are 2 comminuted fractures and 1 depressed fracture of the posterior right parietal. There are several linear fractures that start on the opposite side of the skull and travel toward the damage in the right parietal. This suggests she was struck from the back and to her right. 3 times, he said. 3 times, I confirmed. Did it kill her? He knew what my answer would be. Could have, I can't say. Any other signs of cause? No bullets, no stab marks, no other fractures. I've got some odd gashes on the vertebrae, but I'm not really sure what they mean. Due to the dismemberment? I shook my head. I don't think so. They're not in the right place. I replaced the skull in its ring. The dismemberment was very clean. He didn't just chop the limbs off. He severed them neatly at the joints. Remember the Gagne case? Or Valencia? He thought a minute. In a rare display of movement, he tipped his head to the right, then to the left, like a dog cueing in on the crinkle of cellophane. Gagne came in, maybe 2 years ago, I prompted. He was wrapped in layers of blankets, trussed up with packaging tape. His legs had been sawed off and packaged individually. At the time, it had reminded me of the ancient Egyptians. Before mummification, they removed the internal organs and preserved them. The viscera were then bundled separately and placed with the body. Gagne's killers had done the same with his legs. Ah oui, I remember the case. Gagne's legs were sawed off below the knees. Same with Valencia. His arms and legs were cut several inches above or below the joints. Valencia had gotten greedy on a drug deal. He came to us in a hockey bag. In both those cases, the limbs were hacked off at the most convenient place. In this case, the guide neatly disconnected the joints. Look. I showed him a diagram. I used a standard autopsy drawing to indicate the points at which the body had been cut. One line ran through the throat. Others bisected the shoulder, hip, and knee joints. He cut the head off at the level of the 6th cervical vertebrae. He removed the arm at the shoulder joints and the legs at the hip sockets. The lower legs were separated at the knee joints. I picked up the left scapula. See all the cuts around the glenoid fossa? He studied the marks, sets of parallel grooves circling the joint surface. Same thing with the leg. I switched the scapula for the pelvis. Look at the acetabulum. He went right into the socket. Lamanche inspected the deep cut that accommodates the head of the femur. Numerous gashes scarred its walls. Silently, I took the pelvis and handed him the femur. Its neck was ringed by pairs of parallel cuts. He looked at the bone a long time, then returned it to the table. The only place he deviated was with the hands. There he just sliced right through the bone. I showed him a radius. Odd. Yes. Which is more typical, this or the others? The others. Usually you want to cut a body up so it's easier to dispose of, so you do it the fastest way possible. Grab a saw and hack away. This guy took more time. What does it mean? I'd given the question quite a bit of thought. I don't know. Neither of us spoke for a few moments. The family wants the body for burial. I'm going to hold off as long as I can, but be sure you've got good pictures and everything you will need if we go to trial on this one. I plan to take sections from 2 or 3 of the cut marks. I'll look at them under the microscope to see if I can pinpoint the tool type. I chose my next words carefully and watched him closely for a reaction. If I get any good features, I'd like to try comparing these cuts to some I have on another case. The corners of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. I couldn't tell if it was amusement or annoyance, or perhaps I'd imagined it. After a pause, he said, "Yes, Monsieur Claudel has mentioned this." He looked directly at me. "Tell me why you think these cases are connected." I outlined the similarities I saw between the Trottier and Gagnon cases. Bludgeoning, cutting of the body after death, the use of the plastic bags, dumping in a secluded area. Are these both CUM cases? Gagnon is. Trottier is SQ. She was found in the Saint-Jérôme. As in many cities, questions of jurisdiction can be tricky in Montreal. The city lies on an island in the middle of the St. Lawrence. The Communauté Urbaine de Montréal police handle murders occurring on the island itself. Off the island, they fall to local police departments, or to La Sûreté du Québec. Coordination is not always good. After a pause, he said, "Monsieur Claudel can be—" He hesitated. "Difficult. Follow through on your comparison. Let me know if you need anything." Later that week, I'd photographed the cut marks with a photo microscope, using varying angles, magnifications, and intensities of light. I hoped to bring out details of their internal structure. I'd also removed small segments of bone from several joint surfaces. I planned to view them with the scanning electron microscope. Instead, I was up to my neck in bones for the next 2 weeks. A partially clothed skeleton was discovered by kids hiking in a provincial park. A badly decomposed body washed up on the shore of Lac Saint-Louis. While cleaning the basement of their newly purchased home, a couple found a trunk full of human skulls, covered with wax, blood, and feathers. Each find came to me. The remains from Lac Saint-Louis were presumed to be those of a gentleman who died in a boating mishap the previous fall when a competitor took exception to his freelancing as a cigarette smuggler. I was putting his skull back together when the call came. I'd been expecting it, though not this soon. As I listened, my heart raced, and the blood below my breastbone felt fizzy, like carbonated soda shaken in a bottle. I felt hot all over. "She's been dead less than 6 hours, Lamanche was saying. I think you'd better take a look." Chapter 6. Margaret Adkins was 24. She had lived with her common-law husband and their 6-year-old son in a neighborhood nestled in the shadow of the Olympic Stadium. She was to have met her sister at 10:30 that morning for shopping and lunch. She didn't make it, nor did she take later phone calls after speaking with her husband at 10. She couldn't. She'd been murdered sometime between his call and noon, when her sister discovered her body. That was 4 hours ago. That's all we knew. Claudel was still at the scene. His partner, Michel Charbonneau, sat at one of the plastic chairs lining the far wall of the large autopsy suite. La Manche had returned from the murder scene less than an hour ago, the body preceding him by minutes. The autopsy was underway when I arrived. I knew immediately that we'd all work overtime that night. She lay face down, her arms straight against her sides, hands palm up with the fingers curving inward. The paper bags placed on them at the scene had already been removed. Her fingernails had been inspected and scrapings taken. She was nude, and her skin looked waxy against the polished stainless steel. Small circles dotted her back, pressure points left by drainage holes in the table's surface. Here and there, a solitary hair clung to her skin, estranged forever from the curly tangle on her head. The back of her head was distorted, the shape slightly off, like a lopsided figure in a child's drawing. Blood oozed from her hair and mingled with the water used to clean her, gathering below the body in a translucent red pool. Her sweatsuit, bra, panties, shoes, and socks had been spread across the adjacent autopsy table. They were saturated with blood, and the sticky, metallic smell hung heavy on the air. A Ziploc bag next to the sweats held an elasticized belt and sanitary pad. Daniel was taking Polaroids. The white bordered squares lay on the desk next to Charbonneau, their emerging images in varying degrees of clarity. Charbonneau was inspecting them one by one, then carefully returning each to its original place. He chewed on his lower lip as he studied them. A uniformed officer from Identity was shooting with a Nikon and flash. As he circled the table, Lisa, newest of the autopsy technicians, positioned an old-fashioned screen behind the body. The painted metal frame with its shirred white fabric belonged to an era when such paraphernalia were used in hospital rooms to barricade patients during intimate procedures. The irony was jarring. I wondered whose privacy they were trying to protect here. Margaret Atkins was past caring. After several shots, the photographer stood down from his stool and looked questioningly at La Manche. The pathologist stepped closer to the body and pointed to a scrape on the back of the left shoulder. "Did you get this?" Lisa held a rectangular card to the left of the abrasion. On it were written the LML number, the morgue number, and the date, June 23rd, 1994. Both Daniel and the photographer took close-ups. At La Manche's direction, Lisa shaved the hair from around the head wounds, spraying the scalp repeatedly with a nozzle. There were 5 in all. Each showed the jagged edges typical of blunt instrument trauma. La Manche measured and diagrammed them. The cameras captured them in close-up. At length, La Manche said, "That should do it from this angle. Please turn her back over." Lisa stepped forward, momentarily blocking my view. She slid the body to the far left side of the table, rolled it back slightly, and snugged the left arm tightly against the stomach. Then she and Daniel turned the body onto its back. I heard a soft thunk as the head dropped onto the stainless steel. Lisa lifted the head, placed a rubber block behind the neck, and stepped back. What I saw made my blood race even faster, as if the thumb had been slipped from the shaken soda bottle in my chest and a geyser of fear allowed to erupt. Margaret Atkins had been ripped open from her breastbone to her pubis. A jagged fissure ran downward from her sternum, exposing, along its course, the colors and textures of her mutilated entrails. At its deepest points, where the organs had been displaced, I could see the glistening sheath surrounding her vertebral column. I dragged my eyes upward, away from the terrible cruelty in her belly. But there was to be no relief there. Her head was turned slightly, revealing a pixie-like face with upturned nose and delicately pointed chin. Her cheeks were high and sprinkled with freckles. In death, the tiny brown splotches stood out in sharp contrast to the surrounding white in which they floated. She looked like Pippi Longstocking in short brown hair. But the little elf mouth was not laughing. It was stretched wide, and a severed left breast bulged from it, the nipple resting on the delicate lower lip. I looked up and met Lamanche's eyes. The lines paralleling them seemed deeper than usual. There was a tension to the lower lids that caused the sagging parenthesis under each to twitch slightly. I saw sadness, but perhaps something more. Lamanche said nothing and continued the autopsy, his attention shifting back and forth between the body and his clipboard. He recorded each atrocity, noting its position and dimensions. He detailed every scar and lesion. As he worked, the body was photographed from the front as it had been from the back. We waited. Charbonneau smoked. After what seemed like hours, Lamanche finished the external exam. Bon, take her for radiography. He stripped off his gloves and sat down at the desk, hunching over his clipboard like an old man with a stamp collection. Lisa and Daniel rolled a steel gurney to the right of the autopsy table. With professional agility and detachment, they transferred the body and wheeled it off to be x-rayed. Silently, I moved over and took the chair next to Charbonneau. He half rose, nodding and smiling in my direction, took a long pull on his cigarette and stubbed it out. "Dr. Brennan, how goes it?" Charbonneau always spoke to me in English, proud of his fluency. His speech was an odd mixture of Quebecois and Southern slang, born of a childhood in Chicoutimi, embellished by 2 years in the oil fields of East Texas. "Good, and you?" "Can complain?" He shrugged in a way only Francophiles have mastered, shoulders hunched and palms raised. Charbonneau had a wide, friendly face and prickly gray hair that always reminded me of a sea anemone. He was a large man, his neck disproportionately so, and his collars always looked tight. His ties, perhaps in an attempt to compensate, either rolled over and slipped sideways or disengaged themselves and hung below the level of his first shirt button. He loosened them early in the morning, probably hoping to make the inevitable look intentional. Or maybe he just wanted to be comfortable. Unlike most of the CUM detectives, Charbonneau did not try to make a daily fashion statement. Or maybe he did. Today he wore a pale yellow shirt, polyester pants, and a green plaid sports jacket. The tie was brown. "Seen the prom pics?" he asked, reaching to retrieve a brown envelope from the desk. "Not yet." He withdrew a stack of Polaroids and handed them to me. "These are just the backup shots that came in with the body." I nodded and began going through them. Charbonneau watched me closely. Perhaps he hoped I would recoil from the carnage, so he could tell Claudel I'd blinked. Perhaps he was genuinely interested in my reaction. The photos were in chronological order, recreating the scene as the recovery team had found it. The first showed a narrow street lined on both sides by old but well-kept buildings, each 3 stories high. Parallel rows of trees bordered the curbs on each side, their trunks disappearing into small squares of dirt surrounded by cement. The buildings were fronted by a series of postage stamp yards, each bisected by a walkway leading to a steep metal staircase. Here and there a tricycle blocked the sidewalk. The next several shots focused on the exterior of one of the red brick buildings. Small details caught my attention. Plaques over a pair of second-story doors bore the numbers 1407 and 1409. Someone had planted flowers below one of the ground-floor windows in front. I could make out 3 forlorn marigolds huddled together, their huge yellow heads shriveled and drooping in identical arcs, solitary blooms coaxed into life and abandoned. A bicycle leaned against the rusted iron fence that surrounded the tiny front yard. A rusty sign angled from the grass, leaning low to the ground, as if to hide the message, "À vendre," for sale. Despite the attempts at individualization, the building looked like all the others lining the street. Same stairs, same balcony, same double doors, same lace curtains. I wondered, why this one? Why did tragedy visit this place? Why not 1405? Or across the street? Or down the block? One by one, the photos took me closer, like a microscope shifting to higher and higher magnification. The next series showed the condo's interior. And again, it was the minutiae that I found interesting. Small rooms, cheap furniture, the inevitable TV, a living room, a dining room, a boy's bedroom, walls hung with hockey posters. A book lying on the single bed. How the World Works. Another stab of pain. I doubted the book would explain this. Margaret Adkins had liked blue. Every door and inch of woodwork had been painted a bright Santorini blue. Finally, the victim. The body lay in a tiny room to the left of the front entrance. From it, doors gave on to a second bedroom and the kitchen. Through the entrance to the kitchen, I could see a formica table set with plastic placemats. The cramped space where Adkins had died held only a TV, a sofa, and a sideboard. Her body lay centered between them. She lay on her back, her legs spread wide. She was fully dressed, but the top of her sweatsuit had been yanked up, covering her face. The sweatshirt pinned her wrists together above her head, elbows out, hands hanging limp. Third position, like a novice ballerina at her first recital. The gash in her chest gaped raw and bloody, only partially camouflaged by the darkening film that surrounded the body and seemed to cover everything. A crimson square marked the place where her left breast had been, its borders formed by overlapping incisions, the long perpendicular slashes crossing each other at 90-degree angles at the corners. The wound reminded me of trephinations I'd seen on the skulls of ancient Mayans. But this mutilation hadn't been done to relieve the victim's pain, or to release imagined phantoms from her body. If any imprisoned spirit had been set free, it hadn't been hers. Margaret Adkins was made the trapdoor through which some stranger's twisted, tormented soul sought relief. The bottom of her sweats had been pulled down around her spread knees, the elastic waist stretched taut. Blood trickled from between her legs and pooled below her. She died still wearing her sneakers and socks. Wordlessly, I replaced the photos and handed the envelope to Charbonneau. "It's a nasty one, eh?" he asked. He removed a speck from his lower lip, inspected and flicked it. "Yes." "Asshole thinks he's a goddamn surgeon. Real blade cowboy." He shook his head. I was about to answer when Daniel returned with the X-rays and began to clamp them to the light box on the wall. Each made a sound like distant thunder as it bowed in his hand. We inspected them in sequence, our collective gaze moving from left to right, from her head to her feet. The frontal and lateral X-rays of the skull showed multiple fractures. The shoulders, arms, and rib cage were normal. There was nothing extraordinary until we arrived at the radiograph of her abdomen and pelvis. Everyone saw it at once. "Holy shit," said Charbonneau. "Christ. Tabarnouche." A small human form glowed from the depths of Margaret Adkins' abdomen. We all stared at it, mute. There was but one explanation. The figure had been thrust through the vagina and high into the viscera with enough force to conceal it completely from external view. On seeing it, I felt as if a hot poker had pierced my gut. Involuntarily, I clutched my belly as my heart hammered against my ribs. I stared at the film. I saw a statue. Framed by the broad pelvic bones, the silhouette stood out in sharp contrast to the organs in which it was embedded. Surrounded by the grays of her intestines, the stark white figure stood with one foot forward, hands outstretched. It appeared to be a religious statue. The figure's head was bowed, like a Paleolithic Venus figurine. For a few moments no one spoke. The room was absolutely silent. "I've seen those," Daniel said at last. With a stabbing motion, he pushed his glasses back onto the bridge of his nose. A tick squeezed his features like a rubber toy. "It's Our Lady of something, you know. The Virgin. Mary." We all examined the opaque shape on the X-ray. Somehow it seemed to compound the offense, making it all the more obscene. "This son of a bitch is a real sick bastard," said Charbonneau, the practiced nonchalance of a homicide detective overridden by the emotion of the moment. His vehemence surprised me. I was unsure if the atrocity alone had stirred something in him, or if the religious nature of the offending object was contributing to his reaction. Like most Québécois, Charbonneau had no doubt had a childhood permeated with traditional Catholicism, the rhythm of his daily life inextricably ruled by church dogma. Though many of us throw off the outward trappings, reverence for the symbols often lingers. A man might refuse to wear a scapular, but neither will he burn it. I understood. Different city, different language. But I, too, was a member of the tribe. Atavistic emotions die hard. There was another long silence. Finally, Lamanche spoke, choosing his words carefully. I couldn't tell if he realized the full implications of what we were seeing. I wasn't sure I did. Though he used milder tones than I'd have chosen, he voiced my thoughts perfectly. Monsieur Charbonneau, I believe you and your partner need to meet with Dr. Brennan and me. As I am sure you know, there are some unsettling aspects to this case and several others. He paused to allow that to sink in and to consult a mental calendar. I will have the results of this autopsy by later tonight. Tomorrow is a holiday. Would Monday morning be convenient? The detective looked at him, then at me. His face was neutral. I couldn't tell if he understood Lamanche's meaning, or if he was truly unaware of the other cases. It was not beyond Claudel to have dismissed my comments without sharing them with his partner. If so, Charbonneau could not admit his ignorance. Yeah, okay, I'll see what I can do. Lamanche held his melancholy eyes on Charbonneau and waited. Okay, we'll be here. Now I better get my ass back on the street and start looking for this shithook. If Claudel turns up, tell him I'll meet him back at headquarters around 8. He was rattled. He'd failed to switch over to French when addressing Lamanche. It was clear he would have a long talk with his partner. Lamanche resumed the autopsy before the door closed behind Charbonneau. The rest was routine. The chest was opened with a Y-shaped incision. The organs were removed, weighed, sliced, and inspected. The statue's position was determined, the internal damage assessed and described. Using a scalpel, Daniel cut the skin across the crown of the head, peeled the face forward and the scalp backward, and removed a section of skull cap with a striker saw. I took a step backward and held my breath as the air filled with the whine of the saw and the smell of burnt bone. The brain was structurally normal. Here and there, gelatinous globs clung to its surface, like black jellyfish on a slick gray globe. Subdural hematoma from the blows to her head. I knew what the essence of Lamanche's report would be. The victim was a healthy young woman with no abnormalities or signs of disease. Then, that day, someone had bludgeoned her head with enough force to fracture her skull and cause her cerebral vessels to bleed into her brain. At least 5 times. He had then rammed a statue into her vagina, partially disemboweled her, and slashed off her breast. A shudder ran through me as I considered her ordeal. The wounds to her vagina were vital. Her torn flesh had bled extensively. The statue had been inserted while her heart still beat, while she was alive. Tell Daniel what you want, Temperance. I hadn't been listening. Lamanche's voice brought me back to the present. He'd finished and was suggesting I take my bone samples. The sternum and front portions of the ribs had been removed early in the autopsy, so I told Daniel they were to be sent upstairs for soaking and cleaning. I stepped close to the body and peered into the thoracic cavity. A number of small gashes meandered up the belly side of the vertebral bodies. They appeared as a trail of faint slits in the tough sheath covering the spine. I want the vertebrae from about here to here, ribs too. I indicated the segment containing the gashes. Send it up to Denis. Tell him to soak it, no boiling, and be very careful in removing it. Don't touch it with any kind of blade. He listened, holding his gloved hands out. His nose and upper lip jumped as he tried to adjust his glasses. He nodded continuously. When I stopped speaking, he looked at Lamanche. Then close? He asked. Close her up after that, Lamanche responded. Daniel set to the task. He would remove the bone segments, then replace the organs and close the midsection. Finally, he would restore the skull cap, reposition the face, and sew the severed borders of the scalp. Save for the Y-shaped seam down her front, Margaret Adkins would appear untouched. She would be ready for her funeral. I returned to my office, determined to regroup mentally before driving home. The 5th floor was totally deserted. I swiveled my chair, put my feet on the window ledge, and looked out at my river world. On my shore, the Miron complex resembled a Lego creation, its eccentric gray buildings connected by a horizontal latticework of steel. Beyond the cement factory, a boat moved slowly upriver, its running lights barely visible behind the gray veil of dusk. The building was absolutely still, but the spooky quiet failed to relax me. My thoughts were black as the river. I wondered briefly if there was someone looking back at me from the factory, someone who was equally alone, equally unnerved by the after-hours solitude that rings so loudly in an empty office building. I was having trouble sleeping, and had been up since 6:30 a.m. I should have been tired. Instead, I was agitated. I found myself absently playing with my right eyebrow, a nervous gesture that had profoundly irritated my husband. Years of his criticism had never broken me of the habit. Separation has its advantages. I can now fidget to my heart's content. Pete. Our last year together. Katie's face when we told her about the split. Shouldn't be too traumatic, we thought. She's away at college. How wrong we'd been. The tears had almost made me reverse the decision. Margaret Adkins, her hands curled in death. She'd painted her doors blue with those hands. She'd hung her son's posters. The killer. Was he out there right now? Was he relishing what he'd done today? Was his blood lust satiated? Or was his need to kill heightened by the act itself? The phone rang, splitting the silence like a sonic boom and yanking me back from whatever private grotto I'd entered. I was so startled I jumped, upending the pencil holder with my elbow. Bics and scripto markers went flying. Dr. Brent. Tempe! Oh, thank God! I tried your apartment, but you weren't there. Obviously. Her laugh was high and strained. I thought I'd try this number just for the hell of it. Didn't really think I'd find you. I recognized her voice, but it had a quality I'd never heard before. It was stretched taut with fear. The tone was elevated, the cadence spiky. Her words rushed at me, breathy and urgent, like a whisper carried on sharply expelled breath. My stomach muscles contracted once again. Gabby, I haven't heard from you in 3 weeks. Why haven't you... I couldn't. I've been involved in something. Timpy, I need help. A soft scraping and clattering came over the line as she repositioned the receiver. In the background, I could hear the hollow sound of a public place. It was punctuated by a staccato of muffled voices and metallic clangs. In my mind's eye, I could see her standing at a payphone, scanning her surroundings, her eyes never resting, broadcasting fear like Radio Free Europe. Where are you? I selected a pen from the pickup stick's tumble on my desk and began to twirl it. I'm at a restaurant, La Belle Province. It's at the corner of St. Catherine and Saint Laurent. Come get me, Temp. I can't go out there. The rattling increased. She was becoming more agitated. Gabby, it's been a very long day here. You're only a few blocks from your apartment. Couldn't you? He's going to kill me. I can't control it anymore. I thought I could, but I can't. I can't shield him anymore. I have to protect myself. He's not right. He's dangerous. He's complètement fou. Her voice had been rising steadily, treading upward on a staircase of hysteria. It stopped suddenly, the break accentuated by the abrupt shift to French. I stopped twirling the pen and looked at my watch. 9:15 p.m. Shit. Okay, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Watch for me. I'll come across St. Catherine. My heart was racing and my hands were trembling. I locked the office and practically ran to the car on wobbly legs. I felt as if I were on an 8-cup coffee high. Chapter 7. During the drive, my emotions did acrobatics. It had turned dark, but the city was fully lit. Apartment windows glowed softly in the East End neighborhood surrounding the SQ building, and here and there a television flickered blue light into the summer night. People sat on balconies and stoops, clustered in chairs dragged outside for summer curtain calls. They talked and sipped cold drinks, having piloted the thick heat of afternoon into the renewing cool of evening. I coveted their quiet domesticity, just wanted to go home, share a tuna sandwich with Bertie, and sleep. I wanted Gabby to be all right, but I wanted her to take a taxi home. I dreaded dealing with her hysteria. I felt relief at hearing from her, fear for her safety, annoyance at having to go into the Maine. It was not a good mix. I took René Lévesque to Saint-Laurent and hung a right, turning my back on Chinatown. That neighborhood was closing for the night, the last of the shop owners packing up their crates and display bins and dragging them inside. The Maine sprawled ahead of me, stretching north from Chinatown along Boulevard Saint-Laurent. The Maine is a close-packed quarter of small shops, bistros, and cheap cafes, with Saint-Laurent as its main commercial artery. From there it radiates out into a network of narrow back streets packed with cramped, low-rent housing. Though French in temperament, the Maine has always been a polycultural mosaic, a zone in which the languages and ethnic identities coexist, but fail to blend, like the distinct smells that waft from its dozens of shops and bakeries. The Italians, the Portuguese, the Greeks, the Poles, and the Chinese cluster in enclaves along Saint-Laurent as it climbs its way from the port to the mountain. The Maine was once Montreal's principal switching station for immigrants, the newcomers attracted by the cheap housing and the comforting proximity of fellow countrymen. They settled there to learn the ways of Canada, each group of rookies banding together to ease its disorientation and to buoy its confidence in the face of an alien culture. Some learned French and English, prospered, and moved on. Others stayed, either because they preferred the security of the familiar or because they lacked the ability to get out. Today, this nucleus of conservatives and losers is joined by an assortment of dropouts and predators, by a legion of the powerless, discarded by society, and by those who prey on them. Outsiders come to the Maine in search of many things: wholesale bargains, cheap dinners, drugs, booze, and sex. They come to buy, to gawk, to laugh, but they don't stay. Sainte-Catherine forms the southern boundary of the Maine. Here I turned right and pulled to the curb where Gabby and I had sat almost 3 weeks before. It was earlier now, and the hookers were just beginning to divvy up their patches. The bikers hadn't arrived. Gabby must have been watching. When I glanced in the rear-view mirror, she was already halfway across the street, running, her briefcase clutched to her chest. Though her terror wasn't enough to launch her into full flight, her fear was evident. She ran in the manner of adults long estranged from the unfettered gallop of childhood, her long legs slightly bent, her head lowered, her shoulder bag swinging in rhythm to her stilted stride. She circled the car, got in, and sat with eyes closed, chest heaving. She was obviously struggling for composure, clenching her hands tightly in an attempt to stop the trembling. I'd never seen her like this, and it frightened me. Gabby had always had a flair for the dramatic, as she threaded her way through perpetual crises, both real and imagined, but nothing had ever undone her to this extent before. For a few moments I said nothing. Though the night was warm, I felt a chill, and my breathing became thin and shallow. Outside on the street, horns blared, and a hooker cajoled a passing car. Her voice rode the summer evening like a toy plane, rising and falling in loops and spirals. "Let's go." It was so quiet, I almost missed it. Déjà vu. "Do you want to tell me what's going on?" I asked. She raised a hand as if to ward off a scolding. It trembled, and she placed it flat against her chest. From across the car I could sense the fear. Her body was warm with the smell of sandalwood and perspiration. I will. Just give me a minute." "Don't jerk me around, Gabby," I said, more harshly than I'd intended. "I'm sorry. Let's just get the hell out of here," she said, dropping her head into her hands. All right, we'd follow her script. She'd have to calm down and tell me in her own way, but tell me she would. "Home?" I asked. She nodded, never taking her face from her hands. I started the car and headed for Carré Saint-Louis. When I arrived at her building, she still hadn't spoken. Though her breathing had steadied, her hands still shook. They had resumed their clasping and unclasping, clutching each other, separating, then linking once again in an odd dance of panic. the choreography of terror. I put the car in park and killed the engine, dreading the encounter that was to come. I'd counseled Gabby through calamities of health, parental conflict, academics, faith, self-esteem, and love. I'd always found it draining. Invariably, the next time I'd see her, she'd be cheerful and unruffled, the catastrophe forgotten. It wasn't that I was unsympathetic, but I'd been down this route with Gabby many times before. I remembered the pregnancy that wasn't, the stolen wallet that turned up beneath the couch cushions. Nevertheless, the intensity of her reaction disturbed me. Much as I longed for solitude, she didn't look as if she should be alone. "Would you like to stay with me tonight?" She didn't answer. Across the square, an old man arranged a bundle under his head and settled onto a bench for the night. The silence stretched for so long I thought she hadn't heard. I turned, about to repeat the invitation, and found she was staring intently in my direction. The jittery movements of a moment ago had been replaced by absolute stillness. Her spine was rigid, and her upper body angled forward, barely touching the seat back. One hand lay in her lap, the other was curled into a fist pressed tightly to her lips. Her eyes squinted, the lower lids quivering almost imperceptibly. She seemed to be weighing something in her mind, considering variables and calculating outcomes. The sudden mood swing was unnerving. "You must think I'm crazy." She was totally calm, her voice low and modulated. "I'm confused." I didn't say what I really thought. "Yeah, that's a kind way to put it." She said it with a self-deprecating laugh, slowly shaking her head. The dreadlocks flopped. "I guess I really freaked back there." I waited for her to go on. A car door slammed. The low, melancholy voice of a sax floated from the park. An ambulance whined in the distance. Summer in the city. In the dark, I felt more than saw Gabby's focus alter. It was as if she'd taken a road up to me, then veered off at the last minute. Like a lens on automatic, her eyes readjusted to something beyond me, and she seemed to seal herself off again. She was having another session with herself, running through her options, deciding what face to wear. "I'll be okay," she said, gathering her briefcase and bag and reaching for the handle. "I really appreciate your coming for me." She'd decided on evasive. Maybe it was fatigue. Maybe it was the stress of the last few days. Whatever. I lost it. "Wait just a minute," I exploded. "I want to know what's going on. An hour ago, you were talking about someone wanting to kill you. You come sprinting out of that restaurant and across the street, shaking and gasping like the goddamn Night Stalker's on your trail. You can't breathe, your hands are jerking like they're wired for high voltage, and now you're just going to sail out of here with a "thank you very much for the ride" without any explanation?" I'd never been so furious with her. My voice had risen, and my breath was coming in short gulps. I could feel a tiny throbbing in my left temple. The force of my anger froze her in place. Her eyes went round and cavernous like those of a doe caught in high beams. A car passed, and her face flickered, white, then red, amplifying the image. She held a moment, a catatonic cutout, rigid against the summer sky. Then, as if a valve had been released, the tension seemed to drain from her body. She let go of the handle, lowered her briefcase, and settled back into the seat. Again she turned inward, reconsidering. Perhaps she was deciding where to begin. Perhaps she was scouting alternative escape routes. I waited. At length, she took a deep breath, and her shoulders straightened slightly. She'd settled on a course. As soon as she spoke, I knew what she'd determined to do. She would let me in, but only so far. She chose her words carefully, threading a guarded path through the emotional quagmire in her mind. I leaned against the door and braced myself. "I've been working with some unusual people lately." I thought that an understatement, but didn't say so. No, I know that sounds banal. I don't mean the usual street people. I can handle that." Her choice of words was tortuous. "If you know the players, learn the rules and the lingo, you're fine down there. It's like anywhere else. You've got to observe the local etiquette and not piss people off. It's pretty simple. Don't trespass on someone else's patch. Don't screw up a trick. Don't talk to the cops. Except for the hours, it's not hard to work down there. Besides, the girls know me now. They know I'm no threat. She went mute. I couldn't tell if she was closing me out again, or if she'd gone back to the shelves to continue her sorting. I decided to nudge. Is one of them threatening you? Ethics had always been important to Gabby, and I suspected she was trying to shield an informant. The girls? No, they're fine. They're never a problem. I think they kind of like my company. I can be as raunchy as any of them. Great. We know what the problem isn't. I prodded some more. How do you avoid being mistaken for one of them? Oh, I don't try. I just sort of blend in. Otherwise, I'd be defeating my own purpose. The girls know I don't turn tricks, so they just, I don't know, go along with it. I didn't ask the obvious. If a guy hassles me, I just say I'm not working right then. Most of them move on. There was another pause as she continued her mental triage, considering what to tell me, what to keep to herself, and what to scoop into a heap, not tendered, but accessible if probed. She fumbled with a tassel on her briefcase. A dog barked in the square. I was sure she was protecting someone or something, but this time I didn't goad her. Most of them, she continued. Except this one guy lately. Pause. Who is he? Pause. I don't know, but he has me really creeped out. He's not a John, exactly, but he likes to hang out with prostitutes. I don't think the girls pay much attention to him, but he knows a lot about the street, and he's been willing to talk to me, so I've been interviewing him. Pause. Lately he's been following me. I didn't realize it at first, but I've started noticing him in odd places. He'll be at the metro when I come home at night, or here in the square. Once I saw him at Concordia, outside the library building where I have my office, or I'll see him behind me on a sidewalk, walking in the same direction I am. Last week I was on Saint Laurent when I spotted him. I wanted to convince myself it was my imagination, so I tested him. If I slowed down, so did he. If I speeded up, he did the same thing. I tried to shake him by going into a patisserie. When I came out, he was across the street, pretending to window shop. You sure it's always the same guy? Absolutely. There was a long, laden silence. I waited it out. That's not all. She stared at her hands, which, once again, had found each other. They were tightly clenched. Recently, he started talking some really weird shit. I've tried to avoid him, but tonight he showed up at the restaurant. Lately, it's like he's equipped with radar. Anyway, he got off on the same stuff, asking me all kinds of sick questions. She went back inside her head. After a moment, she turned to me, as if she'd found an answer there she hadn't seen before. Her voice was tinged with mild surprise. It's his eyes, Tempe. His eyes are so weird. They're black and hard like a viper, and the whites are all pink and flecked with blood. I don't know if he's sick or if he's hungover all the time or what. I've never seen eyes like that. They make you want to crawl under something and hide. Tempe, I just freaked. I guess I've been thinking about our last conversation and this shit freak you're cleaning up after, and my mind took the first bus out of there. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't read her face in the darkness, but her body spoke the language of fear. Her torso was rigid, and her arms were drawn in, pressing the briefcase to her chest, as if for protection. What else do you know about this guy? Not much. What do the girls think about him? They ignore him. Has he ever been threatening? No, not directly. Has he ever been violent or out of control? No. Is he into drugs? I don't know. Do you know who he is or where he lives? No, there are some things we don't ask. It's an unspoken rule, sort of a tacit agreement down here. Again, there was a long silence while we both weighed what she'd said. I watched a cyclist pass along the sidewalk, pedaling with unhurried strokes. His helmet seemed to pulsate, blinking on as he passed beneath a street lamp, then off as he moved back into darkness. He crossed my field of vision, then disappeared slowly into the night, a firefly signaling his passage. On, off, on, off. I thought about what she'd said, wondering if I was to blame. Had I set her fears in motion by talking about my own, or had she actually encountered a psychopath? Was she amplifying a set of harmless coincidences? Or was she truly in jeopardy? Should I let things ride for a while? Should I do something? Was this a police matter? I was running through my old practiced loop. We sat for some time, listening to the sounds of the park and smelling the soft summer night, each of us drifting alone in separate reflections. The quiet interlude had a calming effect. Eventually, Gabby shook her head, dropped the briefcase to her lap, and leaned back in the seat. Though her features were obscured, the change in her was visible. When she spoke, her voice was stronger, less shaky. I know I'm overreacting. He's just some harmless weirdo who wants to rattle my cage, and I'm playing into his game. I'm letting this fuckhead grab my mind and shake me. Don't you run across a lot of weirdos, as you call him? Yeah. Most of my informants aren't exactly the Brooks Brothers crowd. She gave a short, mirthless laugh. What makes you think this guy may be different? She thought about it, worrying a thumbnail with her teeth. It's hard to put into words. There's just a line that divides the crackpots from the real predators. It's hard to define, but you know when it's been crossed. Maybe it's an instinct I've picked up down there. In the business, if a woman feels threatened by someone, she won't go with him. Each one has her own little triggering devices, but they all draw that line on something. Could be eyes, could be some odd request. Hélène won't go with anyone who wears cowboy boots. She took another time out to debate with herself. I think I just got carried away by all the talk about serial killers and sexual devos. More introspection. I tried to steal a look at my watch. All this guy's trying to do is shock me. Another pause. She was talking herself down. What an asshole! Or up. Her voice was growing angrier by the minute. God damn it, Tempe! I'm not going to let this turd get his rocks off sniveling trash and showing me his sick pictures. I'm going to tell him to blow it out his ass. She turned and put her hand on mine. I'm so sorry I dragged you down here tonight. I am such a jerk. Will you forgive me? I stared mutely at her. Again, her emotional U-turn had taken me by surprise. How could she be terrified, analytical, angry, then apologetic, all within the space of 30 minutes? I was too tired, and it was too late at night to sort it out. Gabby, it's late. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Of course I'm not mad. I'm just glad you're all right. I meant it about staying at my place. You're always welcome. She leaned over and hugged me. Thanks, but I'll be fine. I'll call you. I promise. I watched her climb the stairs, her skirt floating like mist around her. In an instant, she disappeared through the purple doorway, leaving the space between us empty and undisturbed. I sat alone, surrounded by the dark and the faint scent of sandalwood. Though nothing stirred, a momentary chill gripped my heart. Like a shadow, it flickered and was gone. All the way home, my mind was at warp speed. Was Gabby constructing another melodrama? Was she genuinely in danger? Were there things she wasn't telling me? Could this man be truly dangerous? Was she nurturing the seeds of paranoia planted by my talk of murder? Should I tell the police? I refused to allow my concern for Gabby's safety to overpower me. When I got home, I resorted to a childhood ritual that works when I'm tense or overwrought. I ran a hot bath and filled it with herbal salts. I put on a Chris Ray CD on full volume, and as I soaked, he sang to me of the road to hell. The neighbors would have to survive. After my bath, I tried Katie's number, but once again got her machine. Then I shared milk and cookies with Bertie, who preferred the milk, left the dishes on the counter, and crawled into bed. My anxiety was not completely dissipated. Sleep didn't come easily, and I lay in bed for some time, watching the shadows on the ceiling, and fighting the impulse to call Pete. I hated myself for needing him at such times, for craving his strength whenever I felt upset. It was one ritual I'd vowed to break. Eventually, sleep took me down like a whirlpool, swirling all thoughts of Pete and Katie and Gabby and the murders from my consciousness. It was a good thing. It's what got me through the following day. Chapter 8. I slept soundly until 9:15 the next morning. I'm not usually a napper, but it was Friday, June 24th, Saint Jean-Baptiste Day, la Fête Nationale du Québec, and I was encouraging the holiday languor allowed on such days. Since the feast of St. John the Baptist is the principal holiday for the province, almost everything is closed. There would be no gazette at my door that morning, so I made coffee, then walked to the corner in search of an alternative paper. The day was bright and vivid, the world displayed on active matrix. Objects and their shadows stood out in sharp detail, the colors of brick and wood, metal and paint, grass and flowers, screaming out their separate places on the spectrum. The sky was dazzling and absolutely intolerant of clouds, reminding me of the robin's egg blue on the holy cards of my childhood. The same outrageous blue. I was certain Saint Jean would have approved. The morning air felt warm and soft, perfect with the smell of window-box petunias. The temperature had climbed, gradually but persistently over the past week, with each day's high surpassing its predecessor. Today's forecast, 32 degrees Celsius. I did a quick conversion, about 89 degrees Fahrenheit. Since Montreal is built on an island, the surrounding moat of the St. Lawrence ensures constant humidity. Yahoo! It would be a Carolina day, hot and humid. Bred in the South. I love it. I purchased Le Journal de Montréal, the #1 daily French paper in America. Was not as fastidious about taking the day off as the English-language Gazette. As I walked the half-block back to my condo, I glanced at the front page. The headline was written in 3-inch letters the color of the sky. Bonne Fête Québec. I thought about the parade and the concerts to follow at Parc Maisonneuve, about the sweat and the beer that would flow, and about the political rift that divided the people of Quebec. With a fall election due, passions were high, and those pushing for separation were hoping fervently that this would be the year. T-shirts and placards already clamored, L'an prochain mon pays, next year my own country. I hoped the day would not be marred by violence. Arriving home, I poured myself a coffee, mixed a bowl of muesli, and spread the paper on the dining room table. I am a news junkie. While I can go several days without a newspaper, contenting myself with a regular series of 11 o'clock TV fixes, before long I have to have the written word. When traveling, I locate CNN first, then unpack. I make it through the hectic days of the work week, distracted by the demands of teaching or casework, soothed by the familiar voices of Morning Edition and All Things Considered, knowing that on the weekend I will catch up. I cannot drink, loathe cigarette smoke, and was logging a lean year for sex, so Saturday mornings I reveled in journalistic orgies, allowing myself hours to devour the tiniest minutiae. It isn't that there's anything new in the news. There isn't. I know that. It's like balls in a bingo hopper. The same events keep coming up over and over. Earthquake, coup d'etat, trade war, hostage-taking. My compulsion is to know which balls are up on any given day. Le Journal is committed to the format of short stories and abundant pictures. Though not the Christian Science Monitor, it would do. Bertie knew the routine and hoisted himself onto the adjacent chair. I'm never sure if he's attracted by my company or by hopes of muesli's leavings. He arched his back, settled with all 4 feet drawn primly in, and fixed his round yellow eyes on me, as if seeking the answer to some profound feline mystery. As I read, I could feel his gaze on the side of my face. I found it on page 2, between a story about a strangled priest and coverage of World Cup soccer. Victim found murdered and mutilated. A 24-year-old woman was found murdered and savagely disfigured in her East End home yesterday afternoon. The victim, identified as Margaret Adkins, was a homemaker and the mother of a 6-year-old son. Madame Adkins was last known to be alive at 10 a.m., when she spoke by phone to her husband. Her brutally beaten and mutilated body was discovered by her sister around noon. According to CUM police, there were no signs of forced entry, and it is unclear how her attacker gained access to the home. An autopsy was performed at the Laboratoire de Médecine Légale by Dr. Pierre Lamanche. Dr. Temperance Brennan, an American forensic anthropologist and expert in skeletal trauma, is examining the bones of the victim for indications of knife marks. The story continued with a patchwork of speculations on the victim's final comings and goings, a synopsis of her life, a heart-rending account on the reaction of her family, and promises that the police were doing everything possible to apprehend the killer. Several photos accompanied the article, depicting the grisly drama and its cast of characters. There, in shades of gray, were the apartment and its staircase, the police, the morgue attendants pushing the gurney with its sealed body bag. A scattering of neighbors lined the sidewalk, held back by crime scene tape, the curiosity frozen in grainy black and white. Among the figures inside the tape, I recognized Claudel, his right arm raised like the conductor of a high school band. A circular inset presented a close-up of Margaret Adkins, a blurred but happier version of the face I'd seen on the autopsy table. A second photograph showed an older woman with bleached hair curled tightly around her head, and a young boy in shorts and an Expos t-shirt. A bearded man in wire-rimmed glasses had one arm placed protectively around the shoulders of each. All three stared from the page with grief and puzzlement, the expression common to those left in the wake of violent crime, a look with which I'd become all too familiar. The caption identified them as the mother, son, and common-law husband of the victim. I was dismayed to see the third photo, a shot of me at a disinterment. I was familiar with it. Taken in 1992 and kept on file, it was frequently exhumed and reprinted. I was, as usual, identified as une anthropologiste américaine. Damn! Bertie flicked his tail and looked disapprovingly. I didn't care. My vow to banish the murders from my mind for the entire holiday weekend had been short-lived. I should have known the story was going to be in today's paper. I finished the last cold dregs of my coffee and tried Gabby's number. No answer. Though there could be a million explanations, that too made me cranky. I went to the bedroom to dress for Tai Chi. The class normally met on Tuesday nights, but since no one was working, they'd voted to hold a special session today. I hadn't been sure I wanted to go, but the article and the unanswered phone settled it. At least for an hour or two, my mind would be clear. Again, I was wrong. 90 minutes of stroking the bird, waving hands like clouds, and needle at the bottom of the sea did nothing to put me in a holiday mood. I was so distracted that I was out of sync the entire workout, and came home more aggravated than before. Driving home, I turned on the radio, bent on herding my thoughts like a shepherd tends his flock, nurturing the frivolous and driving off the macabre. I was determined that the weekend could still be salvaged. Was killed sometime around noon yesterday. Madame Adkins was expected by her sister, but did not keep the appointment. The body was discovered at 1327 Desjardins. Police could find no evidence of a break-in and suspect Madame Adkins may have known her assailant. I knew I should change the station. Instead, I let the voice suck me in. It stirred what was simmering on my mental back burner, bringing my frustrations to the surface and demolishing with finality any possibility of a weekend furlough. The results of an autopsy have not been released. Police are scouring East and Montreal, questioning everyone who knew the victim. The incident is the 26th homicide this year in the CUM. Police are asking anyone with information to call the homicide squad at 555-2052. Without making a conscious decision, I did an about-face and headed toward the lab. My hands steered and my feet worked the pedals. Within 20 minutes I was there, determined to accomplish something, but unsure what. The SQ building was quiet, the usual tumult hushed by the desertion of all but an unlucky few. The lobby guards eyed me suspiciously, but said nothing. It may have been the ponytail and spandex, or it may have been a general surliness at having drawn holiday duty. I didn't care. The LML and LSJ wings were completely abandoned. The empty offices and labs seemed to lie in repose, regrouping for the aftermath of a long, hot weekend. My office was as I'd left it, the pens and markers still scattered across the desktop. As I picked them up, I looked around. my eyes roving over unfinished reports, uncatalogued slides, and an ongoing project on maxillary sutures. The empty orbits of my reference skulls regarded me blankly. I still wasn't sure why I was there, or what I planned to do. I felt tense and out of sorts. Again, I thought of Dr. Lentz. She'd led me to recognize my alcohol addiction, to face my growing alienation from Pete. Gently but relentlessly, her words had picked at the scabs that covered my emotions. "Tempe," she'd say, "must you always be in control? Can no one else be trusted?" Maybe she was right. Perhaps I was just trying to escape the guilt that always plagued me when I couldn't resolve a problem. Maybe I was simply evading inactivity and the feeling of inadequacy that accompanied it. I told myself the murder investigation really wasn't my responsibility, that the homicide detectives had that duty, and my job was to assist them with complete and accurate technical support. I chided myself for being there simply for lack of alternative invitations. It didn't work. Although I recognized the logic of my own arguments by the time the pencil cleanup was complete, I still couldn't escape the feeling that there was something I needed to do. It gnawed at me like a hamster with a carrot. I couldn't shake the nagging sensation that I was missing some tiny element that was important to these cases in a way I didn't yet understand. I needed to do something. I pulled a file jacket from the cabinet where I keep old case reports, and another from my current case pile, and laid them beside the Adkins dossier. 3 yellow folders. 3 women yanked from their surroundings and slaughtered with psychopathic malevolence. Trottier, Gagnon, Adkins. The victims lived miles apart and were dissimilar in background, age, and physical characteristics, yet I couldn't shake the conviction that the same hand had butchered all 3. Claudel could see only the differences. I needed to find the link that would convince him otherwise. Tearing off a sheet of lined paper, I constructed a crude chart, heading the columns with categories I thought might be relevant. Age, race, hair, color, length, eye color, height, weight, clothing when last seen, marital status, language, ethnic group, religion, place, type of residence, place, type of employment, cause of death, date and time of death, post-mortem body treatment, location of body. I started with Chantal Trottier, but realized quickly that my files wouldn't contain all the information I needed. I wanted to see the full police reports and scene photos. I looked at my watch. 1:45 p.m. Trottier had been an SQ case, so I decided to drop down to the first floor. I doubted there would be much activity in the homicide squad room, so it might be a good time to request what I wanted. I was right. The huge room was almost empty, its colony of regulation gray metal desks largely uninhabited. 3 men clustered together in the far corner of the room. 2 occupied adjoining desks facing each other across stacks of file folders and overflowing in-baskets. A tall, lanky man with hollow cheeks and hair the color of hand-rubbed pewter sat with his chair tipped back, feet propped high and ankles crossed. His name was Andrew Ryan. He spoke in the hard, flat French of an Anglophone, stabbing the air with a ballpoint pen. His jacket hung from the chair back, its empty arms swinging in rhythm to the pen thrusts. The tableau reminded me of firemen at a firehouse, relaxed but ready at a moment's notice. Ryan's partner watched him from across the desk, head tilted to one side like a canary inspecting a face outside its cage. He was short and muscular, though his body was beginning to take on the bulges of middle age. He had the unlined tan of a bronzing salon, and his thick black hair was styled and perfectly combed. He looked like a would-be actor in a promo shot. I suspected even his mustache was professionally coiffed. A wooden plaque on his desk said, Jean Bertrand. The 3rd man perched on the edge of Bertrand's desk, listening to the banter and inspecting the tassels on his Italian loafers. When I saw him, my spirits dropped like an elevator. Like a goat shitting cinders. They laughed simultaneously, with the throaty sound men seem to share when enjoying a joke at the expense of women. Claudel looked at his watch. You're being paranoid, Brennan, I told myself. Get a grip. I cleared my throat and began weaving my way through the labyrinth of desks. The trio fell silent and turned in my direction. Recognizing me, the SQ detective smiled and rose. Claudel did not. Making no attempt to mask his disapproval, he flexed and lowered his feet and resumed his tassel inspection, abandoning it only to consult his watch. "Dr. Brennan, how are you?" Ryan asked, switching to English and extending his hand in my direction. "You been home lately?" "Not for several months." His grip was firm. "I've been meaning to ask you, do you pack an AK-47 when you go out down there?" "No, we keep those mostly for home use, mounted." I was used to their quips about American violence. "They got indoor toilets down there yet?" asked Bertrand. His topic of choice was the South. "In some of the bigger hotels," I responded. Of the three men, only Ryan looked embarrassed. Andrew Ryan was an unlikely candidate for an SQ homicide detective. Born in Nova Scotia, he was the only son of Irish parents. Both were physicians who trained in London, arriving in Canada with English as their sole language. They expected their son to follow into the professional ranks and, having chafed under the confines of their own unilingualism, vowed to ensure his fluency in French. It was during his junior year at St. Francis Xavier that things began to go bad. Enticed by the thrill of life on the edge, Ryan got into trouble with booze and pills. Eventually, he was spending little time on campus, preferring the dark, stale, beer-smelling haunts of dopers and drunks. He became known to the local police, his benders frequently concluding on the floor of a cell, his finales played face down in vomit. He ended up one night in St. Martha's Hospital, a cokehead's blade having pierced his neck, nearly severing his carotid artery. As with a born-again Christian, his conversion was swift and total. Still drawn to life in the underbelly, Ryan merely changed sides. He finished his undergraduate studies in criminology, applied for and got a job with the SQ, eventually rising to the rank of detective lieutenant. His time on the streets served him well. Though usually polite and soft-spoken, Ryan had the reputation of a brawler who could take the lowlifes on their own terms and match them trick for trick. I'd never worked with him. All this had come to me through the squad room grapevine. I'd never heard a negative comment about Andrew Ryan. "What are you doing here today?" he asked. He swept his long arm toward the window. "You should be out enjoying the party." I could see a thin scar winding out of his collar and up the side of his neck. It looked smooth and shiny, like a latex snake. "Lousy social life, I guess. And I don't know what else to do when the stores are closed." I said it, brushing bangs back from my forehead. I remembered my gym gear and felt a bit intimidated by their impeccable tailoring. The three of them looked like an ad for GQ. Bertrand came from behind his desk and extended his hand, nodding and smiling. I shook it. Claudel continued not to look at me. I needed him here like I needed a yeast infection. I wondered if I could take a look at a file from last year. Chantal Trottier. She was killed in October of '93. The body was found in Saint-Jérôme. Bertrand snapped his fingers into a pointing gesture, which he aimed at me. "Yes, I remember that one. The kid in the dump. We still haven't nailed the bastard that did that one." From the corner of my eye, I saw Claudel's eyes go to Ryan. Though the movement was almost imperceptible, it triggered my curiosity. I doubted Claudel was there on a social call. Was certain they'd talked about yesterday's murder. I wondered if they'd discussed Trottier or Gagnon. "Sure," said Ryan, his face smiling but impassive. "Whatever you need. You think there's something in there we missed?" He reached for a pack of cigarettes and shook one loose. Placing it in his mouth, he extended the pack toward me. I shook my head. No, nothing like that," I said. "I've got a couple of cases upstairs I'm working on, and they keep making me think of Trottier. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for. I'd just like to go over the scene photos and maybe the incident report." "Yeah, I know the feeling," he said, blowing a stream of smoke out the side of his mouth. If he knew any of my cases were also Claudel's, he didn't let on. "Sometimes you just have to follow a hunch. What do you think you've got?" "She thinks there's a psychopath out there responsible for every murder since Cock Robin." Claudel's voice was flat, and I saw that his eyes were back on the tassels. His mouth barely moved when he spoke. It seemed to me that he did not try to disguise his contempt. I turned away and ignored him. Ryan smiled at Claudel. "Come on, Luke. He's back. It never hurts to take another look. We sure aren't setting any speed records clipping this worm." Claudel snorted and shook his head. Again he consulted his watch. Then, to me, "What have you got?" Before I could answer, the door flew open, and Michel Charbonneau burst into the far end of the room. He jogged toward us, weaving through the desks and waving a paper in his left hand. "We've got him," he said. "We've got this son of a bitch." His face was red and he was breathing hard. "About time," said Claudel. "Let's see." He addressed Charbonneau as one would a delivery boy, his impatience obliterating any pretense of courtesy. Charbonneau's brow furrowed, but he handed the paper to Claudel. The three men huddled, their heads bent close like a team consulting the playbook. Charbonneau spoke to their backs. "The dumb fucker used her bank card an hour after he iced her. Apparently he hadn't had enough fun for the day, so he went to the corner dépanneur to score some change. Only this place don't cater to the quiche and brie crowd, so they've got a video camera pointed at the money machine. I dent-hammered the transaction, and voila, we've got us a Kodak moment." He nodded at the photocopy. "He's a real beauty, eh? I took it by there this morning, but the night clerk didn't know the guy's name. Thought he recognized the face. Suggested we talk till the guy comes in after 9. Apparently our boy's a regular." "Holy shit," said Bertrand. Ryan just stared at the picture, his tall, lean frame hunched over that of his shorter partner. "So, this is the cocksucker," said Claudel, scrutinizing the image in his hand. "Let's get this asshole." "I'd like to ride along." They'd forgotten I was there. All four turned toward me, the SQ detectives half amused and curious as to what would happen next. "C'est impossible," said Claudel, the only one now using French. His jaw muscles bunched and his face went taut. There was no smile in his eyes. Showdown. "Sergeant Detective Claudel," I began, returning his French and choosing my words carefully, "I believe I see significant similarities in several homicide victims whom I have been asked to examine. If this is so, there may be one individual, a psychopath as you call him, behind all of their deaths. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Do you really want to assume responsibility for ignoring the possibility and risking the lives of more innocent victims?" I was polite but unyielding. I, too, was unamused. "Oh, hell, Luc, let her ride along," said Charbonneau. "We're just going to do some interviews." "Go on, this guy's going down whether you cut her in or not," said Ryan. Claudel said nothing. He took out his keys, stuffed the photo into his pocket, and brushed past me on his way to the door. "Let's boogie," said Charbonneau. I had a hunch yet another day might go into overtime. Chapter 9. Getting there was no small task. As Charbonneau fought his way west along de Maisonneuve, I sat in the back, gazing out the window and ignoring the bursts of static that erupted from the radio. The afternoon was sweltering. As we inched along, I watched heat rise from the pavement in undulating waves. Montreal was preening itself with patriotic fervor. The fleur-de-lis was everywhere, hung from windows and balconies, worn on T-shirts, hats, and boxer shorts, painted on faces, and waved on flags and placards. From Centreville, eastward to the Main, sweaty revelers clogged the streets, choking off traffic like plaque in an artery. Thousands of people filled the streets, ebbing and flowing in streams of blue and white. Though seemingly without orientation, the throng oozed generally northward, toward Sherbrooke and the parade, punks moving next to mothers with strollers. The marchers and floats had left Saint-Urbain at 2 p.m., twirling and high-stepping eastward along Sherbrooke. At that moment, they were just above us. Over the hum of the air conditioner, I could hear a lot of laughter and sporadic bursts of song. Already there was some fighting. As we waited out the light at Amherst, I watched a lummox push his girlfriend against a wall. He had hair the color of unbrushed teeth, bird on top and long in the back. His chicken-white skin was moving toward grenadine. We pulled away before the scene could play itself out, leaving me with an image of the girl's startled face superimposed on the breasts of a naked woman. Eyes squinting and mouth in an O, she was framed by a poster for a Tamara de Lempicka exposition at the Musée des Beaux-Arts. Une femme libre, it whooped. A free woman. Another of life's ironies. I took some satisfaction in knowing the oaf wouldn't have a good night. He might even blister. Charbonneau turned to Claudel. "Let me see that picture a minute." Claudel pulled it from his pocket. Charbonneau studied it, shifting his eyes from the traffic to the photo in his hand. "He sure don't look like much, does he said to no one in particular. Wordlessly, he extended the picture to me over the seat back. What I held was a black-and-white print, a blow-up of a single frame taken from high up and to the subject's right. It showed a blurred male figure with face averted, concentrating on the task of inserting or retracting a card at an automatic teller machine. His hair was short and wispy in front, splayed downward into a fringe on his forehead. The top of his head was almost bare, and he had combed as many long strands as possible from left to right in an attempt to hide his baldness. My favorite male do. About as attractive as a Speedo bathing suit. His eyes were shielded by bushy brows, and his ears flared out like petals on a pansy. His skin looked deathly pale. He wore a plaid shirt and what looked like work pants. The graininess and poor angle obscured any other details. I had to agree with Charbonneau. He didn't look like much. It could have been anyone. Silently, I handed the photo back. Dépanneurs are the convenience stores of Quebec. They're found anywhere shelves and a refrigerator can be packed into a covered space. Scattered throughout the city, dépanneurs survive by providing grocery, dairy, and alcohol essentials. They dot every neighborhood, forming a capillary bed that feeds the needs of locals and foot travelers. They can be counted on for milk, cigarettes, beer, and cheap wine, the remainder of their inventory determined by neighborhood preferences. They provide no glitz and no parking. The upscale version may have a bank machine. It was to one such that we were heading. Rue Berger? Charbonneau asked Claudel. Oui. It runs south from Sainte-Catherine. Take René Lévesque to Saint-Dominique, then go back north. That's a snake pit of one-ways in there. Charbonneau turned left and began creeping south. In his impatience, he kept goosing the gas, then tapping the brake, causing the Chevy to lurch like a Ferris wheel seat. Feeling a bit sick, I focused on the action at the boutiques, bistros, and modern brick buildings of l'Université du Québec, which lined Saint-Denis. Sacre bleu! Corliss, said Charbonneau, as a dark green Toyota station wagon cut him off. Bastard, he added, as he hit the brake, then shot up to its bumper. Look at that oily little freak! Claudel ignored him, apparently used to his partner's erratic driving. I thought of Dramamine, but held my tongue. Eventually we reached René Lévesque and turned west, then cut north onto Saint-Dominique. We doubled back at Sainte-Catherine, and once again I found myself in the Main, less than 1 block from Gabby's girls. Berger is one of a small checkerboard of side streets, sandwiched between Saint-Laurent and Saint-Denis. It lay directly ahead. Charbonneau turned the corner and slid to the curb in front of the Dépanneur Berger. A dingy sign above its door promised bière et vin. Sun-bleached ads for Molson and Labatt covered the windows, the tape yellowed and peeling with age. Rows of dead flies lined the sill below, their bodies stratified according to season of death. Iron bars safeguarded the glass. 2 geezers sat on kitchen chairs outside the door. Guy's name is Halevi, said Charbonneau, consulting his notebook. He probably won't have much to say. They never do. His memory may improve if we sweat him a little, said Claudel, slamming the car door. The geezers watched us silently. A string of brass bells jangled as we entered. The interior was hot and smelled of dust and spices and old cardboard. 2 rows of back-to-back shelves ran the length of the store, forming 1 center and 2 side aisles. The dusty shelves held an assortment of aging, canned, and packaged goods. On the far right, a horizontal refrigerator case held vats of nuts, dal, dried peas, and flour. An assembly of limp vegetables lay in its far end. Something from another era, the case no longer refrigerated. Upright coolers with wine and beer lined the left wall. In the rear, a small open case, draped with plastic to conserve the cold, held milk, olives, and feta cheese. To its right, in the far corner, was the bank machine. Except for this, the place looked as if it hadn't been renovated since Alaska applied for U.S. statehood. The counter was directly to the left of the front door. Mr. Halevi sat behind it, speaking heatedly into a cellular phone. He kept running his hand over his naked head, the maneuver a holdover from a Harrier youth. A sign on the cash register read, "Smile, God loves you." Halevi was not taking his own advice. His face was red, and he was clearly piqued. I stood back and watched. Claudel positioned himself directly in front of the counter and cleared his throat. Halevi showed him a palm and nodded his head in a hold-on gesture. Claudel flashed his badge and shook his head. Halevi looked momentarily confused, said something in rapid Hindi, and clicked off. His eyes, huge behind thick lenses, moved from Claudel to Charbonneau and back. "Yes," he said. "You Bipin Halevi?" asked Charbonneau in English. "Yes." Charbonneau placed the photo face up on the counter. "Take a look. You know this guy?" Halevi rotated the picture and leaned over it, his jittery fingers holding down the edges. He was nervous and trying hard to please, or at least to give the impression of cooperation. Many dépanneur operators sell smuggled cigarettes or other black market goodies, and police visits are as popular as tax audits. "No one could recognize a man from this. Is this from the video? Men were here earlier. What did this man do?" He spoke English with the sing-song cadence of northern India. "Any idea who he is?" said Charbonneau, ignoring the question. Halevi shrugged. "With my customers, you don't ask. Besides, this is too fuzzy, and his face is turned away." He shifted on his stool. He was relaxing somewhat, realizing that he wasn't the object of the inquiry, that it had to do with the security video the police had confiscated. "He a local?" asked Claudel. "I tell you I don't know." "Does this even remotely remind you of anyone comes in here?" Halevi stared at the picture. Maybe yes. But it's just not clear. I wish I could help. Maybe this could be a man I've seen." Charbonneau looked at him hard, probably thinking what I was. Was Halevi trying to please, or did he really see something familiar in the photo? "Who?" I don't know him. Just a customer." "Any pattern to what he does?" Halevi looked blank. "Does the guy come at the same time of day? Does he come from the same direction? Does he buy the same stuff? Does he wear a goddamn tutu?" Claudel was becoming annoyed. "I told you I don't ask. I don't notice. I sell my stuff. At night I go home. This face is like many others. They come and they go." "How late is this place open?" "Till 2. "He'd come in at night?" "Maybe." Charbonneau was taking notes in a leather-bound pad. So far, he'd written little. "You work yesterday afternoon?" Halevi nodded. "It was busy, the day before the holiday. Maybe people think I won't be open today." "You see this guy come in?" Halevi studied the picture again, ran both hands to the back of his head, then scratched his halo of hair vigorously. He blew out a puff of air and raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Charbonneau slipped the photo into his notebook and snapped it shut. He placed his card on the counter. "If you think of anything else, Mr. Halevi, give us a call. We thank you for your time." Sure, he said, his face brightening for the first time since seeing the badge. "I will call." Sure, said Claudel when we were outside. "That total call when Mother Teresa screws Saddam Hussein." "He works a dépanneur. He's got chili for brains," Charbonneau responded. As we crossed to the car, I looked back over my shoulder. The 2 geezers were still flanking the door. They seemed a permanent fixture, like stone dogs at the entrance to a Buddhist temple. "Let me have the picture a minute," I told Charbonneau. He looked surprised, but dug it out. Claudel opened the car door, and baked air rolled out like heat from a smelter. He draped one arm over the door, propped a foot on the frame, and watched me. As I recrossed the street, he said something to Charbonneau. Fortunately, I didn't hear. I walked over to the old man on the right. He wore faded red running shorts, a tank top, dress socks, and leather Oxfords. His bony legs were cobwebbed by varicose veins and looked as if the pasty white skin had been stretched over knots of spaghetti. His mouth had the collapsed look of toothlessness. A cigarette jutted from one corner at a downward angle. He watched me approach with unmasked curiosity. "Bonjour," I said. "Hey," he said, leaning forward to peel his sweat-slicked back from the cracked vinyl of the chair. He'd either heard us talking or picked up on my accent. "Hot day." "I've seen hotter." The cigarette jumped as he spoke. "You live near here?" He flapped a scrawny arm in the direction of Saint-Laurent. "Could I ask you something?" He recrossed his legs and nodded. I handed him the photo. "Have you ever seen this man?" He held the picture at arm's length in his left hand and shaded it from the sun with his right. Smoke floated across his face. He studied the image for so long, I thought perhaps he'd drifted off. I watched a gray and white cat covered with raw red patches slither behind his chair, skirt the building, and disappear around the corner. The second old man placed both hands on his knees and raised himself with a low grunt. His skin had once been fair, but now looked as if he'd been sitting in that chair 120 years. Adjusting first the suspenders and then the belt that held his gray work pants, he shuffled over to us. He brought the rim of his Met's cap to the level of his companion's shoulder and squinted at the photo. Finally, Spaghetti Legs handed it back. "A man's own mother wouldn't know him from this. Picture's shit." The second geezer was more positive. "He lives over there somewhere," he said, aiming a yellowed finger down the block at a seedy brick 3-flat and speaking in a joual so thick I could barely understand him. He, too, was without teeth or dentures, and as he spoke his chin seemed to reach for his nose. When he paused, I pointed to the photo and then to the building. He nodded his head. "Souvent? Often?" I asked. Oui," he responded, raising his eyebrows and shoulders, thrusting forward his lower lip, and giving the palm-up, palm-down gesture with his hands. "Often, sort of." The other geezer shook his head and snorted in disgust. I signaled to Charbonneau and Claudel to join me and explained what the old man had said. Claudel looked at me as he might a buzzing wasp, an annoyance that must be dealt with. I met his eyes, daring him to say something. He knew they should have questioned the men. Without comment, Charbonneau turned his back and focused on the pair. Claudel and I stood and listened. The joual was rapid as gunfire, the vowels so stretched, and the ending so truncated, I caught little of the exchange. But the gestures and signals were clear as a headline. Suspenders said he lived down the block. Spaghetti Legs disagreed. At length, Charbonneau turned back to us. He tipped his head in the direction of the car, gesturing Claudel and me to follow. As we crossed the street, I could feel 2 sets of rheumy eyes burning at the back of my neck. Chapter 10. Leaning on the Chevy, Charbonneau shook free a cigarette and lit it. His body looked as tense as an unsprung trap. For a moment he was quiet, seeming to sort through what the old man had said. Finally he spoke, his mouth a straight line, his lips hardly moving. "What do you think?" he asked. "Click and Clack look like they spend a lot of time here," I offered. Inside my T-shirt, a rivulet of sweat ran down my back. "Could be a pair of real head cases," said Claudel. "Or it could be they've actually seen the prick-ass," said Charbonneau. He inhaled deeply, then flicked at the cigarette with his middle finger. "They weren't exactly star witnesses on details," said Claudel. "Yeah," said Charbonneau. "But we all agreed. The guy ain't much to remember, and mutants like him usually keep a pretty low profile." "And Grandpa number 2 seemed pretty sure," I added. Claudel snorted. "Those 2 may not be sure of anything but the wine shop and the blood bank. Probably the only 2 landmarks they can map." Charbonneau took one last drag, dropped the butt, and ground it with his toe. "It could be nothing. Or it could be he's in there. Me, I don't want to guess wrong. I say we take a look, bust his ass if we find him." I observed yet another of Claudel's shrugs. "Okay. But I'm not about to get my bacon fried. I'll call for backup. He flicked his eyes to me and back to Charbonneau, brows raised. She don't bother me, Charbonneau said. Shaking his head, Claudel rounded the car and slid in on the passenger side. Through the windshield, I could see him reach for his handset. Charbonneau turned to me. Stay alert, he said. If anything breaks, get down. I appreciated his refraining from telling me not to touch anything. In less than a minute, Claudel's head reappeared above the doorframe. Allons-y, he said. Let's roll. I climbed into the back seat, and the two detectives got in front. Charbonneau put the car in gear, and we crept slowly up the block. Claudel turned to me. Don't touch anything in there. If this is the guy, we don't want anything screwed up. I'll try, I said, fighting to suppress the sarcasm in my voice. I'm one of the non-testosterone gender, and we sometimes have trouble remembering things like that. He blew out a puff of air and pivoted back in his seat. I was sure if he'd had an appreciative audience, he'd have rolled his eyes and smirked. Charbonneau pulled to the curb in mid-block, and we all considered the building. It sat surrounded by empty lots. The cracked cement and gravel were overgrown with weeds and strewn with the broken bottles, old tires, and the usual debris that accumulates in abandoned urban spaces. Someone had painted a mural on the wall facing the lot. It depicted a goat with an automatic weapon slung from each ear. In its mouth it held a human skeleton. I wondered if the meaning was clear to anyone but the artist. The old boy hadn't seen him today, said Charbonneau, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. When did they go on neighborhood watch? Asked Claudel. 10, said Charbonneau. He looked at his watch, and Claudel and I followed suit. Pavlov would have been proud. 3:10 p.m. Maybe the guy's a late sleeper, said Charbonneau. Or maybe he's worn out from his little field trip yesterday. Or maybe he's not in there at all, and these geeks are getting ready to bust their balls laughing. Maybe. I watched a group of girls cross the vacant lot behind the building, their arms intertwined in teenage camaraderie. Their shorts formed a row of Quebec flags, a chorus line of fleur-de-lis swaying in unison as they picked their way through the weeds. Each had braided her hair in tiny cornrows and sprayed it bright blue. As I watched them laugh and jostle in the summer heat, I thought how easily such youthful high spirits could be extinguished forever by the act of a madman. I fought back a wave of anger. Was it possible we were sitting not 10 yards from such a monster? At that moment, a blue and white patrol unit slipped quietly in behind us. Charbonneau got out and spoke to the officers. In a minute, he was back. They'll cover the back, he said, nodding toward the squad car. His voice had an edge to it, all sarcasm gone. Allons-y. When I opened the door, Claudel started to speak, changed his mind, and walked toward the apartment. I followed with Charbonneau. I noticed that he had unbuttoned his jacket, and his right arm was tense and slightly bent. Reflex readiness. For what, I wondered. The red brick building stood alone, its neighbors long since gone. Trash littered the adjacent lots, and large blocks of cement dotted them helter-skelter, like boulders left in a glacial retreat. A rusted and sagging chain-link fence ran along the building's south side. The goat faced north. 3 ancient white doors, side by side, opened onto Berger at street level. In front of them, the ground was covered by a patch of asphalt, running to the curb. Once painted red, the pavement was now the color of dried blood. In the window of the third door, a handwritten sign rested at an angle against a limp and gray lace curtain. I could barely read through the dirty glass. Chambre à louer, number 1. Rooms to rent. Claudel put one foot on the step and pressed on the higher of 2 buttons next to the doorframe. No answer. He rang again. Then, after a brief pause, pounded on the door. "Tabernacle!" shrieked a voice directly in my ear. The piercing Quebecois expletive sent my heart leaping into my throat. I turned and saw that the voice came from a first-floor window 8 inches to my left. A face scowled through the screen in undisguised annoyance. "What do you think you're doing? You break that door, trou du cul, and you're going to pay for it." "Police," said Claudel. ignoring the asshole reference. "Yeah, you show me something." Claudel held his shield close to the screen. The face leaned forward, and I could see that it was that of a woman. It was flushed and porcine, its perimeter bordered by a diaphanous lime scarf, knotted with exuberance on the top of her head. The ends sprouted upward, bobbing on the air like chiffon ears. Save for the absence of armaments and 90 extra pounds, she bore a noticeable resemblance to the goat. "So?" The scarf tips floated as she looked from Claudel to Charbonneau to me. Deciding I was the least threatening, she pointed them in my direction. "We'd like to ask you a few questions," I said, feeling instantly as if I'd done a Jack Webb imitation. It sounded as cliched in French as it would have in English. At least I hadn't added ma'am at the end. "Is this about Jean-Marc?" "We really shouldn't do this in the street," I said, wondering who Jean-Marc was. The face hesitated, then disappeared. In a moment, we heard the rattle of locks being turned, and the door was opened by an enormous woman in a yellow polyester house dress. Her underarms and midsection were dark with perspiration, and I could see sweat mixed with grime in the folds that circled her neck. She held a door for us, then turned and waddled down a narrow hall, disappearing through a door on the left. We followed in single file, Claudel leading, me bringing up the rear. The corridor smelled of cabbage and old grease. The temperature inside was at least 95 degrees. Her tiny apartment was rank with the stench of overused cat litter and was crammed with the dark, heavy furniture mass-produced in the 20s and 30s. I doubted the fabric had been changed from the original. A clear vinyl runner cut diagonally across the living room carpet, which was a threadbare imitation of a Persian original. There wasn't an uncluttered surface in sight. The woman lumbered to an overstuffed chair by the window and dropped heavily into it. A metal TV table to her right teetered, and a can of Diet Pepsi wobbled with the tremor. She settled in and glanced nervously out the window. I wondered if she was expecting someone, or if she simply hated to have her surveillance interrupted. I handed her the photo. She looked at it, and her eyes took on the shape of larvae, burrowing between their well-padded lids. She raised them to the three of us and realized too late that she had placed herself at a disadvantage. Standing, we had the benefit of height. She craned up at us, shifting the larvae from one of us to the other. Her mood seemed to change from belligerent to cautious. "You are," began Claudel. "Marie-Ève Rochon. What is this all about? Is Jean-Marc in trouble?" "You are the concierge?" "I collect the rent for the owner," she answered. Though there wasn't much room, she shifted in the chair. Its protest was audible. "Know him?" asked Claudel, gesturing at the photo. "Yes and no. He's staying here, but I don't know him." "Where?" "Number 6. First entrance, room on the ground level," she said, making a wide gesture with her arm. The loose, lumpy flesh jiggled like tapioca. "What's his name?" She thought for a moment, fidgeting absently with a scarf tip. I watched a bead of sweat reach its hydrostatic maximum, burst, and trickle down her face. "Saint-Jacques. Of course, they don't usually use their real names." Charbonneau was taking notes. "How long has he been here?" "Maybe a year. That's a long time for here. Most are vagrants. Of course, I don't see him much. Maybe he comes and goes. I don't pay attention." She flicked her eyes down and crimped her lips at the obviousness of her lie. "I don't ask." "You get any references?" Her lips fluttered with a loud puff of air, and she shook her head slowly. "He have any visitors?" "I told you I don't see him much." For a time she was silent. Her fidgeting had pulled the scarf to the right, and the ears were now off-center on her head. "Seems like he's always alone." Charbonneau looked around. "The other apartments like this?" "Mine's the biggest." The corners of her mouth tightened, and there was an almost imperceptible lift to her chin. Even in shabbiness there was room for pride. "The others are broken up. Some are just rooms with hot plates and toilets." "You here now?" The woman shrugged. Charbonneau closed his notebook. "We need to talk to him. Let's go." She looked surprised. What? We may need to get into the flat. She leaned forward in the chair and rubbed both hands on her thighs. Her eyes widened and her nostrils seemed to dilate. I can't do that. That would be a violation of privacy. You need a warrant or something. Charbonneau fixed her with a level stare and did not answer. Claudel sighed loudly, as though bored and disappointed. I watched a rivulet of condensed water run down the Pepsi can and join a ring at its base. No one spoke or moved. Okay, but this is your idea. Shifting her weight from ham to ham, she scooted forward in diagonal thrusts like a sailboat on a series of short tacks. The house dress crept higher and higher, exposing enormous stretches of marbleized flesh. When she had maneuvered her center of gravity to the chair's edge, she placed both hands on the arms and levered herself up. She crossed to a desk on the far side of the room and gophered around in a drawer. Shortly, she withdrew a key and checked its tag. Satisfied, she held it out to Charbonneau. Thank you, madame. We will be happy to check your property for irregularities. As we turned to leave, her curiosity overcame her. Hey, what's this guy done? We'll return the key on our way out, said Claudel. Once again, we left with eyes fixed on our backs. The corridor inside the first entrance was identical to the one we'd just left. Doors opened to the left and right, and, at the rear, a steep staircase led to an upper floor. Number 6 was the first on the left. The building was stifling and eerily quiet. Charbonneau stood to the left, Claudel and I to the right. Both their jackets hung loose, and Claudel rested his palm on the butt of his .357. He knocked on the door. No answer. He knocked a second time. Same response. The two detectives exchanged glances, and Claudel nodded. The corners of his mouth were tucked in tightly, beaking his face even more than usual. Charbonneau fitted the key into the lock and swung the door in. We waited, rigid, listening to dust motes settle back into place. Nothing. Saint-Jacques. Silence. Monsieur Saint-Jacques. Same answer. Charbonneau raised a palm in my direction. I waited while the detectives entered, then followed, my heart pounding in my chest. The room held little furniture. In the left rear corner, a pink plastic curtain hung by rusted rings from a semicircular rod separating the area into a makeshift bathroom. Below the curtain, I could see the base of a commode and a set of pipes that probably led to a sink. The pipes were badly rusted and supported a thriving colony of a soft green life form. To the right of the curtain, the back wall had been fitted with a formica-topped counter. It held a hot plate, several plastic tumblers, and an unmatched collection of dishes and pans. In front of the curtain, an unmade bed ran the length of the left wall. A table fashioned from a large plywood plank was placed along the right. Its base was formed by 2 sawhorses, each clearly stamped as property of the city of Montreal. The surface was heaped with books and papers. The wall was covered with maps, photos, and newspaper articles, forming a cut-and-paste mosaic that extended the length of the table. A metal folding chair was tucked below. The room's only window was to the right of the front door, identical to that used by Madame Rochon. 2 bare bulbs jutted from a hole in the ceiling. "Nice place," said Charbonneau. "Yeah, a thing of beauty. I'd rank it up there with herpes and Burt Reynolds' hairpiece." Claudel moved to the toilet area, withdrew a pen from his pocket, and gingerly drew back the curtain. "Defense Ministry might want to take scrapings. This stuff may have potential for biological warfare." He dropped the curtain and moved toward the table. "Dickhead isn't even here," said Charbonneau, flipping a blanket edge onto the bed with the tip of his shoe. I was surveying the kitchenware on the formica counter. 2 Expos beer tumblers, a dented saucepan encrusted with something resembling SpaghettiOs, a half-eaten chunk of cheese congealed in the same substance in a blue china bowl, a cup from Burger King, several cellophane packages of saltine crackers. It hit me when I leaned over the hot plate. The lingering warmth made my blood turn to ice, and I spun toward Charbonneau. "He's here!" My words hit the air at the exact moment a door exploded open in the right-hand corner of the room. It slammed into Claudel, knocking him off balance and pinning his right arm and shoulder against the wall. A figure lunged across the room, body doubled over, legs thrusting toward the open front door. I could hear breath rasping in his throat. For just an instant, in his headlong plunge across the room, the fugitive raised his head, and two flat, dark eyes met mine, peering out from under the orange brim of a cap. In that brief flash, I recognized the look of a terrified animal. Nothing more. Then he was gone. Claudel regained his balance, unsnapped his gun, and bolted out the door. Charbonneau was right behind him. Without thinking, I plunged into the chase. Chapter 11. When I shot onto the street, the sunlight blinded me. I squinted up Berger, trying to locate Charbonneau and Claudel. The parade was over, and large numbers of people were drifting down from Sherbrooke. I spotted Claudel shouldering his way through the crowd, his face red and contorted as he demanded passage through the sticky bodies. Charbonneau was close behind. He was holding his badge straight arm in front of him, using it like a chisel to gouge his way forward. The throng partied on, unaware that anything unusual was taking place. A heavy blonde swayed on her boyfriend's shoulders, her head thrown back, her arms held high, wagging a bottle of Molson's at the sky. A drunken man wearing a Quebec flag like a Superman cape hung from a lamppost. He prompted the crowd in chanting, "Québec pour les Québécois!" I noticed the chorus had a stridence that hadn't been there earlier. I veered into the vacant lot, climbed onto a cement block, and stood on tiptoe to scan the crowd. Saint-Jacques, if that's who it had been, was nowhere to be seen. He had the home court advantage, and had used it to put as much geography as possible between himself and us. I could see one of the backup team replacing his handset and joining the chase. He'd radioed for reinforcements, but I doubted a cruiser could penetrate the mob. He and his partner were elbowing their way toward Berger and Sainte-Catherine, well behind Claudel and Charbonneau. Then I spotted the orange baseball cap. It was ahead of Charbonneau, who had turned east on Sainte-Catherine, unable to see it through the mass of bodies. Saint-Jacques was heading west. As quickly as I saw him, he disappeared. I waved my arms for attention, but it was useless. I'd lost sight of Claudel, and neither of the patrolmen could see me. Without thinking, I jumped from the block and plunged into the crowd. The smell of sweat, suntan lotion, and stale beer seemed to seep from the bodies around me, forming a bubble of human smog. I lowered my head and plowed through the swarm with less than my usual courtesy, bulldozing a path toward Saint-Jacques. I had no badge to excuse my roughness, so I pushed and shoved and avoided eye contact. Most people took the jostling with good humor. Others paused to fling insults at my back. The majority were gender-specific. I tried to see Saint-Jacques' baseball cap through the hundreds of heads surrounding me, but it was impossible. I set a course toward the point where I'd spotted him, driving through the bodies like an icebreaker on the St. Lawrence. It almost worked. I was close to Sainte-Catherine when I was grabbed roughly from behind. A hand the size of a Prince tennis racket wrapped itself around my throat, and my ponytail was yanked sharply downward. My chin shot up, and I felt, or heard, something snap in my neck. The hand jerked me backward and pressed me flat against the chest of a Yeti construction worker. I could feel his heat and smell his perspiration as it soaked my hair and back. A face came close to my ear, and I was enveloped in the odor of sour wine, cigarette smoke, and stale nacho chips. "Hey, Plot! Who the fuck you shoving?" I could not have answered were I inclined. This seemed to anger him further, and he released my hair and neck, placed both hands on my back, and shoved violently. My head snapped forward like a catapult launcher, and the force of the movement propelled me into a woman in short shorts and stiletto heels. She screamed, and the people around us separated slightly. I threw my hands out in an attempt to regain my balance, but it was too late. I went down, bouncing hard off someone's knee. As I hit the pavement, I slid and scraped my cheek and forehead, and threw my arms over my head in a reflex of self-preservation. The blood was pounding in my ears. I could feel surface gravel grinding into my right cheek, and I knew I had lost some of the skin. As I attempted to push off the pavement with my hands, a boot came down hard on my fingers, mashing them. I could see nothing but knees, legs, and feet as the crowd rolled over me, seeming not to see me until the instant of tripping over me. I rolled onto my side and tried again to come to my hands and knees. Unintended blows from feet and legs kept me from righting myself. No one stopped to shield me or help me up. Then I heard an angry voice and felt the crowd recede slightly. A small pocket of space formed around me, and a hand appeared at my face, its fingers gesturing impatiently. I grasped it and pulled myself up, rising unbelievably to sunlight and oxygen. The hand was attached to Claudel. He held back the crowd with his other arm as I got painfully to my feet. I saw his lips move, but couldn't understand what he was saying. As usual, he seemed to be annoyed. Nonetheless, he'd never looked so good. He finished speaking, paused, and looked me over. He took in the jagged tear in my right knee and the abrasions on my elbows. His eyes came to rest on my right cheek. It was scraped and bleeding, and the eye on that side was beginning to swell shut. Dropping my hand, he withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket and gestured at my face. When I reached for it, my hand was trembling. I blotted away blood and gravel, refolded to a clean surface, and held the linen against my cheek. Claudel leaned close and shouted in my ear, "Stay with me!" I nodded. He worked his way toward the west side of Berger, where the crowd was a little thinner. I followed on rubbery legs. Then he turned and began to worm his way in the direction of the car. I lunged and grabbed his arm. He stopped and looked a question at me. I shook my head vehemently, and his eyebrows went from a deep V to a Stan Laurel imitation. "He's over there!" I screamed, pointing in the opposite direction. "I saw him!" A man in a Tweedledee costume brushed past me. He was eating a snow cone, and the drops from the melt-off were painting a red trail down his belly. It looked like a blood spatter pattern. Claudel's brows dived in the midline. "You're going to the car," he said. "I saw him on Sainte-Catherine," I repeated, thinking perhaps he hadn't heard. "Outside Les Foufounes Electriques. He was going toward Saint-Laurent." Even to me, my voice was sounding a bit hysterical. It got his attention. He hesitated a second, assessing the damage to my cheek and limbs. "You're okay?" "Yeah. You will go to the car?" "Yes." He turned to go. "Wait!" One by one, I lifted my trembling legs over a rusted metal cable that looped knee-high around the edge of the lot, crossed to another cement block, and stepped onto it. I scanned the sea of heads, looking for the orange baseball cap. Nothing. Claudel watched impatiently as I surveyed the crowd, shifting his eyes from me to the intersection, then back again. He reminded me of a sled dog waiting for the gun. Finally, I shook my head and raised my hands. "Go, I'll keep looking." Skirting the open lot, he began elbowing his way in the direction I'd indicated. The mob on Sainte-Catherine was bigger than ever, and in a few minutes I watched his head disappear into it. The swarm seemed to absorb him, like an army of antibodies seeking out and surrounding a foreign protein. One moment he was an individual, the next a dot in the pattern. I searched until my vision blurred, but hard as I tried, I couldn't locate Charbonneau or Saint-Jacques. Beyond Saint-Urbain, I could see a squad car nibbling its way into the edge of the crowd, its lights flashing red and blue. The revelers ignored its whining insistence on right-of-way. Once I caught a flash of orange, but it turned out to be a tiger wearing tails and high-top sneakers. Moments later, she passed closer, carrying her costume head and drinking a Dr. Pepper. The sun was burning and my head pounded. I could feel a crust hardening on my abraded cheek. I kept scanning and re-scanning, sweeping the crowd. I refused to quit until Charbonneau and Claudel returned. But I knew it was farce. Saint-Jean and the day had smiled on our quarry, and he had escaped. An hour later, we were gathered around the car. Both detectives had removed their jackets and ties and tossed them in the back seat. Beads of sweat glistened on their faces and flowed into their collars. Their underarms and backs were saturated, and Charbonneau's face was the color of a raspberry tart. His hair stood on end in front, reminding me of a schnauzer with a bad clip. My T-shirt hung limp, and my spandex workout pants felt as if I'd put them on straight from the washer. Our breathing had slowed to normal, and fuck had been said at least a dozen times, with everyone contributing. "Merde," said Claudel. It was an acceptable alternative. Charbonneau leaned into the car and extracted a pack of players from his jacket pocket. He slumped against a fender, lit up, and blew the smoke out the corner of his mouth. Bastard can cut a crowd like a cockroach through shit. He knows his way around here, I said, resisting the urge to explore the damage to my cheek. That helps him. He smoked for a moment. Think it was our guy from the cash machine? Hell, I don't know, I said. I didn't get a look at his face. Claudel snorted, then pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and began wiping the perspiration from the back of his neck. I locked my one good eye on him. Were you able to ID him? Another snort. I looked at him, shaking his head, and my plan of zero commentary evaporated. You're treating me like I'm not quite bright, Monsieur Claudel, and you're starting to piss me off. He gave another in his series of smirks. How's your face feel? He asked. Peachy, I shot back between clenched teeth. At my age, free dermabrasion is a bonus. Next time you decide to go on a wild-ass crime-fighting spree, don't expect me to scrape you up. Next time, do a better job of controlling an arrest scene, and I won't have to. The blood was pounding in my temples, and my hands were clenched so tightly the nails were digging small crescents into the flesh of my palms. Okay, knock this shit off, said Charbonneau, flipping his cigarette in a wide arc. Let's toss the apartment. He turned to the patrolman, who had been standing by quietly. Call in recovery. You got it, said the taller, moving toward the squad car. Silently, the rest of us followed Charbonneau to the red brick building and re-entered the corridor. The other patrolman waited outside. In our absence, someone had closed the outer door, but the one leading to number 6 still stood wide. We entered the room and spread out as before, like characters in a stage play following directions for blocking. I moved toward the back. The hot plate was cold now, and the SpaghettiOs had not improved with age. A fly danced on the edge of the pan, reminding me of other, grislier leftovers that may have been abandoned by the occupant. Nothing else had changed. I walked over to the door in the far right corner of the room. Small chunks of plaster littered the floor, the result of a doorknob slammed against the wall with great force. The door was half open, revealing a wooden staircase descending to a lower floor. It dropped one step to a small landing, made a 90-degree turn to the right, and disappeared into darkness. The landing was lined with tin cans where it met the back wall. Rusted hooks jutted from the wood at eye level. I could see a light switch on the wall to the left. The plate was missing, and the exposed wires looped around themselves like worms in a bait carton. Charbonneau joined me and eased the door back with his pen. I indicated the switch, and he used the pen to flip it. A bulb went on somewhere below, casting the bottom steps into shadowy relief. We listened to the gloom. Silence. Claudel came up behind us. Charbonneau stepped onto the landing, paused, and descended slowly. I followed, feeling each riser protest softly under my feet. My battered legs trembled as though I'd just run a marathon, but I resisted the temptation to touch the walls. The passage was narrow, and all I could see were Charbonneau's shoulders ahead of me. At the bottom, the air was dank and smelled of mildew. Already my cheek felt like molten lava, and the coolness was a welcome relief. I looked around. It was a standard basement, roughly half the size of the building. The back wall was constructed of unfinished cinder blocks, and must have been added later to subdivide a larger area. A metal washtub stood ahead and to the right, with a long wooden workbench snugged up against it. Pink paint was peeling from the bench. Below it lay a collection of cleaning brushes, their bristles yellowed and covered in cobwebs. A black garden hose was coiled neatly on the wall. A behemoth furnace filled the space to the right, its round metal ducts branching and rising like the limbs of an oak. A midden of trash circled its base. In the dim light, I could identify broken picture frames, bicycle wheels, bent and twisted lawn chairs, empty paint cans, and a commode. The cast-offs looked like offerings to a druid god. A bare bulb hung in the middle of the room, throwing about 1 watt of light. That was it. The rest of the cellar was empty. Son of a bitch must have been waiting at the top, said Charbonneau, gazing up the stairs, hands on his hips. Madame Fatas might have told us the guy had this little hidey hole, said Claudel, teasing at the trash pile with the tip of his shoe. "Regular Salman Rushdie down here." I was impressed by the literary reference, but having returned to my original plan of neutral observation, said nothing. My legs were beginning to ache, and something was very wrong in my neck. Fucker could have scrambled us from behind that door. Charbonneau and I didn't reply. We'd had the same thought. Dropping his hands, Charbonneau crossed to the stairs and started up. I followed, beginning to feel a bit like Tonto. When I emerged into the room, the heat rolled over me. I crossed to the makeshift table and started examining the collage on the wall above. The central piece was a large map of the Montreal area. Cutouts from magazines and newspapers surrounded it. Those on the right were standard-issue pornography shots, the progeny of Playboy and Hustler. Young women stared from them, their bodies in distorted positions, their clothes absent or in disarray. Some pouted, some invited, and some feigned looks of orgasmic bliss. None was very convincing. The collagist was eclectic in his taste. He exhibited no preference as to body type, race, or hair color. I noted that the edges of each picture were carefully trimmed. Each was set equidistant from its neighbors and stapled in place. A grouping of newspaper articles occupied the space to the left of the map. Although a few were in English, the majority were drawn from the French press. I noticed that those in English were always accompanied by pictures. I leaned close and read a few sentences about a groundbreaking at a church in Drummondville. I moved to a French article on a kidnapping in Senneville. My eyes shifted to an ad for Videodrome, claiming to be the largest distributor of pornographic films in Canada. There was a piece from Allo Police on a new dance bar. It showed Babette, dressed in leather cross-garters and draped with chains. There was another on a break-in in Saint-Paul-du-Nord, in which the burglar had constructed a dummy of his victim's nightclothes, stabbed it repeatedly, then left it on her bed. Then I spotted something that again turned my blood to ice. In his collection, Saint-Jacques had carefully clipped and stapled 3 articles side by side. Each described a serial killer. Unlike the others, these appeared to be photocopies. The first described Léopold Dion, the monster of Pont Rouge. In the spring of 1963, police had discovered him at home with the bodies of 4 young men. They had all been strangled. The second recounted the exploits of Wayne Clifford Bowden, who strangled and raped women in Montreal and Calgary beginning in 1969. When arrested in 1971, his final count was 4. In the margin, someone had written, Bill l'Étrangleur. The third article covered the career of William Dean Christensen, alias Bill l'Éventreur, Montreal's own Ripper. He'd killed, decapitated, and dismembered 2 women in the early 1980s. "Look at this," I said to no one in particular. Though the room was stifling, I felt cold all over. Charbonneau came up behind me. "Oh, baby, baby," he intoned flatly, as his eyes swept over the arrangement to the right of the map. "Love in wide angle." "Here," I said, pointing at the articles. "Look at these." Claudel joined us, and the 2 men scanned them wordlessly. They smelled of sweat and laundered cotton and aftershave. Outside I could hear a woman calling to Sophie, and wondered briefly if she beckoned a pet or a child. "Holy fuck," breathed Charbonneau, as he grasped the theme of the stories. "Doesn't mean he's Charlie Manson," scoffed Claudel. "No, he's probably working on his senior thesis." For the first time, I thought I detected a note of annoyance in Charbonneau's voice. "The guy could have delusions of grandeur," Claudel went on. "Maybe he watched the Menendez brothers and thought they were keen. Maybe he thinks he's Dudley Do-Right and wants to fight evil. Maybe he's practicing his French and finds this more interesting than Tintin. How the fuck do I know? But it doesn't make him Jack the Ripper." He glanced toward the door. Where the hell is Recovery? Son of a bitch, I thought, but held my tongue. Charbonneau and I turned our attention to the desktop. A stack of newspapers leaned against the wall. Charbonneau used his pen to rifle through them, lifting the edges, then allowing the sections to drop back into place. The stack contained only want ads, most from La Presse and the Gazette. "Maybe the toad was looking for a job," said Claudel sardonically. Thought he'd use Boden as a reference. What was that underneath? I'd seen a flash of yellow as the bottom section was lifted briefly. Charbonneau nudged the pen under the last section in the pile and levered it upward, tipping the stack toward the wall. A yellow tablet lay under it. I wondered briefly if pen manipulation was required training for detectives. He allowed the newspapers to drop back to the desktop, slid the pen to the back of the stack, and pushed at the tablet, sliding it forward and into view. It was a lined yellow pad, the type favored by attorneys. We could see that the top page was partially filled with writing. Bracing the stack with the back of his hand, Charbonneau teased the tablet out and slid it into full view. The impact of the serial killer stories was nothing compared to the jolt I felt on seeing what was scrawled there. The fear that I'd kept down deep in its lair lunged out and grabbed me in its teeth. Isabelle Gagnon, Margaret Adkins. Their names leapt out at me. They were part of a list of 7 that ran along the bound edge of the tablet. Beside each, running sideways across the page, was a series of columns separated by vertical lines. It looked like a crude spreadsheet containing personal data on each of the individuals listed. It did not look unlike my own spreadsheet, except I didn't recognize the other 5 names. The first column listed addresses, the second phone numbers. The next held brief notations on the residence. Apartment with outside entry, condo, first floor, house with yard. The next column contained sets of letters behind some names. For others it was blank. I looked at the Adkins entry. HU period SO period. The combinations looked familiar. I closed my eyes and ran a keyword search. Kinship charts. Those are people they live with, I said. Look at Adkins. Husband, son. Yeah, Gagnon's got BR and BF, brother, boyfriend, said Charbonneau. Big fag, added Claudel. What's do mean? He asked, referring to the last column. Saint-Jacques had written it behind some names, left no notation for others. No one had an answer. Charbonneau flipped back the first sheet and everyone fell silent, reading the next set of notations. The page was divided in half, with one name at the top and another halfway down. Below each was another set of columns. That on the left was headed Date. The next 2 were marked In and Out. The empty spaces were filled with dates and times. Jesus H. Christ! He stalked them. He picked them out and tracked them like goddamn quail or something, exploded Charbonneau. Claudel said nothing. This sick son of a bitch hunted women, repeated Charbonneau, as if rephrasing it would somehow make it more believable. Or less. Some research project, I said softly, and he hasn't turned it in yet. What? Asked Claudel. Adkins and Gagnon are dead. These dates are recent. Who are the others? Shit. Where the fuck is Recovery? Claudel strode over to the door and disappeared into the corridor. I could hear him swearing at the patrolman. My eyes wandered back to the wall. I didn't want to think about the list anymore today. I was hot and exhausted and in pain, and there was no satisfaction in the realization that I was probably right, and that now we would work together. That even Claudel would come on board. I looked at the map, searching for something to divert myself. It was a large one, showing in rainbow detail the island, the river, and the jumble of communities comprising the CUM and surrounding areas. The pink municipalities were crisscrossed by small white streets and linked by red arterial roads and large blue autoroutes. They were dotted by the green of parks, golf courses, and cemeteries, the orange of institutions, the lavender of shopping centers, and the gray of industrial areas. I found Centreville and leaned closer to try to locate my own small street. It was only 1 block long, and as I searched for it, I began to understand why taxis had so much difficulty finding me. I vowed to be more patient in the future, or at least more specific. I traced Sherbrooke west to intersect Guy, but found I'd gone too far. It was then that I had my third shock of the afternoon. My finger hovered above Atwater, just outside the orange polygon demarcating Le Grand Séminaire. My eye was drawn to a small symbol sketched in pen at its southwest corner, a circle enclosing an X. It lay close to the site where Isabelle Gagnon's body had been discovered. With my heart pounding, I shifted to the east and tried to find the Olympic Stadium. "Monsieur Charbonneau, look at this," I said, my voice strained and shaky. He came closer. "Where's the stadium?" He touched it with his pen and looked at me. "Where's Margaret Atkin's condo?" He hesitated a minute, leaned in, and started to point to a street running south from Parc Maisonneuve. His pen rested in midair as we both stared at the tiny figure. It was an X drawn and circled in pen. "Where did Chantal Trottier live?" "Sainte-Anne-de-Bellevue, too far out." We both stared at the map. "Let's search it systematically, sector by sector," I suggested. "I'll start in the upper left-hand corner and work down. You start with the lower right and work up." He found it first. The third X. The mark was on the south shore, near Saint-Lambert. He knew of no homicides in that district, neither did Claudel. We looked for another 10 minutes, but found no other X's. We were just starting a second search when the crime scene van pulled up in front. "Where the fuck have you been?" asked Claudel, as they came through the door with their metal cases. "It's like driving through Woodstock out there," said Pierre Gilbert, "only less mud." His round face was completely encircled by curly beard and curlier hair, reminding me of a Roman god. I could never remember which one. "What have we got here? Girl killed over on Desjardins? Puss bag that lifted her card calls this little hole home," said Claudel. "Maybe." He indicated the room with a sweep of his arm. Put a lot of himself into it. "Well, we'll take it out," said Gilbert with a smile. His hair was clinging in circles to his wet forehead. "Let's dust. There's a basement, too." "What?" Save for the inflection, dropping, then rising, it sounded more like a question than an assent. "Claude, why don't you start down below? Marcy, take the counter back there." Marcy moved to the back of the room, removed a canister from her metal suitcase, and began brushing black powder on the Formica counter. The other technician headed downstairs. Pierre put on latex gloves and began removing sections of newspaper from the desktop and placing them in a large plastic sack. It was then I had my final shock of the day. "Qu'est-ce que c'est?" he said, lifting a small square from what had been the middle of the stack. He studied it a long time. "C'est toi?" I was surprised to see him look at me. Wordlessly, I walked over and glanced at what he had. I was unnerved to see my own familiar jeans, my absolutely Irish T-shirt, my Bausch & Lomb aviator sunglasses. In his gloved hand, he held the photo which had appeared in Le Journal that morning. For the second time that day, I saw myself locked at an exhumation 2 years in the past. The picture had been cut and trimmed with the same careful precision as those on the wall. It differed in only one respect. My image had been circled and recircled in pen, and the front of my chest was marked with a large X. Chapter 12. I slept a lot of the weekend. Saturday morning I had tried getting up, but that was short-lived. My legs trembled, and if I turned my head, long fingers of pain shot up my neck and grabbed the base of my skull. My face had crusted over like crème brûlée, and my right eye looked like a purple plum gone bad. It was a weekend of soup, aspirin, and antiseptic. I spent the days dozing on the couch, keeping abreast of O.J. Simpson's escapades. At night, I was asleep by 9. By Monday, the jackhammer had stopped pounding inside my cranium. I could walk stiffly and rotate my head somewhat. I got up early, showered, and was in my office by 8:30. There were 3 requisitions on my desk. Ignoring them, I tried Gabby's number, but got only her machine. I made myself a cup of instant coffee and uncurled the phone messages I'd taken from my slot. One was from a detective in Verdun, another from Andrew Ryan, the third a reporter. I threw the last away and set the others by the phone. Neither Charbonneau nor Claudel had called, nor had Gabby. I dialed the CUM squad room and asked for Charbonneau. After a pause, I was told he wasn't there. Neither was Claudel. I left a message, wondering if they were out on the street early or starting the day late. I dialed Andrew Ryan, but his line was busy. Since I was accomplishing nothing by phone, I decided to drop by in person. Maybe Ryan would discuss Trottier. I rode the elevator to the first floor and wound my way back to the squad room. The scene was much livelier than during my last visit. As I crossed to Ryan's desk, I could feel eyes on my face. It made me vaguely uncomfortable. Obviously, they knew about Friday. "Dr. Brennan," said Ryan in English, unfolding from his chair and extending a hand. His elongated face broke into a smile when he saw the scab that was my right cheek. "Trying out a new shade of blush?" "Right. Crimson cement. I got a message you called?" For a moment, he looked blank. "Oh, yeah. I pulled the jacket on Trottier. You can take a look if you want." He leaned over and fiddled with some folders on his desk, spreading them out in a fan-shaped heap. He selected one and handed it to me just as his partner entered the room. Bertrand strode toward us, wearing a light gray sports jacket, monochromatically blended to darker gray pants, a black shirt, and a black and white floral tie. Save for the tan, he looked like an image from 1950s TV. "Dr. Brennan, how goes it?" "Great." "Wow, nice effect." "Pavement is impersonal," I said, looking around for a place to spread the file. "May I?" I gestured to an empty desk. "Sure, they're out already." I sat down and began sorting the contents of the folder, leafing through incident reports, untangling interviews, and turning over photos. Chantal Trottier. It was like walking barefoot across hot asphalt. The pain came back as though it had happened yesterday, and I had to keep looking away, allowing my mind breaks from the surging sorrow. On October 16th, 1993, a 16-year-old girl rose reluctantly, ironed her blouse, and spent an hour shampooing and preening. She refused the breakfast her mother offered and left her suburban home to join friends for the train ride to school. She wore a plaid uniform jumper and knee socks and carried her books in a backpack. She chatted and giggled and ate lunch after math class. At the end of the day, she vanished. 30 hours later, her butchered body was found in plastic garbage bags 40 miles from her home. A shadow fell across the desk, and I looked up. Bertrand held 2 mugs of coffee. The one he offered me said, "Monday I start my diet." Gratefully, I reached out and took it. "Anything interesting?" "Not much." I took a sip. "She was 16, found in Saint-Jérôme." "Yep." "Gagnon was 23, found in Centreville, also in plastic bags." I mused aloud. He tipped his head. "Adkins was 24, found at home, over by the stadium." "She wasn't dismembered?" "No, but she was cut up and mutilated. Maybe the killer got interrupted, had less time." He sipped his coffee, slurping loudly. When he lowered the mug, milky brown beads clung to his mustache. Gagnon and Adkins were both on Saint-Jacques' list. I assumed the story had spread by now. I was right. "Yeah, but the media went snake over those cases. The guy had clipped Allopolice and Photopolice articles on both of them, with pictures. He could just be a maggot that feeds on that kind of crap." "Could be." I took another sip, not really believing it. "Didn't he have a whole dung heap of stuff?" "Yeah," said Ryan from behind us. "Dickhead had clippings on all kinds of weird shit." "Francoeur, didn't you catch some of those dummy cases when you were with property?" This to a short, fat man with a shiny brown head who was eating a Snickers bar 4 desks over. Francoeur put down the candy, licking his fingers and nodding. His rimless glasses blinked as his head moved up and down. "Mm-hmm. 2. Lick. Damnedest thing. Lick. The squirrel creeps the place, rifles the bedroom, then makes a big doll with a nightgown or a sweatsuit. something that belongs to the lady of the house. He stuffs it, dresses it up in her underwear, then lays it out on the bed and slashes it. Probably makes him harder than a math final. Lick, lick. Then he gets his sorry ass out of there. Doesn't even take anything. Sperm? Nope. Believes in safe sleaze, I guess. What's he use? Probably a knife, but we never found it. He must bring it with him. Francoeur peeled back the wrapper and took another bite of Snickers. How's he get in? Bedroom window. It came out through caramel and nuts. When? Night, usually. Where's he put on these little freak shows? Francoeur chewed slowly for a moment, then, using a thumbnail, removed a speck of peanut from his molar. He inspected and flicked it. One was in Saint-Calixte, and I think the other was Saint-Hubert. The one this guy clipped went down a couple of weeks ago in Saint-Paul-du-Nord. His upper lip bulged as he ran his tongue over his incisors. And I think one fell to the COM. I sort of remember a call about a year ago from someone over there. Silence. They'll pop him, but this squirrel isn't exactly high priority. He doesn't hurt anybody, and he doesn't take anything. He's just got a twisted idea of a cheap date. Francoeur crumbled the Snickers wrapper and arced it into the wastebasket beside his desk. I hear the concerned citizen in Saint-Paul-du-Nord refused to follow up with a complaint. Yeah, said Ryan. Those cases are about as rewarding as a lobotomy with a scout knife. Our hero probably clipped the story because he gets a hard-on reading about busting someone's bedroom. He had a story on that girl out in Senneville, and we know he wasn't the one grabbed her. Turned out the father had the kid stashed the whole time. Francoeur leaned back in his chair. Maybe he just identifies with a kindred pervert. I listened to this exchange without really looking at the participants. My eyes drifted over a large city map behind Francoeur's head. It was similar to the one I'd seen in the Berger apartment, but drawn to a smaller scale, extending out to include the far eastern and western suburbs off the island of Montreal. The discussion snaked around the squad room, scooping up anecdotes of peeping Toms and other sexual perverts. As it meandered from desk to desk, I rose quietly and crossed to the map for a closer view, hoping to draw as little attention to myself as possible. I studied it, replaying the exercise Charbonneau and I had gone through on Friday, mentally plotting the location of the X's. Ryan's voice startled me. "What are you thinking?" he asked. I took a container of pins from a ledge below the map. Each was topped by a large, brightly colored ball. Choosing a red one, I placed it at the southwest corner of Le Grand Séminaire. Gagnon, I said. Next I placed one below the Olympic Stadium. Adkins. The third went in the upper left corner, near a broad expanse of river known as Lac des Deux Montagnes. Trottier. The island of Montreal is shaped like a foot, with its ankle dipping in from the northwest, its heel to the south, and its toes pointing northeast. 2 pins marked the foot, just above the sole, one in the heel of Centreville, another to the east, halfway up the toes. The third lay up the ankle, on the far western end of the island. There was no apparent pattern. Saint-Jacques marked this one and this one, I said, pointing to one of the downtown pins, then to the one on the east end. I searched the south shore, following the Victoria Bridge across to Saint-Lambert, then dropping south. Finding the street names I'd seen on Friday, I took a 4th pin and pushed it in on the far side of the river, just below the arch of the foot. The scatter made even less sense. Ryan looked at me quizzically. That was his 3rd X. What's there? What do you think? I asked. Hell if I know. Could be his dead dog's spike. He glanced at his watch. Look, we've got this. Don't you think it would be a good idea to find out? He looked at me for a long time before he answered. His eyes were neon blue, and I was mildly surprised that I'd never noticed them before. He shook his head. It just doesn't feel right. It isn't enough. Right now, your serial killer idea has got more holes than the Trans-Canada. Fill them in. Get me something else. Or get Claudel to do a request for an SQ search. So far, this isn't our baby. Bertrand was signaling to him, pointing at his watch, then hitching his thumb at the door. Ryan looked at his partner, nodded, then turned the neon back on me. I said nothing. My eyes roved over his face, rummaging for a sign of encouragement. If it was there, I couldn't find it. Gotta go. Just leave the file on my desk when you're done. Right. And, keep your head up. What? I heard what you found in there. This prick could be more than just your average dirtbag. He reached into his pocket, withdrew a card, and wrote something on it. You can get me at this number just about any time. Call if you need help. 10 minutes later, I was sitting at my desk, frustrated and antsy. I was trying to concentrate on other things, but having little success. Every time a phone rang in an office along the corridor, I reached for mine, willing it to be Claudel or Charbonneau. At 10:15, I called again. A voice said, "Hold, please." Then, "Claudel." "It's Dr. Brennan," I said. The silence was deep enough to scuba. "Oui." "Did you get my messages?" "Oui." I could tell he was going to be as forthcoming as a bootlegger at a tax audit. "I wondered what you dug up on Saint-Jacques." He gave a snort. "Yeah, Saint-Jacques, right." Though I felt like reaching across the line to rip out his tongue, I decided the situation called for tact. Rule number 1 in the care and handling of arrogant detectives. "You don't think that's his real name?" "If that's his real name, I'm Margaret Thatcher." "So, where are you?" There was another pause, and I could see him turning his face to the ceiling, deciding how best to rid himself of me. "I'll tell you where we are. We are nowhere. We didn't get piss all. No dripping weapons, no home movies, no rambling confession notes, no souvenir body parts. Zip. Prints? Non-usable. Personal effects? The guy's tasteful somewhere between severe and stark. No decorative touches, no personal effects, no clothes. Oh, yeah, one sweatshirt and an old rubber glove. A dirty blanket, that's it." "Why the glove?" "Maybe you worried about his nails." "What do you have?" "You saw it. His collection of Miss Show Me Your Twangy shots, the map, the newspapers, the clippings, the list. Oh, and some Franco-American spaghetti." "Nothing else?" "Nothing." "No toiletries, drugstore items?" "Nada." I picked through that for a moment. "Doesn't sound like he really lives there." "If he does, he's the filthiest son of a bitch you'll ever meet. He doesn't brush his teeth or shave. No soap, no shampoo, no floss." I gave that some thought. "How do you read it?" "Could be the little freak just uses the place as a hidey hole for his true crime and porno hobby. Maybe his old lady doesn't like his taste in art. Maybe she doesn't let him jack off at home. How should I know?" "What about the list?" "We're checking out the names and addresses." "Any in Saint-Lambert?" Another pause. "No." "Any more information on how he might have gotten Margaret Adkins' bank card?" This time the pause was longer, more palpably hostile. "Dr. Brennan, why don't you stick to what you do and let us catch the killers?" "Is he?" I couldn't resist asking. "What?" "A killer?" I found myself listening to a dial tone. I spent what was left of the morning estimating the age, sex, and height of an individual from a single ulna. The bone was found by children digging a fort near Pointe-aux-Trembles, and probably came from an old cemetery. At 12:15, I went upstairs for a Diet Coke. I brought it back to my office, closed the door, and took out my sandwich and peach. Swiveling to face the river, I encouraged my thoughts to wander. They didn't. Like a Patriot missile, they homed in on Claudel. He still rejected the idea of a serial killer. Could he be right? Could the similarities be coincidental? Could I be manufacturing associations that weren't there? Could Saint-Jacques merely have a grotesque interest in violence? Of course. Movie producers and publishing houses make millions off the same theme. Maybe he wasn't a killer himself. Maybe he just charted the murders or played some kind of voyeuristic tracking game. Maybe he found Margaret Adkins' bank card. Maybe he stole it before her death, and she hadn't yet missed it. Maybe. No, it didn't tally. If not Saint-Jacques, there was someone out there responsible for several of these deaths. At least some of the murders were linked. I didn't want to wait for another butchered body to prove me right. What would it take to convince Claudel I wasn't a dimwit with an overactive imagination? He resented my involvement in his territory, thought I was overstepping my bounds. He told me to stick to what I do. And Ryan, what had he said? Potholes, not enough. Find stronger evidence of a link. All right, Claudel, you son of a bitch. That's exactly what you'll get. I said it aloud, snapping my chair into full upright position and tossing my peach pit into the wastebasket. So, what do? I dig up bodies. I look at bones. Chapter 13. In the histology lab, I asked Denis to pull out cases 25906-93 and 26704-94. I cleared the table to the right of the operating scope and placed my clipboard and pen. I took out 2 tubes of vinyl polysiloxane and positioned them, along with a small spatula, a tablet of coated papers, and a digital caliper accurate to 1/10,000th of an inch. Denis placed 2 cardboard boxes on the end of the table, one large and one small, each sealed and carefully labeled. I eased the lid from the larger box, selected portions of Isabelle Gagnon's skeleton, and laid them out on the right half of the table. Next, I opened the smaller box. Though Chantal Trottier's body had been returned to her family for burial, segments of bone had been retained as evidence, a standard procedure in homicide cases involving skeletal injury or mutilation. I removed 16 Ziploc bags and put them on the left side of the table. Each was marked as to body part and side: right wrist, right knee, left knee, cervical vertebrae, thoracic and lumbar vertebrae. I emptied each bag and arranged the contents in anatomical order. The 2 segments of femur went next to their corresponding portions of tibia and fibula to form the knee joints. Each wrist was represented by 6 inches of radius and ulna. The ends of the bones sawed at autopsy were clearly notched. I would not confuse these cuts with those made by the killer. I pulled the mixing pad toward me, opened one of the tubes, and squeezed a bright blue ribbon of dental impression material onto the top sheet. Next to it, I squirted a white ribbon from the second tube. Selecting one of Trottier's arm bones, I placed it in front of me and picked up the spatula. Working quickly, I mixed the blue catalyst and the white base, kneading and scraping the 2 squiggles into a homogeneous goo. I scraped the compound into a plastic syringe, then squeezed it out like cake decoration, carefully covering the joint surface. I laid the first bone down, cleaned the spatula and syringe, tore off the used sheet, and began the process anew with another bone. As each mold hardened, I removed it, marked it as to case number, anatomical site, side, and date, and placed it next to the bone on which it had been formed. I repeated the procedure until a rubbery blue mold sat next to each of the bones in front of me. It took over 2 hours. Next, I turned to the microscope. I set the magnification and adjusted the fiber optic light to angle across the viewing plate. Starting with Isabelle Gagnon's right femur, I began a meticulous examination of each of the small nicks and scratches I had just cast. The cut marks seemed to be of 2 types. Each arm bone had a series of trench-like troughs lying parallel to its joint surfaces. The walls of the troughs were straight and dropped to meet their floors at 90-degree angles. Most of the trench-like cuts were less than 1/4 of an inch in length and averaged 5/100ths of an inch across. The leg bones were circled by similar grooves. Other marks were V-shaped, narrower, and lacked the squared-off walls and floors of the trench-like grooves. The V-shaped cuts lay parallel to the trenches on the ends of the long bones, but were unaccompanied in the hip sockets and on the vertebrae. I diagrammed the position of each mark and recorded its length, width, and in the case of the trenches, depth. Next, I observed each trench and its corresponding mold from above and in cross-section. The molds allowed me to see minute features not readily apparent when viewing the trenches directly. Tiny bumps, grooves, and scratches marking the walls and floors appeared as 3-dimensional negatives. It was like viewing a relief map, the island's terraces and synclines of each trench replicated in bright blue plastic. The limbs had been separated at the joints, leaving the long bones intact, with one exception. The bones of the lower arms had been severed just above the wrists. Turning to the bisected ends of the radius and ulna, I noted the presence and position of breakaway spurs and analyzed the cross-sectional surface of each cut. When I'd finished with Gagnon, I repeated the whole process for Trottier. At some point, Denis asked if he could lock something up, and I agreed, paying no attention to his question. I didn't notice the lab grow quiet. "What are you still doing here?" I almost dropped the vertebra I was removing from the microscope. "Jesus Christ, Ryan, don't do that!" "Don't go bughouse. I just saw the light and thought I'd drop in to see if Denis was putting in overtime, slicing up something entertaining." "What time is it?" I gathered the other cervical vertebrae and placed them in their bag. Andrew Ryan looked at his watch. 5:40. He watched me lift the bags into the smaller cardboard box and set the cover on top. "Find anything useful?" "Yep." I tapped the cover into place and picked up Isabelle Gagnon's pelvic bones. "Claudel doesn't put much stock in this cut mark business." It was precisely the wrong thing to say. I put the pelvic bones in the larger box. "He thinks a saw's a saw." I laid the two scapulae in the box and reached for the arm bones. "What do you think?" "Shit, I don't know." "You are of the carpentry and grout gender. What do you know about saws?" I continued laying bones in the box. "They cut things." "Good. What things?" "Wood, shrubbery, metal." He paused. "Bone." "How?" 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 He thought a minute. "With teeth. The teeth go back and forth and cut through the material." "What about radial saws?" "Oh, well, they go around." "Do they slice through the material or chisel through it?" "What do you mean?" "Are the teeth sharp on the edge or flat? Do they cut the material or rip their way through it?" "Oh. And do they cut when they go back or when they go forth?" "What do you mean?" "You said the teeth go back and forth. Do they cut on the back or on the forth? On the push stroke or on the pull stroke?" "Oh. Are they designed to cut on the grain or across the grain?" "Does that matter?" "How far apart are the teeth? Are they evenly spaced? How many are on the blade? What's their shape? How are they angled front to back? Is their edge pointed or squared off? How are they set relative to the plane of the blade? What kind of—" Okay, I see. So, tell me about saws." As I spoke, I placed the last of Isabelle Gagnon's bones in the box and tapped on the cover. There must be hundreds of different kinds of saws. Cross-cut saws, rip saws, pruning saws, hack saws, keyhole saws, kitchen and meat saws, Ryobi saws, jiggly and rod saws, bone and metacarpal saws. And those are just the hand-powered ones. Some run on muscle, and some are powered by electricity or gas. Some move with a reciprocating action, some use continuous action. Some move back and forth, some use a rotating blade. Saws are designed to cut different types of materials and to do different things as they cut. Even if we just stick to hand saws, which is what we've got here, they vary as to blade dimensions and the size, spacing, and set of their teeth. I looked to see if he was still with me. He was, eyes as blue as the flame in a gas burner. What all this means is that saws leave characteristic marks in materials such as bone. The troughs they leave are of different widths and contain certain patterns in their walls and floors. So, if you've got a bone, you can tell the specific saw that cut it? No, but you can determine the most likely class of saw that made the cuts. He digested that. How do you know this is a handsaw? Power saws don't depend on muscle, so they tend to leave more consistent cuts. The scratches in the cuts, the striae, are more evenly patterned. The direction of the cut is also more uniform. You don't see a lot of directional changes like you do with a handsaw. I thought for a minute. Since there isn't a lot of human energy required, people using power saws often leave a lot of false starts, and deeper false starts. Also, because the saw is heavier, or sometimes because the person working it is putting pressure on the object being cut, power saws tend to leave larger breakaway spurs when the bone finally gives. What if a really strong person is working a handsaw? Good point. Individual skill and strength can be factors. But power saws often leave scratches at the start of the cut, since the blade is already moving when it makes contact. Exit chipping is also more marked with a power saw. I paused, but this time he waited me out. The greater transfer of energy with power saws can also leave a sort of polish on the cut surface. Handsaws don't usually do that. I took a breath. He waited to be sure I was actually through. What's a false start? When the blade first enters the bone, it forms a trough or kerf, with corners at the initial striking surface. As the saw moves deeper and deeper into the bone, the initial corners become walls, and the kerf develops a distinct floor, like a trench. If the blade jumps out or is pulled out before going all the way through the bone, the kerf that's left is known as a false start. A false start contains all kinds of information. Its width is determined by the width of the saw blade and the set of its teeth. A false start will also have a characteristic shape in cross-section, and the teeth of the blade may leave marks on its walls. What if the saw goes straight through the bone? If the cut progresses all the way through the bone, the kerf floor can still partially be seen in a breakaway spur. That's a spike that's left at the edge of the bone where it finally breaks. Also, individual tooth marks may be left on the cut surface. I dug Gagnon's radius back out, found a partial false start on the breakaway spur, and angled the fiber optic beam across it. Here, look at this. He leaned over and squinted into the eyepiece, fiddling with the focus knob. Yeah, I see it. Look at the kerf floor. What do you see? It looks lumpy. Right. Those lumps are bone islands. They mean that the teeth were set at alternating angles from the saw blade. That kind of set causes a phenomenon known as blade drift. He raised his head from the microscope and looked at me blankly. The eyepiece had left double rings, grooving his face like that of a swimmer with tight goggles. When the first tooth cuts into the bone, it tries to align itself to the plane of the blade. It seeks the midline, and the blade goes along with that. When the next tooth enters the bone, it tries to do the same thing, but it's set in the opposite direction. The blade readjusts. This happens as each tooth comes along, so the forces acting on the blade change constantly. As a result, it sort of drifts back and forth in the kerf. The more set to the teeth, the more the blade is forced to drift. A very wide set causes successive teeth to drift so much that material is actually left in the midline of the kerf. Bone islands. Lumps. So they tell you the teeth were angled. Actually, they tell you more than that. Since each directional change of a tooth is caused by the introduction of a new tooth, the distance between these directional changes can tell the distance between teeth. Since islands represent the widest points of bone drift, the distance from island to island is equal to the distance between two teeth. Let me show you something else. I withdrew the radius and inserted the ulna so that the cut surface at its wrist end was illuminated. Then I stepped back from the microscope. Can you see those wavy lines on the cut surface? Yeah, looks kind of like a washboard, only curvy. That's called harmonics. Blade drift leaves those peaks and valleys on the wall of the cut, just as it leaves bone islands on the floor. The peaks and islands correspond to the wide points in drift. The valleys and narrow aspects of the floor correspond to the points in drift when the blade is closest to the midline. So you can measure these peaks and valleys like you do the islands. Exactly. How come I don't see anything farther down in the kerf? Drift occurs mostly at the beginning or end of a cut, when the blade is free, not embedded in bone. Makes sense. He looked up. The goggles were back. Can you tell anything about direction? Of blade stroke or blade progress? What's the difference? Direction of stroke has to do with whether the blade is cutting on the push or the pull. Most Western saws are designed to cut on the push. Some Japanese saws cut on the pull. Some can cut on both. Progress has to do with the direction the blade moves through the bone. Can you determine that? Yep. So what do you have? He asked, rubbing his eyes and trying to look at me at the same time. I took my time answering, kneading the small of my back, then reaching for my clipboard. I flipped through my notes, selecting relevant points. Isabelle Gagnon's bones have quite a few false starts. The kerfs measure about 0.05 inches in width and have floors that in most cases have some dip to them. Harmonics are present, and there are bone islands. Both are measurable. I flipped a page. There's some exit chipping. He waited for me to go on. When I didn't, he said, "What does all that mean?" "I think we're dealing with a handsaw with alternating set teeth. Probably a TPI of 10. TPI. Teeth per inch. In other words, tooth distance is about 1/10 of an inch. The teeth are chisel type, and the saw cuts on the push stroke." I see. "The blade drift is extreme, and there's a lot of exit chipping, but the blade seems to cut efficiently by chiseling the material clear. I think it's probably a saw designed like a very large hacksaw. The islands mean the set has to be pretty wide to avoid binding." "That narrows it to what?" I was pretty sure I knew what had made the cuts, but wasn't ready to share my thoughts. "There's someone else I want to talk to before I reach a conclusion." "Anything else?" I flipped to the first page of my notes and summarized the observations I'd made. The false starts are on the anterior surfaces of the long bones. Where there are breakaway spurs, they're on the posterior aspects. That means the body was probably lying on its back when it was cut up. The arms were detached at the shoulders, and the hands were cut off. The legs were removed at the hips, and the knee joints were severed. The head was removed at the level of the 5th cervical vertebrae. The thorax was opened with a vertical slash that penetrated all the way to the vertebral column. He shook his head. "Guy was a real whiz with a saw." "It's more complicated than that." "More complicated?" "He also used a knife." I adjusted the ulna and refocused. "Take another look." He bent over the scope, and I couldn't help noticing his nice, tight butt. "Jesus, Brennan." "You don't have to press quite so hard against the eyepieces." His shoulders relaxed somewhat, and he shifted his weight. "See the kerfs we've been talking about?" "Uh-huh." "Now look to the left. See the narrow slash?" He was silent for a moment as he adjusted the focus. "Looks more like a wedge, not square. It's not as wide." "Right. That's made by a knife." He stood up. Goggles. "The knife marks have a definite pattern. A lot of them parallel the saw false starts. Some even cross them. Also, they're the only kind I see in the hip joint and on the vertebrae." "Meaning?" "Some of the knife marks overlie saw marks, and some are underneath, so the cutting probably came before and after the sawing. I think he cut the flesh with the knife, separated the joints with the saw, then finished with the knife, maybe disconnecting any muscles or tendons that still held the bones together. Except for the wrists, he went right into the joints. For some reason, he just sawed the hands off above the wrists, going right through the lower arm bones." He nodded. "He decapitated Isabelle Gagnon and opened her chest using just the knife. There are no saw marks on any of the vertebrae." We were both silent for a few moments, thinking about that. I wanted all this to sink in before I dropped the bombshell. I also examined Trottier. The brilliant blue eyes met mine. His gaunt face looked tense, stretched, as he prepared it to receive what I was about to say. "It's identical." He swallowed and took a deep breath. Then he spoke very quietly. "This guy must run Freon through his veins." Ryan pushed off from the counter just as a janitor poked his head through the door. We both turned to look at him, and seeing our somber expressions, the man left quickly. Ryan's eyes re-engaged mine. His jaw muscles flexed. "Run this by Claudel. You're getting there." "I've got a couple of other things I want to check out first. Then I'll approach Capitaine Congenial." He departed without saying goodbye, and I finished repacking the bones. I left the boxes on the table and locked the lab behind me. As I passed through the main reception area, I noted the clock above the elevators, 6:30 p.m. Once again, it was me and the cleaning crew. I knew it was too late to accomplish either of the last two things I'd planned to do, but decided to try anyway. I walked past my own office and down the corridor to the last door on the right. A small plaque said Informatique, with the name Lucie Dumont printed neatly below. It had been long in arriving, but the LML and LSJ were finally coming online. Complete computerization had been achieved in the fall of '93, and data were continually being fed into the system. Current cases could now be tracked, with reports from all divisions coordinated into master files. Cases from years past were gradually being entered into the database. L'expertise judiciaire had roared into the computer age, and Lucie Dumont was leading the charge. Her door was closed. I knocked, knowing there would be no answer. At 6:30 p.m., even Lucie Dumont was gone. I trudged back to my office, pulled out my membership directory for the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and found the name I was looking for. I glanced at my watch, quickly calculating. It would be only 4:40 there. Or would it be 5:40? Was Oklahoma on Mountain or Central Time? "Oh, hell," I said, punching in the area code and number. A voice answered, and I asked for Aaron Calvert. I was told in a friendly, twangy way that I was speaking with the night service and that they'd be glad to take a message. I left my name and number and hung up, still not knowing into what time zone I'd been speaking. This was not going well. I sat a moment, regretful that my burst of resolve hadn't come earlier in the day. Then, undaunted, I reached for the receiver again. I dialed Gabby's number and got no response. Apparently, even the answering machine had dropped out. I tried her office at the university and listened to the line roll over after 4 rings. As I was about to hang up, the phone was answered. It was the departmental office. No, they hadn't seen her. No, she hadn't picked up her mail for a few days. No, that wasn't unusual. It was summer. I thanked them and hung up. "Strike 3, I said to the empty air. "No Lucy, no Aaron, no Gabby. God, Gabby, where are you?" I wouldn't let myself think about it. I tapped the blotter with a pen. "High and outside." I tapped some more. "Fourth and long," I added, ignoring the mixed metaphor. Tap, tap. DQ. I leaned back and flipped the pen end on end into the air. "Double fault." I caught the pen and sent it airborne again. "Personal foul." Another launch. Time to switch to a new game plan. Catch. Launch. Time to dig in and hold the line. I caught the pen and held it. Dig in. I looked at the pen. Dig in. That's it. "Okay," I said, pushing back my chair and reaching for my purse. "Try batting from the other side of the plate." I slung the purse over my shoulder and turned out the light. "In your face, Claudel." Chapter 14. When I got to the Mazda, I tried resuming my sports cliché soliloquy. It was no good. The genius was gone. Anticipation of what I had planned for the evening had me too wired for creative thought. I drove to the apartment, stopping only at Kojak's to pick up a souvlaki plate. Arriving home, I ignored Bertie's accusatory greeting and went directly to the refrigerator for a Diet Coke. I set it on the table next to the grease-stained bag containing my dinner and glanced at the answering machine. It stared back, silent and unblinking. Gabby hadn't called. A growing sense of anxiety was wrapping itself around me, and like a conductor high on his music, my heart was beating prestissimo. I went to the bedroom and rifled through the bedside stand. What I wanted was buried in the third drawer. I took it to the dining room, spread it on the table, and opened my drink and carry-out. No go. The sight of greasy rice and overcooked beef made my stomach withdraw like a sand crab. I reached for a slice of pita. I located my street on the now familiar foot and traced a route out of Centreville and across the river onto the South Shore. Finding the neighborhood I wanted, I folded the map with the cities of Saint-Lambert and Longueuil showing. I tried another bite of souvlaki as I studied the landmarks, but my stomach hadn't altered its negativism. It would accept no input. Birdie had oozed to within 3 inches of me. "Knock yourself out," I said, sliding the aluminum container in his direction. He looked astounded, hesitated, then moved toward it. The purring had already begun. In the hall closet, I found a flashlight, a pair of garden gloves, and a can of insect repellent. I threw them into a backpack along with a map, a tablet, and a clipboard. I changed into a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers and braided my hair back tightly. As an afterthought, I grabbed a long-sleeved denim shirt and stuffed it into the pack. I got the pad from beside the phone and scribbled, "Gone to check out the third X, Saint-Lambert." I looked at my watch, 7:45 p.m. I added the date and time and laid the tablet on the dining room table. Probably unnecessary, but in case I got into trouble, I had at least left a trail. Slinging the pack over my shoulder, I punched in the code for the security system, but in my building excitement, I got the numbers wrong and had to start over. After messing up a second time, I stopped, closed my eyes, and recited every word of, "I wonder what the king is doing tonight." Clear the mind with an exercise in trivia. It was a trick I'd learned in grad school, and, as usual, it worked. The time out in Camelot helped me reestablish control. I entered the code without a slip and left the apartment. Emerging from the garage, I circled the block, took Sainte-Catherine east to de la Montagne, and wound my way south to the Victoria Bridge, one of 3 linking the island of Montreal with the south shore of the St. Lawrence River. The clouds that had tiptoed across the afternoon sky were now gathering for serious action. They filled the horizon, dark and ominous, turning the river a hostile, inky gray. I could see Ile Notre-Dame and Ile Sainte-Hélène upriver, with the Jacques Cartier Bridge arching above them. The little islands lay somber in the deepening gloom. They must have throbbed with activity during Expo 67, but were idle now, hushed, dormant, like the site of an ancient civilization. Downriver lay Ile des Sœurs, Nuns' Island. Once the property of the church, it was now a yuppie ghetto, a small acropolis of condos, golf courses, tennis courts, and swimming pools, the Champlain Bridge, its lifeline to the city. The lights of its high-rise towers flickered, as if in competition with the distant lightning. Reaching the South Shore, I exited onto Sir Wilfrid Laurier Boulevard. In the time it took to cross the river, the evening sky had turned an eerie green. I pulled over to study the map. Using the small emerald shapes that represented a park and the Saint-Lambert golf course, I fixed my location, then replaced the map on the seat beside me. As I shifted into gear, a snap of lightning electrified the night. The wind had picked up, and the first fat drops began to splatter on the windshield. I crept along through the spooky pre-storm darkness, slowing at each intersection to crane forward and squint at the street signs. I followed the route I'd plotted in my head, turning left here, right there, then 2 more lefts. After 10 more minutes, I pulled over and put the car in park. My heart sounded like a ping-pong ball in play. I rubbed my damp palms on my jeans and looked around. The sky had deepened, and the darkness was almost total. I'd come through residential neighborhoods of small bungalows and tree-lined streets, but now found myself on the edge of an abandoned industrial park, marked as a small gray crescent on the map. I was definitely alone. A row of deserted warehouses lined the right side of the street, their lifeless shapes illuminated by a single functioning street lamp. The building closest to the lamppost stood out in eerie clarity, like a stage prop under studio lights, while its neighbors receded into ever-deepening murkiness, the farthest disappearing into pitch blackness. Some of the buildings bore realtors' signs, offering them for sale or rent. Others had none, as if their owners had given up. Windows were broken, and the parking lots were cracked and strewn with debris. The scene was an old black and white of London during the Blitz. The view to the left was no less desolate. Nothing, total darkness. This emptiness corresponded to the unmarked green space on the map where Saint-Jacques had placed his third X. I'd hoped to find a cemetery or a small park. Damn! I put my hands on the wheel and stared into the blackness. Now what? I really hadn't thought this through. Lightning flashed, and for a moment the street was aglow. Something flew out of the night and slapped against the windshield. I jumped and gave a yelp. The creature hung there a moment, beating a spastic tattoo against the glass, then flew off into the dark, an erratic rider on the mounting wind. Cool it, Brennan. Deep breath. My anxiety level was in the ionosphere. I reached for the backpack, put on the denim shirt, shoved the gloves into my back pocket and the flashlight into my waistband, leaving the notepad and pen. You won't be taking any notes, I told myself. The night smelled of rain on warm cement. The wind was chasing debris along the street, swirling leaves and paper upward into small cyclones, dropping them into piles, then stirring them up anew. It caught my hair and grabbed at my clothes, snapping my shirt tails like laundry on a line. I tucked in the shirt and took the flashlight in my hand. The hand trembled. Sweeping the beam in front of me, I crossed the street, then stepped up the curb onto a narrow patch of grass. I'd been right. A rusted iron fence about 6 feet high ran along the edge of the property. On the far side of the fence, trees and bushes formed a thick tangle, a wildwood forest that stopped abruptly, held in check by the iron barrier. I aimed the light straight ahead, trying to peer through the trees, but I couldn't tell how far they extended or what lay beyond them. As I followed the fence line, overhanging branches dipped and rose in the wind, shadows dancing across the small yellow circle of my flashlight. Raindrops slapped the leaves above my head, and a few penetrated to strike my face. The downpour wasn't far off. Either the dropping temperature or the hostile setting was making me shiver. More like both. I cursed myself for bringing the bug spray instead of a jacket. 3/4 of the way up the block, I stepped down hard at a drop in elevation. I swept the light along what seemed to be a driveway or service road leading forward to a break in the trees. At the fence, a set of gates was held shut by a length of chain and a combination padlock. The entrance didn't look recently used. Weeds grew in the gravel roadbed, and the border of litter that ran the length of the fence was uninterrupted at the gate. I aimed the light through the opening, but it penetrated the darkness only a little. It was like using a Bic to light the Astrodome. I inched along for another 50 yards or so, until I reached the end of the block. It took a decade. At the corner, I looked around. The street I'd been following ended in a T-intersection. I peered into the gloom on the far side of the intersecting, equally dark and deserted street. I could make out a sea of asphalt running the length of the block and surrounded by a chain-link fence. I guessed it had been a parking area for a factory or warehouse. The crumbling compound was lit by a single bulb suspended from a makeshift arch on a telephone pole. The bulb was hooded by a metal shade and threw light for approximately 20 feet. Debris skittered across the empty pavement, and here and there I could see the silhouette of a small shack or storage shed. I listened for a moment. A cacophony. Wind, raindrops, distant thunder. My pounding heart. The light from across the way compromised the blackness just enough to reveal my unsteady hands. "Okay, Brennan," I chided myself. "Cut the crap. No pain, no gain." Good one," I said. My voice sounded strange, muffled, as if the night was swallowing my words before they could reach my ears. I turned back to the fence. At the end of the block, it rounded the corner and took a hard left, paralleling the street I'd just reached. I turned with it. Within 10 feet, the iron uprights ended at a stone wall. I stepped back and played the light over it. The wall was grayish, about 8 feet high, topped by a border of stones jutting 6 inches laterally from the face. As best I could see in the darkness, it ran the length of the street, with an opening near mid-block. It looked to be the front of the property. I followed the wall, noting the soggy paper, broken glass, and aluminum containers that had collected at its base. I stepped on a variety of objects I didn't care to identify. Within 50 yards, the wall gave way, once again, to rusted iron grillwork. More gates, secured like the set at the side entrance. When I held the flashlight close to inspect the chain and padlock, the metal links gleamed. This chain looked new. I tucked the flashlight into my waistband and yanked the chain sharply. It held. I tried again, with the same result. I stepped back, retrieved the light, and began passing the beam slowly up and down the bars. Just then something grabbed my leg. As I clawed at my ankle, I dropped the flashlight. In my mind, I could see red eyes and yellow teeth. In my hand, I felt a plastic sack. "Shit," I said, my mouth dry, my hands shakier than before, as I disentangled myself from the bag. "Assaulted and battered by a Pharmaprix sack." I released the bag, and it went whipping off in the wind. I could hear it rustling as I groped for my flashlight. It had gone out when it hit the ground. I found it, but it was reluctant to serve. At first, nothing. I pounded it against the palm of my hand, and the bulb flicked on, then died. Another tap, and the beam stayed on, but the light looked shaky and uncertain. I had little confidence in its long-term commitment. I hovered a moment in the dark, considering my next move. Did I really want to go further with this? What in God's name did I hope to accomplish? Home to a hot bath and bed seemed the better plan. I closed my eyes and concentrated on sound, straining to filter any sign of human presence from the bustle of the elements. Later, in the many times I would replay that scene in my mind, I would ask myself if there wasn't something I missed. The crunch of tires on gravel, the creak of a hinge, the hum of a car engine. Perhaps I was sloppy. Perhaps the building storm was a co-conspirator. But I noticed nothing. I took a deep breath, squared my shoulders, and peered into the darkness beyond the wall. Once in Egypt, I'd been in a tomb in the Valley of the Kings when the lights failed. I remember standing in that small space, engulfed not just in darkness, but in a total absence of light. I had felt as if the world had been snuffed out. As I tried to tease something from the void beyond the fence, that feeling returned. What held darker secrets, the Pharaoh's tomb, or the blackness inside that wall? The X marks something. It's in there. Go! I retraced my steps to the corner and down the fence to the side gate. How could I disengage the lock? I was playing the light over the metal bars, searching for an answer, when lightning lit the scene like a camera flash. I smelled ozone in the air and felt a tingling in my scalp and hands. In the brief burst of light, I spied a sign to the right of the gates. By the flashlight beam, it looked to be a small metal plaque bolted to the bars. Though rusted and obscured, the message was clear. Entrée interdite. Entrance forbidden. Keep out. I held the light close and tried to make out the smaller print below. Something de Montreal. It looked like Archduke. Archduke de Montreal? I didn't think there was one. I peered at a tiny circle below the writing. Gently I dislodged some rust with my thumbnail. An emblem began to appear, resembling a crest or coat of arms that looked vaguely familiar. Then it hit me. Archdiocese. Archdiocese of Montreal, of course. This was church property. Probably an abandoned convent or monastery. Quebec was peppered with them. Okay, Brennan, you're a Catholic. Protected on church property. Full court press. Where were these cliches coming from? Pumping out with the rushes of adrenaline that alternated with the trembling apprehension. I stuck the flashlight into my jeans, took the chain in my right hand, and grasped a rusty metal upright with my left. I was about to yank, but there was no resistance. Link by link, the chain slithered through the bars, looping over my wrist like a snake coiling onto a branch. I let go of the gate and reeled in the chain with both hands. It didn't come loose completely, but stopped when the padlock wedged between the bars. I looked at it in disbelief. It was hooked through the last link, but the prongs had been left unclasped. I unhooked the lock, pulled the rest of the chain through the bars, and stared at them both. The wind had stopped during my labors, leaving an unsettling hush. The quiet pounded in my ears. I looped the chain over the right gate and pulled the left one toward me. The hinges seemed to scream in the void left by the wind. No other sound breached the silence. No frogs, no crickets, no distant train whistles. It was as if the universe were holding its breath, awaiting the storm's next move. The gate moved grudgingly, and I passed through, easing it closed behind me. I followed a roadbed, my shoes making soft, crunching sounds on the gravel. I kept the light roving from the road to the thicket of trees on each side. After 10 yards, I stopped and directed the beam upward. The branches, ominously still, were interlaced in an arch above my head. Here's the church, here's the steeple. Great. My mind had switched to children's rhymes. I was shivering from tension and wound up with enough energy to repaint the Pentagon. You're losing it, Brennan, I warned myself. Think about Claudel. No, think about Gagnon and Trottier and Adkins. I turned to my right and swept the beam as far as it would reach, allowing it to linger briefly on each of the trees bordering the road. They marched along in endless rank. When I did the same on my left, I thought I saw a narrow break about 10 yards up. I kept the beam focused on that spot and crept forward. What looked like a gap wasn't. The trees didn't break rank, yet the place looked different somehow. Disturbed. Then it struck me. It wasn't the trees, it was the underbrush. The ground cover was sparse and patchy, and the vines and creepers looked stunted compared with those nearby. Like a clearing, partly overgrown again. They're younger, I thought, more recent. I shone the light in all directions. The undersized vegetation seemed to flow in a narrow strip, like a stream meandering through the trees. Or a path. I gripped the flashlight tighter and followed the diversion. As I took my first step, the storm broke. The steady drizzle gave way to a sudden torrent, and the trees burst into motion, leaping and diving like 1,000 kites. Lightning flashed and thunder responded over and over, like demon creatures seeking each other. Snap! Where are you? Boom! Over here. The wind returned with full fury, driving the water sideways. Water soaked my clothes and plastered my hair to my head. It streamed down my face, blurred my vision, and stung the abrasion on my cheek. Blinking, I tucked some loose hair behind my ears and ran a hand over my eyes. I pulled out a shirt tail and held it over the flashlight to try to keep the water from getting inside the casing. Hunching my shoulders, I edged up the path, oblivious of everything beyond the 10-foot diameter of my pale yellow beacon. I swung the beam back and forth across the path, allowing it to probe the woods on either side, like a dog on a leash, sniffing and poking its way along. In about 50 feet, I spotted it. Looking back, I realized that an instant synapse occurred, that in a nanosecond my brain linked the visual input of the moment to a past experience recently stored. At some level of awareness, I knew what I was seeing before my conscious mind developed the picture. As I closed in, and the beam teased its find from the covering darkness, recognition broke the surface. I could taste my stomach contents in my throat. In the wobbling shaft of light, I saw a brown plastic garbage bag poking through the dirt and leaves. Its open end twisted and tied back unto itself. The knot rose from the earth like a sea lion surfacing for air. I watched rain pound down on the bag and the surrounding soil. The water nibbled at the edges of the shallow burial, turning the dirt to mud, and slowly but persistently uncovering the hole. I could feel a weakness at the back of my knees as more of the bag was exposed. A flash of lightning snapped me out of my reverie. I jumped more than stepped toward the bag and bent down to examine it. Tucking the flashlight back into my jeans, I grabbed the knotted end of the bag and pulled. It was still buried too deep to budge. I tried to undo the knot, but my wet fingers got a poor grip on wet plastic. It wouldn't give. I placed my nose close to the sealed opening and inhaled. Mud and plastic, no other smell. I made a small perforation in the bag with my thumbnail and sniffed again. Though faint, the odor was identifiable. The sweet, fetid smell of rotted flesh and damp bone. Before I could decide on flight or fury, a twig snapped, and I sensed movement behind me. As I tried to leap sideways, lightning flashed inside my head, sending me plunging back into that pharaoh's tomb. Chapter 15. I hadn't been this hungover in a very long time. As usual, I was too sick to remember much. When I moved, harpoons of pain shot into my brain and forced me to be still. I knew if I opened my eyes, I'd vomit. My stomach also recoiled at the thought of motion, yet I had to get up. Above all, I was cold. My body was gripped by a chill that had taken over its core. I began to shake uncontrollably, and thought I needed another blanket. I sat up with my eyes still tightly shut. The pain in my head was so fierce I retched up a small quantity of bile. I lowered my head to my knees and waited for the nausea to pass. Still unable to open my eyes, I spit the bile into my left hand and felt for my comforter with my right. Through the throbbing and shivering, I began to realize I wasn't in my bed. My groping hand encountered twigs and leaves. I got my eyes open, pain or no pain. I was sitting in a wood, in wet clothes and covered with mud. The ground around me was littered with leaves and small branches, and the air was heavy with the smell of earth and things that would become earth. Above me I could see a latticework of branches, their dark, spidery fingers intertwining against a black velvet sky. Behind them, a million stars flickered through the leafy cover. Then memory logged in. The storm, the gates, the path. But how had I come to be lying here? This wasn't a hangover night, only a parody of one. I ran an exploratory hand over the back of my head. A knob the size of a lime was palpable beneath my hair. Great. Bashed twice in 1 week. Most boxers are punched less often. But how had I been bashed? Had I tripped and fallen? Had a tree limb struck me? The storm had been churning things up pretty well, but no large branches lay next to me. I couldn't remember, and I didn't care. I just wanted to be gone. Fighting back nausea, on my hands and knees, I fumbled for the flashlight. I found it half buried in mud, wiped it clean, and flicked the switch. Amazingly, it worked. Controlling my trembling legs, I stood, and more fireworks exploded in my head. I braced myself against a tree and retched again. The taste of bile filled my mouth and triggered more questions by my consciousness. When did I eat? Last night? Tonight? What time is it? How long have I been here? The storm had ended, and stars emerged, and it was still night, and I was freezing. That's all I knew. When the abdominal contractions stopped, I straightened slowly and played the flashlight around me, looking for the path. The beam, dancing across the ground cover, tripped another cognitive wire. The buried bag. The burst of memory brought with it a wave of fear. I gripped the flashlight tighter and turned a complete rotation, assuring myself that no one was behind me. Back to the bag. Where had it been? Recall was creeping back, but in still frames. I could see the bag in my mind, but couldn't fix a location on the ground. I probed in the adjacent vegetation, searching for the burial. My head pounded, and nausea kept rising in my throat, but there was nothing left, and the dry heaving made my sides ache and my eyes tear. I kept stopping and bracing against a tree, waiting for the spasms to subside. I noted crickets warming up for a post-storm gig, and their music had the feel of gravel sucked into my ears and dragged across my brain. The bag was not 10 feet away when I finally found it. Shaking so I could hardly hold the flashlight steady, I saw it as I remembered, though with more plastic exposed. A moat of rainwater circled its perimeter. and small pools had collected in the folds and creases of the bag itself. In no condition to recover it, I just stood staring. I knew the scene had to be processed correctly, but was afraid someone might disturb it or remove the remains before a unit could get there. I wanted to cry in frustration. "Oh, there's a good idea, Brennan. Weep. Maybe someone will come and rescue you." I stood, trembling from cold and whatever, trying to think. But my brain cells not cooperating, slamming their doors and refusing all callers. Phone it in. That thought got through. I identified the borders of the brushy path and picked my way out of the woods. Or hoped I was. Couldn't remember coming in and had only a vague notion of the way out. My sense of direction had left with my short-term memory. Without warning, the flashlight died, and I was plunged into the near darkness of filtered starlight. Shaking the flashlight did not help, nor swearing at it. Shit! At least I tried. I listened for some audible direction finder. All I heard were crickets from every direction, chirping in the round. That wouldn't work. I tried to distinguish shadowy small growth from the shadowy larger growth and crept forward in the direction my face was pointing. As good a plan as any. Unseen branches grabbed my hair and clothing, and vines and creepers tugged at my feet. "You're off the path, Brennan. This stuff's getting thicker." I was deciding which way to veer when one foot met air and dropped off the earth. I followed it forward, landing hard on my hands and one knee. My feet were trapped, and my forward knee pressed against what felt like loose earth. The flashlight had flown from my hand and jarred to life when it hit the ground. It had tumbled and was now casting an eerie yellow glow back toward me. I looked down and saw my feet disappearing into a tight, dark space. My heart in my throat, I clawed my way out and scrambled toward the light, sideways like a crab on the beach. Pointing the beam to where I'd fallen, I saw a small crater. It gaped fresh and raw like an unhealed wound in the earth. Loose dirt rimmed its perimeter and gathered in a small mound behind it. I shone the light into the opening. It was not large, perhaps 2 feet across and 3 feet deep. In my stumbling, I planted a foot too close to the rim, sending a stream of soil dribbling into the pit. Like grape nuts pouring from a box, I thought. They joined those I'd dislodged by my fall. I stared at the soil as it collected in a small heap at the bottom of the hole. Something about it. Then realization. The dirt was practically dry. Even to my scrambled brain, the inference was clear. This hole had either been covered or dug since the rain. An involuntary tremor seized me, and I wrapped my arms across my chest for warmth. I was still soaking, and the storm had left cold air in its wake. The arm movement didn't really warm me, and drew the light away from the pit. I unfolded my arms and readjusted the beam. Why would someone... The real question slammed home, making my stomach recoil like a .45 caliber pistol. Who had come here to dig or empty this hole? Is he or she here now? That thought jolted me into action. I spun and swept the flash around in a 360. A geyser of pain vented in my head, and my heartbeat tripled. I don't know what I expected to see. A slathering Doberman, Norman Bates with his mother, Hannibal Lecter, a George Burns god in a baseball cap? None of them showed. I was alone with the trees and the creepers and the star-pierced darkness. What I did see in the rotating light was the path. I left the fresh hole and staggered back to the half-buried bag. I kicked a blanket of leaves over it. The crude camouflage wouldn't fool the person who brought it there, but it might conceal the bag from casual eyes. When satisfied with my ground cover, I took the can of insect repellent from my pocket and jammed it into the fork of an adjacent tree as a marker. Moving down the path, I tripped on weeds and roots and barely kept my feet. My legs felt as if they'd been deadened with drugs, and I moved in slow motion. At the junction of the path with the roadbed, I stuck each of my gloves into a tree fork and plunged on toward the gate. I was sick and exhausted, and feared I might pass out. The adrenaline would soon give out, and collapse would come. When it did, I wanted to be elsewhere. My old Mazda was parked where I'd left it, Looking neither left nor right, I stumbled headlong across the street, mindless of who might be waiting for me. Almost past feeling, I plunged my hands into pocket after pocket, groping for keys. On finding them, I cursed myself for carrying so many on the same ring. Shaking, cursing, and dropping the keys twice, I disentangled the car key, opened the door, and threw myself behind the wheel. Locking the door, I draped my arms across the steering wheel and rested my head. I felt a need to sleep, to escape my circumstances by drifting out of them. I knew I had to fight the urge. Someone could be out there, watching me, deciding on a course of action. Another mistake, I reminded myself, as my eyelids drifted toward each other, would be to just rest here for a second. My mind went into random scan. George Burns appeared again and said, "I'm always interested in the future. I plan to spend the rest of my life there." I sat up smartly and dropped my hands in my lap. The stab of pain helped clear my mind. I didn't throw up. Progress. "If you're going to have a future, you'd better get your ass out of here, Brennan." My voice sounded heavy in the closed space, but it too helped orient me to the present reality. I started the engine, and the digits on the console clock glowed green, 2:15 a.m. When had I set out? Still shivering, I flicked the heat to high, though I wasn't sure it would help. The chill I was feeling was only partly due to the wind and the night air. There was a deeper cold in my soul that would not be warmed by a mechanical heater. I pulled away without a backward glance. I slid the soap over my breasts, circling each again and again, willing the sweet-smelling lather to cleanse me of the night's events. I raised my face to the spray that was pounding my head and coursing over my body. The water would grow cold soon. I'd been showering for 20 minutes, trying to drive out the cold and silence the voices in my head. The heat and the steam and the scent of jasmine should have relaxed me, loosened the tension in my muscles, and carried away the soreness. They hadn't. The whole time I was listening for a sound outside my rectangle of steam. I was waiting for the phone to ring, fearful I'd miss Ryan's call. I had brought the handset into the bathroom. I'd called the station immediately on reaching home, even before stripping off my wet clothes. The dispatcher had been skeptical, reluctant to disturb a detective in the middle of the night. She'd been adamant in her refusal to give me Ryan's home number, and I'd left his card at work. Standing in my living room, shivering, my head still pounding and my stomach regrouping for another attack, I'd been in no mood for discussion. My words, as well as my tone, persuaded her. I would apologize tomorrow. That had been half an hour ago. I felt the back of my head. The lump was still there. Under my wet hair, it felt like a hard-boiled egg and was tender to the touch. Before getting into the shower, I'd gone through the instructions I'd been given, following previous thumps on the head. I checked my pupils, rotated my head hard right and hard left, and pricked my hands and feet to test for feeling. All parts seemed to be in their proper places and in working order. If I'd suffered a concussion, it was a mild one. I turned off the water and stepped from the shower. The phone lay where I'd left it, mute and disinterested. Damn, where is he? I dried myself, slipped into my ratty old terry-cloth robe, and wrapped a towel around my hair. I checked the answering machine to be sure I hadn't missed a call. No red light. Damn. Retrieving the handset, I clicked it on to see if it was working. Dial tone. Of course it was working. I was just agitated. I lay down on the couch and placed the phone on the coffee table. Surely he'd call soon. No point going to bed. I closed my eyes, planning to rest a few minutes before making something to eat. But the cold and the stress and the fatigue and the jolt to my brain melded into a tidal wave of exhaustion that rose up and crashed over me, plunging me into a deep but troubled sleep. I didn't drift off. I passed out. I was outside a fence, watching someone dig with an enormous shovel. Each time the blade came out of the ground, it seethed with rats. When I looked down, there were rats everywhere. I had to keep kicking at them to keep them off my feet. The figure wielding the shovel was shadowy, but when it turned, I could see it was Pete. He pointed at me and said something, but I couldn't make out the words. He started to shout and beckon to me. his mouth a round black circle that grew larger and larger, engulfing his face and turning it into a hideous clown mask. Rats ran across my feet. One was dragging Isabelle Gagnon's head. Its teeth were clamped onto her hair as it yanked the head across the lawn. I tried to run, but my legs didn't move. I'd sunk into the earth and was standing in a grave. Dirt was trickling in around me. Charbonneau and Claudel were peering down at me. I tried to speak, but words wouldn't come. I wanted them to pull me out. I held my hands out to them, but they ignored me. Then they were joined by another figure, a man in long robes and an odd hat. He looked down and asked me if I'd been confirmed. I couldn't answer. He told me I was on church property and had to leave. He said only those who worked for the church could enter its gates. His cassock flapped in the wind, and I worried that his hat would fall into the grave. He tried to restrain his vestments with one hand and dial a flip phone with the other. It started to ring, but he ignored it. It rang and rang. So did the phone on my coffee table, which I eventually distinguished from the phone in my dream. Awakening through layers of resistance, I reached for the handset. "Mm-hmm," I said, groggily. "Brennan?" Anglophone. Gruff. Familiar. I fought to clear my head. "Yes?" I looked at my wrist. No watch. "Ryan, this better be good." "What time is it?" I had no idea if I'd been asleep 5 minutes or 5 hours. This was getting old. 4:15. "Just a sec." I set the phone down and stumbled to the bathroom. I threw cold water on my face, sang one chorus of The Drunken Sailor as I jogged in place. Rewrapping my turban, I returned to Ryan. I didn't want to increase his annoyance by making him wait, but even more, I didn't want to sound groggy or to ramble. Better to take a minute to slap myself into shape. "Okay, I'm back. Sorry." Was someone singing? "I went out to Saint-Lambert tonight," I began. I wanted to tell him enough, but didn't want to go into the details at 4:15 a.m. I found the spot where Saint-Jacques put the X. It's some sort of abandoned church property. "You called to tell me this at 4 a.m? "I found a body. It's badly decomposed, probably already skeletal from the smell. We need to get out there right away before someone stumbles on it or the neighborhood dogs organize a church supper." I took a breath and waited. "Are you fucking crazy?" I wasn't sure if he was referring to what I'd found or to my going out alone. Since he was probably right about the latter, I went for the former. "I know a body when I find one." There was a long silence, then buried or surface. Buried, but very shallow. The portion I saw was exposed, and the rain was making it worse. "You're sure this isn't another pissant cemetery eroding out?" "The body's in a plastic bag." Like Gagnon and Trottier, it didn't need saying. Shit. I could hear a match being struck, then the long expulsion of breath that meant a cigarette had been lit. "Think we should go now?" "No fucking way." I could hear him pull on the cigarette. "And what is this we? You have something of a reputation as a freelancer, Brennan, which doesn't particularly impress me. Your go-to-hell attitude may work with Claudel, but it's not going to slice with me. The next time you feel an urge to go waltzing around a crime scene, you might just politely inquire as to whether someone in the homicide squad has an opening on his dance card. We do still fit that sort of thing into our busy schedules." I hadn't expected gratitude, but I was unprepared for the vehemence of his response. I was starting to get angry, and it was causing the hammering in my head to escalate. I waited, but he didn't go on. "I appreciate you calling back so soon." "Where are you?" With my brain fully functional, I would never have asked. I regretted it immediately. After a pause, "With a friend." "Good move, Brennan. No wonder he was annoyed." "I think someone was out there tonight." "What?" "While I was looking at the burial, I thought I heard something. Then I took a shot to the head that knocked me out. All hell was breaking loose with the storm, so I can't be sure." "Are you hurt?" "No." Another pause. I could almost hear him turning things over in his head. "I'll send a squad car to secure the site until morning. Then I'll get recovery out there. Think we'll need the dogs?" I only saw the one bag, but there must be more. Also, it looked like there'd been other digging going on in the area. It's probably a good idea. I waited for a response. There was none. "What time will you pick me up?" I asked. "I won't be picking you up, Dr. Brennan. This is real-life homicide, as in the jurisdiction of the homicide squad, not murder, she wrote." Now I was furious. My temples were pounding, and I could feel a small cloud of heat directly between them, deep in my brain. "More holes than the Trans-Canada," I spat at him. "Get me something else. Those are your words, Ryan. Well, I got it, and I can take you right to it. Besides, this involves skeletal remains, bones. That's my jurisdiction, unless I'm mistaken." The line was silent for so long I thought he might have hung up. I waited. "I'll come by at 8. I'll be ready." "Brennan." "Yeah?" "Maybe you should invest in a helmet." The line went dead. Chapter 16. Ryan was true to his word, and by 8:45 we were sliding in behind the recovery van. It sat not 10 feet from where I'd parked the night before, but it was a different world from the one I'd visited hours earlier. The sun was shining, and the street throbbed with activity. Cars and police cruisers lined both curbs, and at least 20 people, in plain clothes and uniform, stood talking in clumps. I could see DEJ, SQ, and cops from Saint-Lambert scattered here and there, each wearing a different uniform and distinctive insignia. The assemblage reminded me of the mixed flocks birds will sometimes form, spontaneous jamborees of twittering and chirping, each bird declaring its species by the color of its plumage and the stripes on its wings. A woman with a large shoulder bag and a young man draped with cameras smoked and leaned against the hood of a white Chevy. Yet another species, the press. Further up the block, on the grassy strip adjacent to the fence, a German shepherd panted and sniffed around a man in a dark blue jumpsuit. The dog kept bolting off on short forays, nose to the ground, then darting back to its handler, tail wagging and face upturned. It seemed anxious to go, confused by the delay. "The gang's all here," said Ryan, putting the car in park and releasing his seatbelt. He hadn't apologized for his rudeness on the phone, and I hadn't expected it. No one is at his best at 4 a.m. He'd been cordial throughout the ride, almost jocular, pointing out places where incidents had occurred, recounting anecdotes of blunder and humiliation, war stories. Here in this 3-flat, a woman assaulted her husband with a frying pan, then turned it on us. There, in that Poulet Kentucky frite, we found a nude man stuck in the ventilator shaft. Cop talk. I wondered if their cognitive maps were based on sites of police happenings, chronicled in incident reports, rather than on the names of rivers and streets and the numbers on buildings that the rest of us use. Ryan spied Beltran and headed toward him. He was part of a clump composed of an SQ officer, Pierre Lamanche, and a thin blonde man in dark aviator glasses. I followed him across the street, scanning the crowd for Claudel or Charbonneau. Though this was officially an SQ party, I thought they might be here. Everyone else seemed to be. I saw neither. As we drew close, I could tell the man in the sunglasses was agitated. His hands never rested, but continuously worried a wispy fringe of mustache that crawled across his upper lip. His fingers kept teasing out a few sparse hairs, then stroking them back into place. I noticed that his skin was peculiarly gray and unblemished, having neither color nor texture. He wore a leather bomber jacket and black boots. He could have been 25 or 65. I could feel Lamanche's eyes on me as we joined the group. He nodded, but said nothing. I began to have doubts. I'd choreographed this circus, brought all these people here. What if they found nothing? What if someone had removed the bag? What if it did turn out to be just another pissant cemetery burial? Last night was dark. I was hyped. How much had I imagined? I could feel a growing tightness in my stomach. Beltran greeted us. As usual, he looked like a short, stocky version of a men's fashion model. He'd chosen earth colors for the exhumation, ecologically correct tans and browns, no doubt made without chemical dyes. Ryan and I acknowledged those we knew, then turned to the man in the shades. Beltran introduced us. "Andy, Doc, this is Father Poirier. He's here representing the diocese." archdiocese. Pardon me, archdiocese, since this is church property. Bertrand jerked his thumb toward the fence behind him. Tempe Brennan, I volunteered, offering my hand. Father Poirier fixed his aviators on me and accepted it, wrapping my palm in a weak, spiritless grip. If people were graded on handshakes, he'd get a D-. His fingers felt cold and limp, like carrots kept too long in a cooler bin. When he released my hand, I resisted the urge to wipe it on my jeans. He'd repeated the ritual with Ryan, whose face revealed nothing. Ryan's early morning joviality had flown, replaced by stark seriousness. He'd gone into cop mode. Poirier looked as if he wanted to speak, but seeing Ryan's face, reconsidered and crimped his lips into a tight line. Somehow, with nothing said, he recognized that authority had shifted, that Ryan was now in charge. "Has anyone been in there yet?" said Ryan. "No one. Cambronne got here about 5 a.m., said Bertrand, indicating the uniformed officer to his right. "No one's gone in or out. Father tells us that only 2 people have access to the grounds, himself and a caretaker. The guy's in his 80s, been working here since Mamie Eisenhower made bangs popular." In French, it came out Isenur and sounded comical. "The gate could not have been open," said Poirier, turning his aviators back on me. "I check it every time I'm here." "And when is that?" asked Ryan. The shades released me and fastened on Ryan. They rested there a full 3 seconds before he responded. "At least once a week. The church feels a responsibility for all its properties. We do not What is this place?" Again the pause. "Le Monastère Saint-Bernard. Closed since 1983. The church felt the numbers did not warrant its continued operation." I found it strange that he spoke of the church as an animate being, an entity with feelings and will. His French was also odd, subtly different from the flat, twangy form I'd grown used to. He wasn't Québécois, but I couldn't place the accent. It wasn't the precise but throaty sound of France, what North Americans call Parisian. I suspected he was Belgian or Swiss. "What goes on here?" Ryan pursued. Another pause, as if the sound waves had to travel a long distance to strike a receptor. "Today, nothing." The priest stopped speaking and sighed. Perhaps he recalled happier times when the church thrived and the monasteries bustled. Perhaps he was collecting his thoughts, wanting to be precise in his statements to the police. The aviator lenses hid his eyes, an odd candidate for a priest with his pristine skin, leather jacket, and biker footwear. "Now I come to check the property," he continued. "A caretaker keeps things in order." "Things?" Ryan was taking notes in a small spiral. "The furnace, the pipes, shoveling the snow. We live in a very cold place." Poirier made a sweeping gesture with one thin arm, as if to take in the whole province. "The windows. Sometimes boys like to throw rocks." He looked at me. "The doors and the gates, to make certain they remain locked." "When did you last check the padlocks?" "Sunday at 6 p.m. They were all secure." His prompt answer struck me. He hadn't stopped to think on this one. Maybe Bertrand had already posed the question, or maybe Poirier just anticipated it, but the speed of his response made it sound pre-cooked. "You noticed nothing out of the ordinary?" "Rien. Nothing." "When does this caretaker, what's his name?" "Monsieur Roy." "When does he come?" "He comes on Fridays, unless there is some special task for him." Ryan didn't speak, but continued looking at him. "Like clearing snow or repairing a window." "Father Poirier, I believe Detective Bertrand has already questioned you about the possibility of burials on the grounds." Pause. No, there are none." He wagged his head from side to side, and the sunglasses shifted on his nose. A bow popped off one ear, and the frames came to rest at a 20-degree angle. He looked like a tanker listing to port. "This was a monastery, always a monastery. No one is buried here. But I have called our archivist and asked her to check the records to be absolutely certain." As he spoke, he moved both hands to his temples and adjusted the glasses, realigning them carefully. You're aware of why we're here?" Poirier nodded, and the glasses tilted again. He started to speak, then said nothing. "Okay," said Ryan, closing his spiral and sliding it into his pocket. "How do you suggest we do this?" He directed that question to me. "Let me take you in, show you what I found. After we remove it, bring in the dog to see if there's anything else." I was hoping my voice conveyed more confidence than I felt. Shit, what if there was nothing there? "Right." Ryan strode over to the man in the jumpsuit. The shepherd bounded up to him and nuzzled his hand for attention. He stroked its head as he spoke to the handler. Then he rejoined us and led the whole group to the gate. As we walked, I scanned my surroundings discreetly, looking for signs showing I'd been there the night before. Nothing. We waited at the gate as Poirier withdrew an enormous ring of keys from his pocket and selected one. He grasped the padlock and yanked, making a show of testing it against the bars. It clanged softly in the morning air, and a shower of rust drifted to the ground. Had I locked it hours earlier? I couldn't remember. Poirier released the mechanism, unhooked the padlock, and swung the gate open. It creaked softly. Not the piercing screech of metal I recalled. He stepped back to clear the way for me, and everyone waited. La Manche still hadn't spoken. I hitched the backpack higher onto my shoulder, brushed past the priest, and started up the roadbed. In the clear, crisp light of morning, the woods seemed friendly, not malevolent. The sun shone through broad leaves and conifer needles, and the air was thick with the smell of pine. A collegial smell that evoked visions of lake houses and summer camps, not corpses and night shadows. I moved slowly, examining every tree, every inch of ground for broken branches, displaced vegetation, disturbed soil, anything to attest to human presence, especially mine. My anxiety level rose with every step, and my heart slipped in extra beats. What if I hadn't locked the gate? What if someone had been here after me? What had been done after I'd left? The atmosphere was that of a place I'd never visited, but which seemed familiar because I'd read about it or seen it in photographs. I tried to sense by time and distance where the path should be, but I had heavy misgivings. My recollection was jumbled and fuzzy, like a dream partly remembered. Major events were vivid, but details as to sequencing and duration were muddy. Let me see something to serve as a prompt, I prayed. The prayer was answered in the form of gloves. I'd forgotten them. There, on the left side of the roadbed, just at eye level, 3 white fingertips poked from the fork of a tree. Yes! I scanned the adjacent trees. The second glove showed in a notch in a small maple about 4 feet off the ground. An image flashed of me, trembling, probing in the darkness to jam the gloves into place. I gave myself high marks for forethought, and low for recall. I thought I'd put them higher. Perhaps, like Alice, I'd had a size-altering experience in these woods. I veered off between the gloved trees on what I could barely make out as a path. Its impact on the thicket was so subtle that, without the markers, I might not have spotted it. In the daylight, the trail was little more than a change in texture, the vegetation along its length stunted and more sparse than that to either side. In a narrow line, the ground cover did not intertwine. Weeds and small bushes stood alone, isolated from neighbors, exposing the coarse, burnt sienna of dead leaves and soil on which they stood. That was all. I thought of the jigsaw puzzles I'd worked as a child. Gran and I pored over the pieces, searching for the right one, our eyes and brains calibrating minute variations in grain and shade. Success depended on the ability to perceive subtle differences in tone and texture. How the hell had I spotted this path in the dark? I could hear the rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs behind me. I didn't point out the gloves, but let them be impressed with my land navigational skills. Brennan the Pathfinder. Within a few yards, I spotted the can of insect repellent. No subtlety there. The bright orange cap shone like a beacon in the foliage. And there was my camouflaged mound. Below a white oak, the ground swelled into a small protuberance, covered by leaves and bordered by bare earth. In the exposed soil, I could see the marks left by my fingers, as I'd scratched up leaves and dirt to conceal the plastic. The results of my hurried camouflage job may have revealed more than concealed, but it seemed the thing to do at the time. I've done many body recoveries. Most hidden corpses are found because of a tip or a lucky break. Informants rat out their accomplices. Excited kids point out their finds. It smelled awful, so we started poking around, and there it was. It felt odd to be one of the kids. There, I indicated the leafy hump. You sure? Ryan asked. I just looked at him. The others said nothing. I set down my backpack and withdrew another pair of garden gloves. Crossing to the mound, I placed my feet carefully to minimize the disturbance. Absurd, in light of my thrashing about the night before, but at an official scene, proper technique is expected. I squatted down and brushed back enough leaves to expose a small portion of the plastic bag. The bulk of it was still embedded in the earth, and the irregular contour suggested that the contents were secure within. It looked undisturbed. When I turned, Poirier was crossing himself. Ryan spoke to Cambronne. Let's get some shots for the travel brochure. I rejoined the others and waited silently as Cambronne followed his ritual. He unpacked his equipment, filled out a marker board, and photographed the mound and the bag from several distances and directions. Finally, he lowered his camera and stepped back. Ryan turned to La Manche. Doc? La Manche said his first word since I'd arrived. Temperance? Taking a trowel from the backpack, I crossed back to the mound. I swept away the remaining leaves, carefully uncovering as much of the bag as possible. It looked as I remembered it. I could even see the small perforation I'd made with my thumbnail. Using the trowel, I scraped soil upward and outward around the periphery, slowly exposing more and more of the bag. The dirt smelled ancient and musty. As if bound in its molecules, it held a minute part of everything it had nurtured since the glaciers released it from their icy grip. I heard voices drifting from the law enforcement carnival on the street. But where I worked, the only sound came from the birds, insects, and the steady scraping of my trowel. Branches lifted and fell in the breeze, a gentler version of the dance they'd done the night before. The night theater had been Maasai warriors leaping and lunging in mock battle. The morning show was the anniversary waltz. Shadows moved across the bag, and across the faces of the solemn group witnessing its emergence. I watched the shapes move on the plastic, like puppets in a shadow play. Within 15 minutes, the mound had become a pit, with more than half the bag visible. I suspected the contents had rearranged themselves as decomposition progressed, and bones were freed of their anatomical responsibilities, if there were bones. Thinking I'd removed enough soil to free the bundle, I put down my trowel, took hold of the twisted plastic, and slowly pulled. It wouldn't budge. Last night all over again. Was someone underground holding the other end of the bag, challenging me to a macabre game of tug-of-war? Cambronne had photographed as I dug, and was now behind me, positioned to fix on Kodachrome the moment of the bag's release. The phrase popped into my mind, capture the moments of our lives, and deaths, I thought. I brushed my gloves along the sides of my jeans, grabbed the sack as far down as I could, and gave a short, sharp yank. Movement. The pit wouldn't yield its cash with ease, but I'd weakened its grip. I felt the bag shift and the contents relocate slightly. I took a breath and pulled again, harder. I wanted to dislodge the bag, but not rip it. It gave way and then resettled. Bracing my feet, I gave one more tug, and my underground opponent gave up the contest. The sack started to slide free. I rewrapped my fingers around the twisted plastic, and inching backward step by step, teased the bag out of the pit. When I'd pulled it free of the rim, I released my grip and stepped back. A common garbage bag, the kind found in kitchens and garages across North America. Intact. The contents made it lumpy. It wasn't heavy. That was not a good sign. Or was it? Would I rather find the remains of someone's dog and be humiliated, or the remains of a human body and be vindicated? Cambronne snapped into action. He placed his placard and took a series of shots. I removed one glove and dug my Swiss Army knife from my pocket. When Cambronne finished, I knelt beside the bag. My hands shook slightly, but I finally got my thumbnail into the small crescent of the blade and opened it. The stainless steel glinted as sunlight struck it. I selected a spot at the bound end for my incision. I felt 5 sets of eyes on me. I glanced at Lamanche. His features changed shape as the shadows shifted. I wondered briefly how my own sullied face looked in the light. Lamanche nodded, and I placed pressure on the blade. Before the steel could pierce the plastic, my hand stopped, checked by a sound like an invisible tether. We all heard it at once, but Bertrand voiced our collective thought. "What the fuck?" he said. Chapter 17. The sudden din was a cacophony of sounds. The frantic barking of a dog mingled with human voices raised in excitement. Shouts rang back and forth, tense and clipped, but too indistinct to make out the words. The bedlam was within the monastery grounds, somewhere off to our left. My first thought was that the night prowler had returned, and that every cop in the province, and at least one German shepherd, were in pursuit. I looked at Ryan and the others. Like me, they were frozen in place. Even Poirier had stopped fidgeting with his mustache and stood with hand fixed to upper lip. Then the approaching sound of a body tunneling swiftly and indiscriminately through foliage broke the spell. Heads turned simultaneously, as if operated by one switch. From somewhere in the trees, a voice called out. "Ryan, you over there?" "Here." We oriented in the direction of the voice. "Sacre bleu!" More thrashing and crunching. "Aye!" An SQ officer came into view, wrestling back branches and muttering audibly. His beefy face was red, and his breathing was noisy. Sweat beaded his brow and flattened the fringe of hair circling his mostly bald head. Spotting us, he planted a hand on each knee and bent to catch his breath. I could see scratches where twigs had dragged across the top of his exposed scalp. After a moment, he raised up and jerked a thumb in the direction from which he'd come. In a wheezy voice, like air through a clogged filter, he panted, "You better get over there, Ryan. The goddamn dog's acting like a crackhead with a bad load." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Poirier's hand jerk to his forehead and slide to his chest. The sign of the cross called upon once more. "What?" Ryan's eyebrows rose in puzzlement. "DeSalvo took him around the grounds, like you said, and the son of a bitch started circling this one spot and barking like he thinks Adolf Hitler or the whole goddamn German army's buried there." He paused. "Listen to him!" And the little bastard's about to blow a vocal cord. You don't get over there pretty quick, he's gonna circle right up his own asshole." I suppressed a smile. The image was pretty comical. "Just hold him back a few more minutes. Give him a milk bone or pop him a Valium if you have to. We've got something here we need to finish." He looked at his watch. "Get back here in 10 minutes. The officer shrugged, released the branch he was holding, and turned to go. "Hey, Picot!" The corpulent face swiveled back. "There's a path here." "Sacre fils!" Picot hissed, picking his way through the tangle toward the trail Ryan had indicated. I was sure he'd lose it within 15 yards. "And, Picot," Ryan continued. The face looked back again. "Don't let Rin Tin Tin disturb anything." He turned back to me. "You waiting to have a birthday, Brennan?" We heard Picot thrashing his way out of earshot, and I slit the bag from end to end. The odor didn't leap out and grab me as it had with Isabelle Gagnon. Freed of its confines, it spread outward slowly, asserting itself. My nose identified soil and plant decay, and an overlay of something else. It wasn't the fetid smell of putrefaction, but a more primeval scent. It was a smell that spoke of passing, of origins and extinctions, of life recycled. I'd smelled it before. It told me the sack held something dead, and not newly dead. Don't let it be a dog or a deer, I thought, as my gloved hands separated the opening. My hands shook again, and the plastic quivered in them. Yes, I changed my mind. Let it be a dog or a deer. Ryan, Bertrand, and Lamanche pressed in as I laid back the severed plastic. Poirier stood like a headstone, rooted to the spot. First, I saw a scapula. Not much, but enough to confirm this was no hunter's cache or family pet. I looked at Ryan. I could see pinching at the corners of his eyes and tension in his jaw muscles. It's human. Poirier's hand flew to his forehead for another go-round. Ryan reached for his spiral and turned a page. "What have we got?" he asked. His voice was as sharp as the blade I'd just used. I gently removed the bones. "Ribs, shoulder blades, collarbones, vertebrae," I ticked off. "Looks like they're all thoracic." "Sternum," I added, on finding the breastbone. I probed among the bones, looking for more body parts. The others watched in silence. When I reached into the back of the bag, a large brown spider skidded across my hand and up my arm. I could see its eyes rising on stalks, tiny periscopes, seeking the cause of this intrusion. Its fuzzy legs felt light and delicate, like a lace hanky brushing across my skin. I jerked back, flinging the spider into space. "That's it," I said, straightening and stepping back. My knees popped in protest. "Upper torso, no arms." My skin was crawling, but not from the spider. My gloved hands hung at my sides. I felt no joy in the vindication of my judgment, just a dulling numbness, like someone in shock. My emotional being had shut down, hung up a sign, and gone to lunch. It's happened again, I thought. Another human being dead. A monster is out there. Ryan scribbled in his spiral. His neck tendons bulged. "Now what?" Poirier's voice was little more than a squeak. "Now we find the rest," I said. Cambronne was positioning for photos when we heard the return of Picot. Again he came cross-country. He joined us, looked at the bones, and released a whispered expletive. Ryan turned to Bertrand. "Can you take over here while we check out the dog?" Bertrand nodded. His body was as rigid as the pines around us. "Let's bag what we've got. Then recovery can go over this whole area. I'll send them." We left Bertrand and Cambronne and followed Picot toward the barking. The animal sounded almost distraught. 3 hours later, I sat on a grassy strip, examining the contents of 4 body bags. The sun was high and hot on my shoulders, but did little to warm the chill inside me. 15 feet away, the dog lay near its handler, its head angled across enormous brown paws. It had finished a big morning. Conditioned to respond to the smell of decomposed or decomposing body tissue, body dogs ferret out hidden corpses like infrared systems pinpoint heat. Even after its removal, they detect the former resting places of decaying flesh. They are the bloodhounds of the dead. This dog had performed well, zeroing in on 3 more burial sites. At each strike, it announced its find with zeal, barking and snapping and circling the spot in a frenzied display. I wondered if all cadaver dogs were as passionate about their work. 2 hours were needed to excavate, process, and bag the remains. A preliminary inventory before removal, and now a more detailed list, logging every fragment of bone. I glanced at the dog. It looked as tired as I felt. Only its eyes moved, the chocolate orbs revolving like radar dishes. It shifted its gaze without moving its head. The dog had a right to be exhausted, but so did I. When it finally raised its head, a long, thin tongue dropped into view and hung quivering. I kept my tongue in my mouth and turned back to the inventory. "How many?" I hadn't heard him approach, but I knew the voice. I braced myself. "Bonjour, Monsieur Claudel. Comment ça va?" "How many?" he repeated. "1," I answered, never raising my eyes. "Anything missing?" I finished writing and turned to look at him. He was standing with his feet spread, jacket hung from one arm, peeling the cellophane from a vending machine sandwich. Like Bertrand, Claudel had chosen natural textiles, cotton for the shirt and pants, linen for the jacket. He'd stayed with the greens, however, preferring a more verdant look. The only color contrast was in the pattern of his tie. Here and there it introduced a tasteful splash of tangerine. "Can you tell what we've got?" He gestured with bread and lunch meat. "Yes. Yes?" Less than 30 seconds since his arrival, I wanted to rip the sandwich from his hand and insert it forcefully up his nose, or any other orifice. Claudel did not bring out the best in me when I was relaxed and rested. This morning I was neither. Like the dog, I'd had it. I lacked the energy or the inclination to play games. What we have is a partial human skeleton. There's almost no soft tissue. The body was dismembered, placed in garbage bags, and buried in 4 separate locations in there. I pointed to the monastery grounds. I found 1 bag last night. The dog smelled out the other 3 this morning. He took a bite and gazed in the direction of the trees. "What's missing?" The words garbled in Ham and Munster. I stared at him without speaking, wondering why I found a routine question so annoying. It was his manner. I played myself a variation on my Claudel lecture. "Ignore it. This is Claudel. The man is a reptile. Expect condescension and arrogance. He knows you were right. He's heard the story by now. He's not going to say, 'bully for you.' It must be killing him. That's good enough. Let it go." When I didn't answer, he returned his attention to me. "Anything missing?" "Yes." I put down the skeletal inventory sheet and looked him full in the eye. He squinted back, chewing. I wondered briefly why he had no sunglasses. "The head." He stopped chewing. "What?" "The head is missing." "Where is it?" "Monsieur Claudel, if I knew that, it wouldn't be missing." I saw his jaw muscles bunch, then release, not from masticating. "Anything else?" "Anything else what?" "Missing." "Nothing significant." His mind gnawed on those facts while his teeth gnawed on the sandwich. As he chewed, his fingers crumpled the cellophane, compressing it into a tight ball. Placing the ball in his pocket, he wiped each corner of his mouth with an index finger. "I don't suppose you will tell me anything else?" More a statement than a question. "When I have had time to examine the—" "Yes." He turned and walked away. Cursing under my breath, I zipped each of the body bags. The dog's head snapped up at the sound. Its eyes followed me as I stuffed the clipboard into my pack and crossed the street toward a morgue attendant with a waist the size of an inner tube. I told him I'd finished, that the remains could be loaded, and that then they should wait. Up the street, I could see Ryan and Bertrand talking with Claudel and Charbonneau. The SQ meets the CUM. My paranoia made me suspicious of their talking. What was Claudel saying to them? Was it disparaging of me? Most cops are as territorial as howler monkeys, jealous of their turf, guarding their cases, wanting their own collars. Claudel was worse than the others, but why so specifically disdainful of me? "Forget it, Brennan. He's a bastard, and you've embarrassed him in his own backyard. You're not at the top of his hit parade. Stop worrying about feeling and think about the job. You haven't been innocent of possessive casework either." The talk stopped as I neared. Their manner removed some of the punch from the peppy approach I'd planned, but I hid my discomfort. "Hey, Doc," said Charbonneau. I nodded and smiled in his direction. "So, where are we?" I asked. "Your boss took off about an hour ago. So did the good father. Recovery is finishing up," said Ryan. "Anything?" He shook his head. "Metal detector hits?" "Every bloody pop-top tab in the province." Ryan sounded exasperated. "Oh, and we're good for 1 parking meter. How about you?" "I'm done. I told the morgue boys they could load up." "Claudel says you've got no head." "That's right. The skull, jaw, and first 4 neck vertebrae are missing." "Meaning?" "Meaning the victim was decapitated, and the killer put the head somewhere. He might have buried it here, but separately, like he did with the other body parts. They were pretty scattered." "So we've got another bag out there." "Maybe. Or he could have disposed of it somewhere else." "Like where?" "In the river? Down a latrine? In his furnace? How the hell would I know?" "Why would he do that?" asked Bertrand. "Maybe so the body couldn't be identified." "Could it?" "Probably. But it's a hell of a lot easier with teeth and dental records. Besides, he left the hands." "So?" If a corpse is mutilated to prevent identification, usually the hands are removed too. He looked at me blankly. Prints can be taken from badly decomposed bodies as long as there's still some preserved skin. I've gotten prints from a 5,000-year-old mummy. Did you get a match? Claudel's voice was flat. The guy wasn't entered, I responded with equal lack of mirth. But this is just bones, said Bertrand. The killer wouldn't know that. He couldn't be sure when the body would be found. Like Agnon, I thought. Only this one he buried. I stopped for a minute and pictured the killer prowling the dark woods, distributing the bags and their grisly contents. Had he carved the victim elsewhere, bagged the bloody pieces, and brought them here by car? Did he park where I had parked? Or was he able, somehow, to drive onto the grounds? Had he dug the holes first, planning the location of each? Or had he just carried in bags of body parts, digging one pit here and another there on 4 trips from his car? Was the dismemberment a panicky attempt to conceal a passion crime? Or had both the murder and the mutilation been coldly premeditated? An appalling possibility struck me. Had he been there with me last night? Back to the present. Or, they all looked at me, or he could still have it. Still have it, scoffed Claudel. Shit, said Ryan. Like Dahmer? Asked Charbonneau. I shrugged. We better take Fang back for another sweep, said Ryan. They never brought him near the torso site. Right, I said. He'll be pleased. Mind if we watch? Charbonneau asked. Claudel shot him a look. Not as long as you think happy thoughts, I said. I'll get the dog. Meet me at the gate. Striding off, I heard the word bitch in Claudel's nasal tone. No doubt a reference to the animal, I told myself. The dog leapt to its feet when I approached, its tail wagging slowly. It looked from me to the man in the blue jumpsuit, seeking permission to approach the newcomer. I could see DeSalvo stamped on the jumpsuit. Fido ready for another go? I asked, extending a hand, palm down, toward the dog. DeSalvo gave an almost imperceptible nod, and the animal leapt forward and wetly nuzzled my fingers. Her name's Margot, he said, speaking in English, but giving the name the French pronunciation. His voice was low and even, and he moved with the fluid, unhurried ease of those who spend their days with animals. His face was dark and deeply lined, a fan of small creases radiating from the corner of each eye. He looked like a man who lived outdoors. French or English? She's bilingual. Hey, Margot, I said, crouching on one knee to scratch behind her ears. Sorry about the gender thing. Big day, eh? Margot's tail picked up velocity. When I rose, she leapt back, pivoted full circle, then froze, studying my face intently. She tilted her head from side to side, and the crease between her eyes furrowed and unfurrowed. Tempe Brennan, I said, offering my hand to DeSalvo. He clipped one end of Margot's lead to a belt at his waist and grasped the other end with one hand. He reached out with his other hand to me. It felt hard and rough, like distressed metal. His grip was an uncontested A. David DeSalvo. We think there may be more in there, Dave. Margot good for another go-round? Look at her. On hearing her name, Margot pricked her ears, crouched with head down, hips in the air, then sprang forward in a series of short hops. Her eyes were glued to DeSalvo's face. Right. What have you covered so far? We zigzagged the whole grounds, except where you were working. Any chance she missed something? Nah, not today. He shook his head. Conditions are perfect. Temperature's just right. It's nice and moist from the rain. Plenty of breeze. And Margot's in top form. She nuzzled his knee and was rewarded by strokes. Margot don't miss much. She wasn't trained to nothing but corpse scent, so she won't get sidetracked by nothing else. Like trackers, cadaver dogs are taught to follow specific scents. In their case, it's the smell of death. I remembered an academy meeting at which an exhibitor had given away samples of bottled corpse scent. Eau de putrefaction. A trainer I knew used extracted teeth, bummed from his dentist and aged in plastic vials. "Margot's about the best I've worked with. Something else out there, she'll scent it." I looked at her. I could believe it. "Okay, let's take her over to that first site." DeSalvo clipped the lead's free end to Margot's harness, and she led us to the gate where the 4 detectives waited. We moved along the now familiar route, Margot in the lead, straining at her leash. She sniffed her way along, exploring nooks and crannies with her nose, the way my flashlight had with its beam. Occasionally she stopped, inhaled rapidly, then expelled the air in a burst that sent dead leaves eddying around her snout. Satisfied, she'd moved on. We stopped where the path branched off into the woods. "The part we haven't done is just off here." DeSalvo gestured in the general direction of our first find. "I'm going to swing her around, bring her in downwind. She scents better that way. She thinks she's got something, I'll let her have her head." "Will we bother her if we go into the area?" I asked. "Nah. Your smell don't do nothing for her." Dog and trainer continued up the roadbed for about 10 yards, then disappeared into the woods. The detectives and I took the path. The crush of feet had made it more obvious. In fact, the burial site itself could now qualify as a tiny clearing. The vegetation was trampled, and some of the overhead branches had been clipped. At the center, the abandoned hole gaped dark and empty, like a plundered grave. It was much larger than when we'd left it, and the surrounding earth was bare and scuffed. A mound of dirt lay off to the side, an earthen cone with sloping sides and truncated top, its particles unnaturally uniform, back dirt from the screening. In less than 5 minutes, we heard barking. "He behind us?" asked Claudel. "She," I corrected. He opened his mouth and crimped it shut. I could see a small vein pulsing in his temple. Ryan shot me a look. All right, maybe I was goading him. Wordlessly, we moved back down the path. Margot and DeSalvo were off to the left, rustling through the leaves. In less than a minute, they came into view. Margot's body was as tense as a violin string, her shoulder muscles bulging, her chest straining against the leather harness. She held her head high, jerking it from side to side, testing the air in all directions. Her nostrils twitched feverishly. Suddenly she stopped and grew rigid, ears extended, tips trembling. A noise started somewhere deep inside her, faint at first, then building, half growl, half whine, like the keening of a mourner in some primordial ritual. As it grew in intensity, I felt the hairs rise on the back of my neck, and a chill travel down my body. DeSalvo reached down and released the lead. For a moment, Margot held her stance, as though confirming her position, recalibrating her heading. Then she bolted. "What the fuck?" said Claudel. "Where the—" said Ryan. "Ah, damn," said Charbonneau. We'd expected her to scent on the burial site behind us. Instead, she cut straight across the path and tore into the trees below. We watched in silence. 6 feet in, she stopped, lowered her snout, and inhaled several times. Exhaling sharply, she moved to her left and repeated the maneuver. Her body was tense, every muscle taut. As I watched her, images formed in my mind: flight through darkness, a hard fall, a flash of lightning, an empty hole. Margot recaptured my attention. She'd stopped at the base of a pine, her whole being focused on the ground in front of her. She lowered her snout and inhaled. Then, as if triggered by some feral instinct, the fur rose along her spine, and her muscles twitched. Margot raised her nose high in the air, blew out one last puff of air, and flew into a frenzy. She lunged forward and jerked back, tail between her legs, snarling and snapping at the ground in front of her. "Margot, ici!" ordered DeSalvo. He plunged through the branches and grabbed her harness, dragging her back from the source of her agitation. I didn't have to look. I knew what she'd found, and what she hadn't. I remembered staring at the dry earth and the empty hole, dug with intent to bury or intent to uncover. Now I knew. Margot was yapping and growling at the pit I'd fallen into last night. It was still empty, but her nose told me what it had held. Chapter 18. The beach, rolling surf, sandpipers skittering on spindly legs, pelicans gliding like paper airplanes, then folding their wings to plummet into the sea. Gone to Carolina in my mind. I could smell the brackish inland marshes, the ocean's salt spray, wet sand, beached fish, and drying seaweed. Hatteras, Ocracoke, and Bald Head to the north. Pawleys, Sullivans, and Kiwa to the south. I wanted to be home. And which island didn't matter. I wanted palmetto palms and shrimp boats, not butchered women and body parts. I opened my eyes to pigeons on a statue of Norman Bethune. The sky was graying, yielding pink and yellow remains of a departing sunset to the advance guard of approaching darkness. Streetlights and store signs announced evening's arrival with neon winks. Cars streamed by on three sides, a four-wheeled motorized herd grudgingly parting for the small triangle of green at Guy and de Maisonneuve. I sat sharing a bench with a man in a Canadien's jersey. His hair flowed to his shoulders, neither blonde nor white. His eyes were the color of denim that's been washed 1,000 times, red-rimmed, a yellow crust trickling from each corner. He picked at the crust with pasty white fingers. From a chain around his neck hung a metal cross the size of my hand. I'd gotten home by late afternoon, switched the phone to the answering machine, and slept. Ghosts of people I knew alternated with unrecognized figures in a parade without a theme. Ryan chased Gabby into a boarded building. Pete and Claudel dug a hole in my courtyard. Katie lay on a brown plastic bag on the deck of the beach house, burning her skin and refusing lotion. A menacing figure stalked me en Saint Laurent. I woke several times, finally rising at 8 p.m., headachy and famished. A reflection on the wall near the phone pulsed red, 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 dim, red, 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 dim. 3 messages. I stumbled to the machine and hit play. Pete was considering an offer with a law firm in San Diego. Terrific. Katie was thinking of dropping out of school. Wonderful. One hang-up. At least that wasn't bad news. Still no word from Gabby. Great. 20 minutes of talking with Katie did little to ease my mind. She was polite but non-committal. Finally, a long silence, then, "Talk to you later." Dial tone. I'd closed my eyes and stood very still. An image of Katie at 13 filled my mind. Ear to ear with her Appaloosa, her blonde hair mingled with his dark mane. Pete and I had gone to visit her at camp. On seeing us, her face lit up, and she'd left the horse to throw her arms around me. We'd been so close then. Where had the intimacy gone? Why was she unhappy? Why did she want to leave school? Was it the separation? Were Pete and I to blame? Burning with parental inadequacy, I tried Gabby's apartment. No answer. I remembered a time Gabby had disappeared for 10 days. I was crazy worrying about her. Turned out she'd gone on retreat to discover her inner self. Maybe I couldn't get in touch with her because she was getting in touch with herself again. 2 Tylenol relieved my head, and a No. 4 special at the Singapore sated my hunger. Nothing calmed my discontent. Neither pigeons nor park bench strangers distracted me from the constant themes. Questions crashed and rebounded like bumper cars inside my head. Who was this killer? How did he choose his victims? Did they know him? Did he gain their confidence, worm his way into their homes? Adkins was killed at home. Trottier and Gagnon, where? At a pre-designated place? A place chosen for death and dismemberment? How did the killer get around? Was it Saint-Jacques? I stared at the pigeons without seeing them. I imagined the victims, imagined their fear. Chantal Trottier was only 16. Had he forced her at knife point? When had she known she was going to die? Had she begged him not to hurt her? Begged for her life? Another image of Katie. Other people's Katies. Empathy to the point of pain. I focused on the present moment. In the morning, lab work on the recovered bones. dealing with Claudel, tending the scabs on my face. So Katie aspired to a career as an NBA groupie, and nothing I said would dissuade her. Pete might split for the coast. I was horny as Madonna, with no relief in sight. And where the hell was Gabby? "That's it," I said, startling the pigeons and the man beside me. I knew one thing I could do. I walked home, went directly to the garage, and drove to Carré Saint-Louis. I parked on Henri Julien and rounded the corner to Gabby's apartment. Sometimes her building made me think of Barbie's dream house. Tonight it was Lewis Carroll. I almost smiled. A single bulb lit the lavender porch, casting shadow petunias across the boards. The looking-glass windows stared at me darkly. "Alice isn't home," they said. I rang the bell to number 3. Nothing. I rang again. Silence. I tried number 1, then 2 and 4. No response. Wonderland had closed for the night. Circling the park, I looked for Gabby's car. Not there. Without plan, I drove south, then east toward the main. After 20 frustrating minutes looking for a parking place, I left the car on one of the unpaved alleys that feed Saint-Laurent. The alley was remarkable for flattened beer cans and the stink of stale urine. Piles of trash abounded, and I could hear jukebox noise through the brick on the left. It was a setting which called for that popularly advertised auto security device known as the club. Lacking one, I entrusted the Mazda to the god of parking and joined the flow on the strip. Like a rainforest, the Maine is inhabited by sympatric breeds, populations living side by side but occupying different niches. One group is active by day, the other exclusively nocturnal. In the hours from dawn to dusk, the Maine is the realm of delivery men and shopkeepers, of schoolchildren and housewives. The sounds are those of commerce and play. The smells are clean and speak of food. Fresh fish at Waldman's, smoked meat at Schwartz's, apples and strawberries at Warshaw's, baked goods at La Boulangerie Polonaise. As shadows lengthen and street lamps and bar lights come on, as shops close and taverns and porn mills open, the day crowd surrenders the sidewalks to different creatures. Some are harmless, tourists and college kids who come for bargain booze and cheap thrills. Others are more toxic. Pimps, dealers, hookers, and crackheads. The users and the used. The predators and prey in a food chain of human misery. At 11:15, the night shift was in full control. The streets were thronged, and the low-rent bars and bistros were packed. I walked to Sainte-Catherine and stood on the corner, La Belle Province at my back. It seemed a good place to start. Entering, I walked past the payphone where Gabby had made her panicky call. The restaurant smelled of pine sol, grease, and over-fried onions. It was too late for dinner and too early for the après booze set. Only 4 booths were occupied. A couple with identical mohawks stared glumly at each other over half-eaten bowls of chili. Their spiny hackles were an identical inky black, as if they'd split the cost of the Clairol. They wore enough studded leather to open a combination kennel and motorcycle outfitter. A woman with arms the size of number 2 pencils and platinum bouffant hair smoked and drank coffee in a booth at the back. She wore a red tube top and what my mother would have called capri pants. She'd probably had that look since she dropped out of school to join the war effort. As I watched, she drained the last of her coffee, took a long pull on her cigarette, and stubbed the butt into the small metal disc that served as an ashtray. Her painted eyes surveyed the room listlessly, not really expecting to find a mark, but prepared to dance the dance. Her face displayed the joyless look of someone who'd been on the street a long time. No longer able to compete with the young, she probably specialized in alley quickies and backseat blowjobs. Late-night bliss at bargain prices. She hiked the tube higher on her bony chest, picked up her bill, and walked to the counter. Rosie the Riveter, hitting the streets again. 3 young men occupied a booth near the door. One lay sprawled across the table, an arm cradling his head, another disappearing limply into his lap. All three wore T-shirts, cutoffs, and baseball caps. Two had their bills turned backward. The third, in a defiant disregard for fashion, wore his brim planted firmly across his forehead. The upright pair downed cheeseburgers, seemingly unconcerned about their companion. They looked about 16. The only other patron was a nun. No Gabby. I left the restaurant and looked up and down Sainte-Catherine. The bikers had been drifting in, and Harleys and Yamahas lined both sides of the street to the east. Their owners straddled them, or drank and talked in packs, leathered and booted despite the warm evening. Their women sat behind them, or formed conversational clusters of their own. It reminded me of junior high, but these women chose a world of violence and male dominance. Like Hamadryas baboons, the females in the troupe were herded and controlled. Worse, they were pimped and swapped, tattooed and burned, beaten and killed. And yet they stayed. If this was improvement, it was hard to imagine what they'd left behind. I scanned to the west of Saint-Laurent. Right away, I saw what I was looking for. Two hookers lounged outside the Granada, smoking cigarettes and playing the crowd. I recognized Poirette, but wasn't sure about the other. I fought an impulse to give this up and head for home. What if I'd guessed wrong on the dress? I'd chosen a sweatshirt, jeans, and sandals, hoping they'd be non-threatening, but I didn't know. I'd never done this kind of field work. "Cut the crap, Brennan. You're stalling. Get your sorry butt up there. The worst that can happen is they blow you off. Won't be the first time." I moved up the block and planted myself in front of the two women. "Bonjour." My voice sounded quavery, like a cassette tape stretched and rewound. I was annoyed with myself and coughed to create a cover. The women stopped talking and inspected me as much as they would an unusual insect, or something odd found in a nostril. Neither spoke. Their faces were flat and devoid of emotion. Poirette shifted her weight, thrusting one hip forward. She was wearing the same black high tops she'd had on when I first saw her. Wrapping an arm across her waist and resting the opposite elbow on it, she regarded me with veiled eyes. Pulling hard on her cigarette, she breathed the smoke deep into her lungs, then pooched out her lower lip and blew it upward in a stream. The smoke looked like haze in the pulsating neon glow of the hotel sign. The signs, blinking, cast nets of red and blue across her cocoa skin. Wordlessly, her dark eyes left my face and returned to the sidewalk parade. "What you want in, cher?" The street woman's voice was deep and raspy, as if the words were formed by particles of sound, with empty gaps floating among them. She addressed me in English, with a cadence that spoke of hyacinths and cypress swamps, of gumbo and zydeco bands, of cicadas droning on soft summer nights. She was older than Poirette. "I'm a friend of Gabrielle Macaulay. I'm trying to find her." She shook her head. I wasn't sure if she meant she didn't know Gabby or was unwilling to answer. "She's an anthropologist. She works down here?" "Sugar. We all work down here." Poirette snorted and shifted feet. I looked at her. She was wearing shorts and a bustier made of shiny black vinyl. I was certain she knew Gabby. She'd been one of the women we'd seen that night. Gabby had pointed her out. Up close, she looked even younger. I concentrated on her companion. "Gabby's a large woman," I went on, "about my age. She has," I groped for a color term, "reddish dreadlocks?" Blank indifference. "And a nose ring?" I was hitting a brick wall. "I haven't been able to reach her for a while. I think her phone's out of order, and I'm a little worried about her. Surely y'all must know her." I drew out my vowels and emphasized the southern version of VOO. Appeal to regional loyalties. Daughters of Dixie unite. Louisiana shrugged, a fluid Cajun version of the universal French response. More shoulder, less palm. So much for the Daughters of Dixie approach. This was going nowhere. I was beginning to understand what Gabby had meant. You don't ask questions on the main. If you run into her, will you tell her Tempe's looking for her? That a Southern name, cher? She slipped a long red nail into her hair and scratched her scalp at the tip. The updo was so lacquered it would have held in a hurricane. It moved as one mass, creating the illusion that her head was changing shape. Not exactly. Can you think of anywhere else I might look? Another shrug. She withdrew her nail and inspected it. I pulled a card from my back pocket. If you think of anything, this is where you can get in touch with me. As I walked away, I could see Poirette reaching for the card. Approaches to several streetwalkers along Sainte-Catherine yielded much the same result. Their reactions ranged from indifference to contempt, uniformly leavened by suspicion and distrust. No information. If Gabby had ever existed down here, no one would admit it. I went from bar to bar, moving through the seedy haunts of the night people. One was as the next, brain-children of a single warped decorator. Ceilings were low, and walls cinder block, all painted with day-glow murals or covered with fake bamboo or cheap wood. Dark and dank, they smelled of stale beer, smoke, and human sweat. In the better ones, the floors were dry and the toilets flushed. Some bars had raised platforms on which strippers writhed and slithered, their teeth and G-strings glowing purple in the black lights, their faces fixed in boredom. Men in tank tops and 5 o'clock shadows drank beer from bottles and watched the dancers. Imitation elegant women sipped cheap wine or nursed soft drinks disguised to look like highballs, rousing themselves to smile at passing men, hoping to lure a trick. Aiming for seductive, they looked mostly tired. The saddest were the women at the borders of this flesh-trade life, those just crossing the start and finish lines. There were the painfully young, some still flying the colors of puberty. Some were out for fun and a quick buck. Others were escaping some private hell at home. Their stories had a central theme. Hustle long enough to make a stake, then on to a respectable life. Adventurers and runaways, they'd arrive by bus from Sainte-Thérèse and Val-d'Or, from Valleyfield and Pointe-du-Lac. They came with gleaming hair and fresh faces, confident of their immortality, certain of their ability to control the future. The pot and the coke were just a lark. They never recognized them as the first rungs on a ladder of desperation until they were too high up to get off except by falling. Then there were those who'd managed to grow old. Only the truly canny and exceptionally strong had prospered and gotten out. The ill and weak were dead. The strong-bodied but weak-willed endured. They saw the future and accepted it. They would die in the streets because they knew nothing else, or because they loved or feared some man enough to peddle ass to buy his dope, or because they needed food to eat and a place to sleep. I appealed to those entering or those leaving the sisterhood. I avoided the senior generation, the hardened and street-smart, still able to rule their patches, just as they in turn were ruled by their pimps. Perhaps the young, naive and defiant, or the old, jaded and spent, might be more open. Wrong. In bar after bar they turned away from me, allowing my questions to dissolve into the smoky air. The code of silence held. No access to strangers. By 3:15 I'd had it. My hair and clothes smelled of tobacco and reefer, and my shoes of beer. I'd downed enough Sprite to reclaim the Kalahari, and my eyes were seeded with gravel. Leaving yet another loony on yet another bar, I gave up. Chapter 19. The air had the texture of dew. A mist had risen from the river, and tiny droplets sparkled like glitter in the streetlights. The chill and damp felt good against my skin. A knot of pain between my neck and shoulder blades made me suspect I'd been tensed for hours, coiled and ready to bolt. Maybe I had been. If so, the tension came only in part from my search for Gabby. Approaching the hookers had grown routine. So had their rejection. Fending off the cruisers and the gropers had become a reflex response. It was the battle inside that was wearing me down. I'd spent 4 hours fighting off an old lover, a lover from whom I'd never be free. All night I'd gazed temptation in the face, the chestnut glow of scotch on ice, the amber beer poured from bottles into throats. I'd smelled my moonshine sweetheart and seen his light in the eyes around me. I'd loved it once. Hell, I loved it still. But the enchantment would destruct. For me, any trifling dalliance and the affair would consume and overpower. So I walked away from it, with 12 slow steps. And I had stayed away. Having been lovers, we could never be friends. Tonight, we'd almost been thrown into each other's arms. I breathed deeply. The air was a cocktail of motor oil, wet cement, and fermenting yeast from the Molson brewery. Sainte Catherine was almost deserted. An old man in a toque and parka slumbered against a storefront, a scruffy mongrel at his side. Another sorted through trash on the far side of the street. Perhaps there was a third shift on the main. Discouraged and exhausted, I headed toward Saint-Laurent. I tried. If Gabby was in trouble, these folks would not help me reach her. This club was as closed as the Junior League. I passed the Mi Kin. A sign above the window advertised Cuisine Vietnamienne and promised it all night. I glanced through the grimy glass with little interest, then stopped. Seated at a rear booth was Poirette's companion, her hair still frozen in an apricot pagoda. I watched her for a moment. She dipped an egg roll into a cherry-red sauce, then raised it to her mouth and licked the tip. After a moment, she inspected the roll, then nibbled at the wrapping with her front teeth. She dipped again and repeated the maneuver without hurry. I wondered how long she'd been working that egg roll. No. Yes. It's too late. Hell, one last shot. I pushed open the door and entered. Hi. Her hand jumped at the sound of my voice. She looked puzzled at first, then relieved as recognition surfaced. Hey, cher. You still out? She returned to her roll. May I join you? See yourself. You're not working my ground, sugar. I got no grievance with you. I slid into the booth. She was older than I'd thought, late 30s, maybe early 40s, though the skin on her throat and forehead was taut and there were no bags under her eyes. In the harsh, fluorescent light, I could see small creases radiating from her lips. Her jawline was beginning to sag. The waiter brought a menu, and I ordered soupe tonkinoise. I wasn't hungry, but I wanted an excuse to stay. You find your friend, cher? She reached for her coffee, and the plastic bracelets on her wrist clacked. I could see gray scar lines across her inner elbow. No. We waited while an Asian boy of about 15 brought water and a paper placemat. I'm Tempe Brennan. I remember. Jewel Tambo may hog pussy, darling, but she's not stupid. She licked at the egg roll. Miss Tambo, you can call me Jewel, baby. Jewel. I just spent 4 hours trying to find out if a friend is all right, and no one will even admit they've heard of her. Gabby's been coming down here for years, so I'm sure they know who I'm talking about. Might be they do share, but they got no idea why you asking. She put down the roll and drank the coffee with a soft, slurping sound. I gave you my card. I'm not hiding who I am. She looked at me hard for a moment. The smell of drugstore cologne, smoke, and unwashed hair floated from her and filled the small booth. The neck of her halter was rimmed with makeup. Who are you, Miss Person with a card, says Tempe Brennan? You heat? You into some kind of weird hustle? It came out sounding like wired. You someone got a grudge? As she spoke, she raised one long red talon from her cup and pointed it at me, emphasizing each possibility. Do I look like a threat to Gabby? All folks know, Cher, is you're down here in your Charlotte Hornet sweatshirt and yuppie sandals, and you're asking a lot of questions, trying real hard to shake someone loose. You ain't pussy on the hoof, and you ain't trying to score a rock. Folks don't know where to put you. The waiter brought my soup, and we sat in silence while I squeezed small cubes of lime and added red pepper paste with a tiny china spoon. As I ate, I watched Jewel nibble her egg roll. I decided to try humble. I guess I went about it all wrong. She raised hazel eyes to me. One false lash it loosened, and it curved upward on her lid like a millipede rising to test the air. Dropping her eyes, she laid down the remains of the egg roll and slid her coffee directly in front of her. You're right. I shouldn't have just charged up to people and started asking questions. It's just that I'm worried about Gabby. I've called her apartment, I've stopped by, I've called her at school. No one seems to know where she is. It's not like her. I took a spoonful of soup. It tasted better than I'd anticipated. What's your friend Gabby do? She's an anthropologist. She studies people. She's interested in life down here. Coming of age on the Main. She laughed to herself, watching carefully for my response to the Margaret Mead reference. I gave none, but began to agree that Jewel Tambo was no dummy. I sensed I was being tested. Maybe she doesn't want to be found right now. You may open your exam booklets. Maybe. So what's the problem? You may pick up your pencils. She seemed very troubled the last time I was with her, scared almost. Trouble about what, sugar? Ready. Some guy she thought was following her said he was strange. Lot of strange ones down here, Cher. Okay, class, begin. I told her the whole story. As she listened, she swirled the dregs in her cup, watching the black-brown liquid intently. When I'd finished, she continued with the cup, as if scoring my answer. Then she signaled for a refill. I waited to find out my grade. I don't know his name, but I most likely know who you're talking about. Skinny dude, personality of a mealworm. He's strange, all right. And whatever's ailing him ain't no small thing. But I don't think he's dangerous. I doubt he's got the brains to read a ketchup label. I'd passed. Most of us avoid him. Why? I'm only passing on the word from the street, 'cause I don't do business with him myself. The guy makes my skin crawl like a gator in mud. She grimaced and gave me a small shudder. Word is, he's got peculiar wants. Peculiar? She put her cup on the table and looked at me, evaluating. He pays for it, but he doesn't want to fuck. I scooped noodles from my soup and waited. A girl named Julie goes with him. No one else will. She's about as smart as a runner bean, but that's another story. She told me it's the same show every time. They go to the room. Our hero brings a paper bag with a nightie inside. Nothing kinky, lacy kinds of stuff. He watches her put it on, then tells her to lie on the bed. Okay, no big deal. Then he strokes the nightie with one hand and his dick with the other. Pretty soon he gets hard as an oil derrick and blows a gusher, grunting and groaning like he's off in some other creation. Then he makes her take off the gown, thanks her, pays her, and leaves. Julie figures it's easy money. What makes you think this is the guy worrying my friend? One time, he's stuffing Granny's nightie back in the dilly bag. Julie sees big old knife handle. She tells him, "You want more pussy, cowboy? Lose the knife." He tells her it's his sword of righteousness or some damn thing. Goes on about the knife and his soul and ecological balance and crap like that. Scares the shit out of her. And another shrug. He's still around? Haven't seen him for a while, but that don't mean much. I never did see him regular. He'd kind of drift in and drift out. Did you ever talk to him? Cutie, we've all talked to him. When he's around, he's like a case of the drips. Irritating as hell, but you can't shake it. That's how I know he's got the personality of roach larvae. Ever seen him with Gabby? I slurped some more noodles. She sat back and laughed. Nice try, sugar. Where could I find him? Hell if I know. Wait long enough, he show up. How about Julie? It's a free trade zone here, Cher. Folks come and go. I don't keep track. Have you seen her lately? She gave it some thought. Can't say as I have. I studied the noodles at the bottom of the bowl, and I studied Jewel. She had lifted the lid, a tiny crack, allowed a peek inside. Could I raise it farther? I took the chance. There may be a serial killer out there, Jewel. Someone murdering women and slicing them up. Her expression never changed. She just looked at me, a stony gargoyle. Either she hadn't understood, or she was dulled to thoughts of violence and pain, even death. Or perhaps she'd thrown on a mask, a facade to conceal a fear too real to validate by speech. I suspected the latter. Jewel, is my friend in danger? Our eyes locked. She female, Cher. I motored my way home, letting my thoughts drift, paying little attention to my driving. De Maisonneuve was deserted, the traffic lights playing to an empty house. Suddenly a pair of headlights appeared in my rearview mirror and bore down on me. I crossed Peel and slid to my right to allow the vehicle to pass. The lights moved with me. I shifted back to the inner lane. The driver followed, shifting to high beam. Asshole! I sped up. The car stayed on my bumper. A prickle of fear. Maybe it wasn't just a drunk. I squinted into the rearview mirror, trying to make out the driver. All I could see was a silhouette. It looked large. A man? I couldn't tell. The lights were blinding, the car unidentifiable. Hands slick on the wheel, I crossed Guy, turned left around the block, ignoring red lights, shot up my street, and dived underground into the garage of my building. I waited until the electric door had settled, then bolted, key ready, ears alert for the sound of footsteps. No one followed. As I passed through the first-floor lobby, I peeked through the curtains. A car idled at the curb on the far side of the street, lights burning, its driver a black profile in the pre-dawn dimness. Same car? I couldn't be certain. Was I losing it? 30 minutes later, I lay watching the curtain of darkness outside my window fade from charcoal to morning dove gray. Birdie purred in the crook of my knee. I was so exhausted I'd pulled off my clothes and fallen into bed, skipping the preliminaries. Not like me. Usually I'm compulsive about teeth and makeup. Tonight, I didn't care. Chapter 20. Wednesday is garbage day on my block. I slept through the sound of the sanitation truck. I slept through Birdie's nudging. I slept through 3 phone calls. I woke at 10:15 feeling sluggish and headachy. I was definitely not 24 anymore. All-nighters took their toll, and it made me cranky to admit it. My hair, my skin, even the pillow and sheets smelled of stale smoke. I bundled the linens and last night's clothes into the washer, then took a long, sudsy shower. I was spreading peanut butter on a stale croissant when the phone rang. Temperance? Blancmange. Yes? I've been trying to reach you. I glanced at the phone machine. 3 messages. Sorry. Oui. We will be seeing you today. Already Monsieur Ryan is calling. I'll be there within the hour. Bon. I played the messages. A distraught graduate student. Blancmange. A hang-up. I wasn't up to student problems, so I tried Gabby. No answer. I dialed Katie and got her machine. "Leave a short message like this one," it chirped cheerily. I did. Not cheerily. In 20 minutes, I was at the lab, stuffing my purse in a desk drawer and ignoring the pink slips scattered across the blotter. I went directly downstairs to the morgue. The dead come first to the morgue. There, they are logged in and stored in refrigerated compartments until assigned to an LML pathologist. Jurisdiction is coded by floor color. The morgue opens directly onto the autopsy rooms, the red floor of each morgue bay stopping abruptly at the autopsy room threshold. The morgue is run by the coroner. The LML controls the operatories. Red floor, coroner. Gray floor, LML. I do my initial examinations in one of the 4 autopsy rooms. Afterward, the bones are sent up to the histology lab for final cleaning. Blanche was making a Y incision in the chest of an infant, her tiny shoulders propped on a rubber headrest, her hands spread at her sides as if poised to make a snow angel. I looked at Lamanche. "Sick way," was all he said. Shaken. Across the room, Natalie Ayres bent over another autopsy as Lisa lifted the breastplate from a young man. Below, a shock of red hair, his eyes bulged purple and swollen, and I could see a small dark hole on his right temple. Suicide. Natalie was a new pathologist at the LML and didn't yet do homicides. Daniel put down the scalpel he was sharpening. "Do you need the bones from Saint-Lambert?" "S'il vous plaît. In number 4? He nodded and disappeared into the morgue. The skeletal autopsy took several hours, and I confirmed my initial impression that the remains were of one individual, a white female around 30 years of age. Though little soft tissue remained, the bones were in good condition and retained some fat. She'd been dead 2 to 5 years. The only oddity was an unfused arch on her 5th lumbar vertebra. Without the head, a positive ID would be tough. I asked Danielle to transfer the bones to the histo lab, washed, and went upstairs. The pile of pink slips had grown. I phoned Ryan and gave him my summary. He was already working missing persons reports with the Saint-Lambert police. One of the calls was from Aaron Calvert in Norman, Oklahoma. Yesterday. When I tried his number, a syrupy voice told me he was away from his desk. She assured me she was devastatingly sorry and guaranteed that he'd get the message. Professionally affable. I set the other messages aside and went to see Lucie Dumont. Lucie's office was crammed with terminals, monitors, printers, and computer paraphernalia of all kinds. Cables climbed walls to disappear into the ceiling or were taped in bundles along the floor. Stacks of printouts drooped on shelves and file cabinets, fanning out like alluvium seeking the lowest point. Lucie's desk faced the door, the control panel of cabinets and hardware forming a horseshoe behind her. She worked by rolling from station to station, sneakered feet propelling her chair across the gray tile. To me, Lucie was the back of a head silhouetted against a glowing green screen. I rarely saw her face. Today, the horseshoe held 5 Japanese in business suits. They circled Lucie, arms held close to their bodies, nodding gravely as she pointed to something on a terminal and explained its significance. Cursing my timing, I went on to the histo lab. The Saint-Lambert skeleton had arrived from the morgue, and I set about analyzing the cuts, the same way I had with Trottier and Gagnon. I described, measured, and plotted the location of each mark, and made impressions of the false starts. As with the others, the tiny gashes and trenches suggested a knife and a saw. Microscopic details were similar, and placement of cuts almost identical to those in the earlier cases. The woman's hands had been sawed at the wrists, the rest of her limbs detached at the joints. Her belly had been slashed along the midline, deep enough to leave cuts on the spine. Although the skull and upper neck bones were missing, marks on the 6th cervical vertebra told me that she had been decapitated at the mid-throat. The guy was consistent. I repacked the bones, gathered my notes, and returned to my office, diverting up the corridor to see if Lucie was free. She and her Japanese suits were nowhere to be seen. I left a post-it note on her terminal. Maybe she'd thank me for an excuse to bolt. In my absence, Calvert had called. Naturally. As I dialed his number, Lucy appeared in my doorway, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. "You left me a message, Dr. Brennan," she asked, flashing a quick smile. She spoke not a word of English. She was thin as soup in a homeless shelter, with a burr haircut that accentuated the length of her skull. The absence of hair and pale skin magnified the effect of her eyeglasses, making her seem little more than a mannequin for the oversized frames. "Yes, Lucy, thank you for stopping by," I said, rising to clear a chair. She tucked her feet behind the chair leg, one behind the other, as she slid into her seat, like a cat oozing onto a cushion. "Did you get stuck with tour duty?" She twitched a smile, then looked blank. "The Japanese gentlemen." "Yes, they're from a crime lab in Kobe. Chemists, mostly. I do not mind." "I'm not sure you can help me, but I wanted to ask," I began. Her lenses focused on a row of skulls I keep on the shelf behind my desk. "For comparison," I explained. "Are they real?" "Yes, they're real." She shifted her gaze, and I could see a distorted version of myself in each pink lens. The corners of her lips jumped and resettled. Her smiles came and went like light from a bulb with a bad connection. Reminded me of my flashlight in the woods. I explained what I wanted. When I'd finished, she tipped her head and stared upward, as if the answer might be on the ceiling, taking her time. I listened to the whir of a printer somewhere down the hall. "There won't be anything before 1985, I know that." Facial flicker. On, off. "I realize it's a bit unusual, but see what you can do." "Quebec City also?" "No, just the LML cases for now." She nodded and smiled and left. As if on cue, the phone rang. Ryan. "How about someone younger?" "How much younger?" 17? "No." "Maybe someone with some sort of—" "No." Silence. "I've got 167. "Ryan, this woman belongs neither to the Clearasil nor the Geritol set." He continued with the relentlessness of a busy signal. "What if she had some kind of bone condition or something? I read about—" "Ryan, she was between 25 and 35. "Right. She probably went missing somewhere between 89 and 92, so you've said. Oh, one other thing. She probably had kids." "What?" "I found pitting on the inside of the pubic bones. You're looking for someone's mother." "Thanks." In less time than he could have punched the numbers, the phone rang again. "Ryan, It's me, Mom." "Hi, darling, how are you?" "Good, Mom." Pause. "Are you mad about our conversation last night?" "Of course not, Katie. I'm just worried about you." Long pause. "So, what else is new? We didn't really talk about what you've been up to this summer." There was so much I wanted to say, but I'd let her take the lead. "Not much. Charlotte's boring as ever. Nothing to do." Good. Another dose of adolescent negativity. Just what I needed. I tried to hold my annoyance in check. "How's the job?" "Okay, tips are good. I made $94 last night." "That's great. I'm getting a lot of hours." "Terrific. I want to quit." I waited. She waited. "Katie, you're going to need that money for school." "Katie, don't mess up your life." "I told you I don't want to go back right away. I'm thinking of taking a year off to work." Here we go again. I had an idea what was coming and launched my offensive. "Honey, we've gone over this. If you don't like the University of Virginia, you could try McGill. Why don't you take a couple of weeks? Come up here, check it out." "Talk fast, Mom." "We could make a vacation of it. I'll take some time off. Maybe we could drive out to the Maritimes. Bum around Nova Scotia for a few days." God, what was I saying? How could I work that? "No matter. My daughter comes first." She didn't answer. "It's not the grades, is it?" No, they were fine." "Then your credits should transfer. We could... I want to go to Europe." "Europe?" "Italy." "Italy." I didn't have to think that one through. "Is that where Max is playing?" "Yes." defensive. So? So? They're giving him a lot more money than the Hornets. I said nothing. And a house. Nothing. And a car. A Ferrari. Nothing. Tax-free. Her tone was becoming more defiant. That's great for Max, Katie. He gets to play a sport he loves and gets paid for it. But what about you? Max wants me to come. Max is 24 and has a degree. You're 19 and have 1 year of college. She heard the irritation in my voice. You got married when you were 19. Married? My stomach did a triple gainer. Well, you did. She had a point. I held my tongue, anxious with concern for her, but knowing I was helpless to do anything. I just said that. We're not getting married. We sat and listened to the air between Montreal and Charlotte for what seemed like forever. Katie, will you think about coming up here? Okay. Promise you won't do anything without talking to me. More silence. Katie? Yes, Mom? I love you, sweetheart. I love you, too. Say hi to your dad for me. Okay. I'll leave something on your email tomorrow, okay? Okay. I hung up with an unsteady hand. What next? Bones were easier to read than kids. I got a cup of coffee, then dialed. Dr. Calvert, please. May I ask who's calling? I told her. Just a minute, please. Put on hold. Tempe, how are you? You spend more time on the phone than an MCI salesman. You surely are hard to reach. He out-twanged both the day and night shifts. I'm sorry, Aaron. My daughter wants to drop out of school and run off with a basketball player, I blurted. Can he go to his left or shoot the three? I guess. Let her go. Very funny. Nothing funny about someone who can go left or shoot from outside the arc. Money in the bank. Aaron, I've got another dismemberment. I'd called Aaron about cases past. We often bounced ideas off each other. I heard him chuckle. You may not have guns up there, but you sure do like to cut. Yes, I think this sicko has cut several. They're all women. Otherwise, there doesn't seem to be much linking them. Except for the cut marks. They're going to be critical. Cereal or mass? Cereal. He digested that for a second. So, tell me. I described the kerfs and the cut ends of the arm bones. He interrupted occasionally to ask a question or to slow me down. I could picture him taking notes, his tall, gaunt frame bent over some scrap of discarded paper, finding every usable millimeter of blank space. Though Aaron was 42, his somber face and dark Cherokee eyes made him look about 90, always had. His wit was as dry as the goby, and his heart about that size. Any real deep false starts? He asked. All business? No, they're pretty superficial. Harmonics are clear? Very. You said blade drift in the kerf? Uh-huh, yes. Are you confident in the tooth distance measures? Yeah, the scratches were distinct in several places. So were some of the islands. Otherwise, you got pretty flat floors. Yeah, it's really obvious on the impressions. And exit chipping, he mumbled, more to himself than me. Lots. A long pause while his mind picked its way through the information I'd given him, sorting the possibilities. I watched people drift past my door. Phones rang. Printers clicked to life, whirred, then rested. I swiveled and gazed out. Traffic rolled across the Jacques Cartier Bridge, Lilliputian Toyotas and Fords. Minutes ticked by. Finally. I'm kind of working blind here, Tempe. I'm not sure how you get me to do this, but here goes. I swiveled back and leaned my elbows on the desk. I'll bet the farm this isn't a power saw. Sounds like some kind of specialty hand saw. Probably a kitchen saw of some type. Yes! I slapped my hand on the desktop, raised a clenched fist, and lowered it sharply, like an engineer pulling the whistle cord. Pink slip sailed up, then fluttered down. Aaron went on, oblivious to my theatrics. Kerfs are too big to be any kind of fine-toothed bow saw or serrated knife. Besides, sounds like there's too much set to the teeth. With those floor shapes, I doubt you're talking about any kind of cross-cut. Got to be chisel. All that, without seeing 'em, of course, tells me chef saw or meat saw. What's it look like? Kind of like a big hacksaw. Teeth set pretty wide, so as not to bind. That's why sometimes you get the islands you're describing and the false starts. Usually there's a lot of drift, but the blade chisels through bone just fine and cuts real clean. They're mighty efficient little saws. Cut right through bone, gristle, ligaments, whatever. Anything else that might be consistent? Well, there's always a chance you can get something that doesn't fit the regular pattern. These saws don't read the books, you know. But right offhand, I can't think of anything else fits all you've told me. You are fantastic. That's exactly what I was thinking, but I wanted to hear it from you. Aaron, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your doing this. Ah. You want to see the photos and impressions? Sure. I'll send them out tomorrow. Aaron's second passion in life was saws. He catalogued written and photographic descriptions of features produced in bone by known saws and spent hours poring over cases sent to his lab from all over the world. A hitch in his breathing told me he had something more to say. As I waited, I gathered pink slips. Did you say the only completely sectioned bones are in the lower arms? Yep. Went into the joints for the others? Yep. Neat. Very. I stopped gathering. What? What? Innocent. When you say like that, it means something. Just a mighty interesting association. Which is? Guy uses a chef saw, and he goes about cutting my body like he knows what he's doing, knows what's where, how to get at it, and does it the same way every time. Yeah, I thought of that. A few seconds ticked off. But he just whacks off the hands. What about that? That, Dr. Brennan, is a question for a psychologist, not a saw man. I agreed and changed the subject. How are the girls? Aaron had never married, and though I'd known him for 20 years, I'm not sure I'd ever seen him with a date. His horses were his first passion. From Tulsa to Chicago to Louisville, and back to Oklahoma City, he traveled where the quarter-horse circuit took him. Pretty excited. A bit of stallion this past fall and got him. The lady's been acting like yearlings ever since. We exchanged news of our lives and small talk about mutual friends, and we agreed to get together at the Academy meeting in February. Well, good luck nailing this guy, Tempe. Thanks. My watch read 4:40. Once again, the offices and corridors had grown quiet around me. I jumped at the sound of the phone. Too much coffee, I thought. As I answered, the receiver was still warm against my ear. I saw you last night. Gabby? Don't do that again, Tempe. Gabby, where are you? You're just going to make things worse? God damn it, Gabby, don't play with me. Where are you? What's going on? Never mind that. I can't be seeing you right now. I couldn't believe she was doing this again. I could feel the anger rising in my chest. Stay away, Tempe. Stay away from me. Stay away from my... Gabby's self-centered rudeness ignited my pent-up anger. Fueled by Claudel's arrogance, the inhumanity of a psychopathic killer, and by Katie's youthful folly, I exploded with the fury of a flash fire rolling over Gabby and charring her. Who the hell do you think you are? I seethed into the phone, my voice cracking. Squeezing the receiver with enough force to break the plastic, I raved on. I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone, all right. I don't know what bug-ass little game you're playing, Gabby, but I'm out. Gone. Game, set, match, finished. I'm not buying into your schizophrenia. I'm not buying into your paranoia. And I'm not, repeat, not playing masked avenger to your damsel in and out of distress. Every neuron in my body was overcharged, like a 110 appliance in a 220 socket. My chest was heaving, and I could feel tears behind my eyes. Tempe's temper. From Gabby, a dial tone. I sat for a moment, doing nothing, thinking nothing. I felt giddy. Slowly I replaced the receiver. I closed my eyes, ran through the sheet music, and made a selection. This one's going out to me. In a low, throaty voice, I hummed the tune. Busted flat in Baton Rouge. Chapter 21. At 6 a.m., a steady rain drummed against my windows. An occasional car made soft, shishing sounds as it passed on some pre-dawn journey. For the third time in as many days, I saw daybreak, an event I embrace as eagerly as Joe Montana welcomes an all-out blitz. While not a day napper, neither am I an early riser. Yet 3 mornings this week I'd seen the sun come up, twice as I fell asleep. Today as I tossed and turned after 11 hours in bed, feeling neither sleepy nor rested. Home after Gabby's call, I'd gone on an eating binge. Greasy fried chicken, rehydrated mashed potatoes with synthetic gravy, mushy corn on the cob, and soggy apple pie. Merci, Colonel. Then a hot bath and a long pick at the scab on my right cheek. The microsurgery didn't help. I still looked like I'd been dragged. Around 7, I turned on the Expos game and fell asleep to the play-by-play. I switched on my computer. 6 a.m. or 6 p.m., it was alert and ready to perform. I had sent a message to Katie, relaying through the email system at McGill to my mail server at UNC Charlotte. She could access the message with her laptop and modem, and reply right from her bedroom. Yahoo! Hop aboard the internet. The screen's cursor blinked at me, insisting there was nothing in the document I created. It was right. The spreadsheet I had started on paper had only column headings, but no content. When had I begun this? The day of the parade. Just 1 week, but it seemed like years. Today was the 30th, 4 weeks to the day since Isabelle Gagnon's body was found. 1 week since Margaret Adkins had been murdered. What had we accomplished since then, except discover another body? A stakeout on the Rue Berger apartment confirmed that its occupant had not returned. Big surprise. The bust had turned up nothing useful. We had no leads on the identity of Saint-Jacques, and we hadn't identified the latest body. Claudel still wouldn't acknowledge the cases were linked, and Ryan thought of me as a freelancer. Happy day. Back to the spreadsheet. I expanded the column headings. Physical characteristics, geography, living arrangements, jobs, friends, family members, dates of birth, dates of death, dates of discovery, times, places. I entered everything I could think of that might reveal a link. At the far left, I entered 4 row headings: Adkins, Gagnon, Trottier, Inconnu. I'd replaced the unknown designation when we tied a name to the Saint-Lambert bones. At 7:30, I closed the file, packed the laptop, and got ready for work. Traffic was clogged, so I cut down to the Ville-Marie tunnel. Full morning, but dark, heavy clouds trapped the city in murky gloom. The streets were covered with a wet sheen that reflected the brake lights of the morning rush hour. My wipers beat a monotonous refrain, slapping water from 2 fan-shaped patches on the windshield. I leaned forward, bobbing my head like a palsied tortoise, searching for clear glass between the streaks. Time for new wipers, I told myself, knowing I wouldn't get 'em. It took a good half hour to reach the lab. I wanted to get right to the files, to dig out minutiae and enter them into the spreadsheet, but there were 2 requisitions on my desk. A baby boy had been found in a municipal park, his tiny body wedged in the rocks of a creek bed. According to La Manche's note, the tissue was desiccated and the internal organs unrecognizable, but otherwise the corpse was well preserved. He wanted an opinion on the infant's age. That wouldn't take long. I looked at the police report attached to the other form. Ossements trouvés dans un bois. Bones found in the woods. My most common case. Could mean anything from a multiple axe murder to a dead cat. I called Denis and requested radiographs of the infant, then went downstairs to look at the bones. Lisa brought a cardboard box from the morgue and placed it on the table. C'est tout? C'est tout. That's all. She handed me gloves, and I withdrew 3 clods of hard clay from the box. Bones protruded from each clump. I chipped at the soil, but it was hard as cement. Let's get photos and radiographs, then put these in a screen and get them soaking. Use dividers to keep the chunks separate. I'll be back down after the meeting. The 4 other pathologists of the LML meet with La Manche each morning to review cases and receive autopsy assignments. On the days I'm present, I attend. When I got upstairs, La Manche, Nathalie Ayres, Jean Pelletier, and Marc Bergeron were already seated around the small conference table in La Manche's office. From the activity board in the corridor, I knew that Marcel Morin was in court, and Emily Santangelo had taken a personal day. Everyone shifted to make room, and a chair was shuffled into the circle. Bonjours and comment ça vas were exchanged. "Mark, what brings you in on a Thursday?" I asked. "Holiday tomorrow." I'd completely forgotten Canada Day. "Going to the parade?" asked Pelletier, poker-faced. His French wore the trappings of the Quebec backcountry, making it difficult for me to unravel his words. For months I hadn't understood him at all, and had missed his wry comments. Now, after 4 years, I caught most of what he said. I had no trouble following his drift this morning. "I think I'll skip this one." "You could just get your face painted at one of those booths. It might be easier." Chuckles all around. "Or maybe a tattoo, less painful." Very funny. Feigned innocence, eyebrows raised, shoulders hoisted, palms up. What? Settling back, he clamped the last 2 inches of an unfiltered cigarette between yellowed fingers and inhaled deeply. Someone once told me that Pelletier had never traveled outside Quebec province. He was 64 years old. "There are only 3 autopsies," La Manche began, distributing the list of the day's cases. "Pre-holiday lull," said Pelletier, reaching for his printout. His dentures clicked softly when he spoke. "Things will get busier." "Yes." La Manche picked up his red marker. "At least the weather is cooler. Perhaps that will help." He went over the day's melancholy roster, supplying additional information on each case. A suicide by carbon monoxide, an old man found dead in his bed, a baby tossed into a park. "The suicide looks pretty straightforward." La Manche scanned the police report. "White male, age 27, found behind the wheel in his own garage. Fuel tank empty, key in the ignition, turned to the on position." He laid several Polaroids on the table. They showed a dark blue Ford centered in a 1-car garage. A length of flexible tubing, the type used to vent clothes dryers, ran from the exhaust pipe into the car's right rear window. La Manche read on. "History of depression. Note d'adieu." He looked at Nathalie. "Dr. Ayres?" She nodded and reached for the paperwork. He marked AY in red on the master list and picked up the next set of forms. "Number 26742 is a white male, age 78, controlled diabetic." His eyes skipped through the summary report, pulling out the pertinent information. "Hadn't been seen for several days. Sister found him. No signs of trauma." He read to himself for a few seconds. "Curious thing is there was a delay between the time she found him and the time she called for help. Apparently the lady did some house cleaning in between." He looked up. "Dr. Pelletier?" Pelletier shrugged and extended his hand. La Manche placed a red PE on his list, then passed him the forms. They were accompanied by a plastic bag full of prescription and over-the-counter drugs. Pelletier took the materials, making a wisecrack which I missed. My attention was turned to the stack of Polaroids accompanying the baby case. Taken from several angles, they showed a shallow creek with a small footbridge arching across it. A little body lay among the rocks, its tiny muscles shriveled, its skin yellowed like old parchment. A fringe of fine hair floated round its head. Another rimmed its pale blue eyelids. The child's fingers were splayed wide, as if grasping for help, for something to cling to. He was nude, and lay half in and half out of a dark green plastic bag. He looked like a miniature pharaoh, exposed and discarded. I was beginning to dislike plastic bags intensely. I returned the photos to the table and listened to La Manche. He'd finished his summary and was marking L.A. on the master sheet. He would do the autopsy. I would narrow the age range by assessing skeletal development. Bergeron would have a go at the teeth. Nods all around. There being no further discussion, the meeting broke up. I got coffee and returned to my office. A large brown envelope lay on the desk. I opened it and slipped the first of the baby's x-rays onto the light box. Withdrawing a form from the drawer in my work table, I started my survey. Only 2 carpals were present in each hand, no caps at the ends of the finger bones. I looked at the lower arms, no cap on either radius. I finished with the upper body, listing on my inventory sheet those bony elements that were present, and noting which had not yet formed. Then I did the same for the lower body, shifting from film to film to be sure of my observations. The coffee grew cold. An infant is born with its skeleton incomplete. Some bones, such as the carpals in the hand, are absent at birth, appearing months or even years later. Other bones lack knobs and ridges that will eventually give them their adult form. The missing parts emerge in predictable succession, allowing for fairly accurate age estimates for very young children. This baby had lived only 7 months. I summarized my conclusions on yet another form, placed all the paperwork in a yellow file folder, and dropped it on the stack for the secretarial pool. It would come back with the report typed in my preferred format, with all supporting materials and diagrams duplicated and assembled. They would also polish my French. I made a verbal report to La Manche. Then I moved on to my clumps. The clay hadn't dissolved, but it softened enough to allow me to pry out the contents. After 15 minutes of scraping and teasing, the matrix yielded 8 vertebrae, 7 long bone fragments, and 3 chunks of pelvis. All showed evidence of butchering. I spent 30 minutes washing and sorting the mess, then cleaned up and jotted a few notes. On my way upstairs, I asked Lisa to photograph the partial skeletons of the 3 victims, 2 white-tailed deer and 1 medium-sized dog. I filled out another report form and dropped this folder on top of the earlier one. Odd, but not a forensic problem. Lucy had left a note on my desk. I found her in her office, back to the door, eyes shifting between a terminal screen and an open dossier. She typed with one hand and held her place in the dossier with the other, her index